Jukis XRP holders this week.
silly. Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? Wanna come through, don't I show love, don't I cop the smoke, cop the drink. The war's warm and let's get to the pink. You can twiddle with these, you can twiddle with those. You can play with those low broke niggas, we niggas right here from coast to coast. Shorty good when you giving a toast. Just remember me though, got you though, and I came through with that amazing ego.
Yes, sir. And we are live. As you already know, if it's 9:14 a.m. in the morning, it's the HCM Brando Note Show. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start my show. And I'm ready to know this.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, I'm on top of the world, talking it down, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option, you gotta keep the clock watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile.
So Cam, tell me where we from, baby.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block was 40 Wolves. Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
So Cam, tell me where we from, baby.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block was 40 Wolves. Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Yeah, we setting up for a Diddy day. So, JLR investigates. Let's get into this, baby.
Transportation to engage in prostitution. So 2 of the sons. Where's the others? Where's the daughters? Where's the daughters? Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, they said, while he sits in the Metropolitan Detention Center. Go on this form. Always good to get a face for the person. All right, so we're waiting for the updates here on what's going on. Sean, continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. New juror issue. Where are you going to cross her on? She works for the prosecution office. We'll see what they extracted from the phones, from KK's phones. I think it's KK's phones, personally. Evidence, charts, graphs, exhibits, documents. Let's go. Charts, graphs, documents. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my goodness. All right. We shall see. It's on the hundreds of pages. Play some Spy Hunter music. Mission Impossible. Summary witness on the stand. Good morning. How's everyone feeling while we wait? See a lot of people. Can you describe the documents underlining these charts? Hundreds and hundreds of pages. All that stuff will probably get confusing for the jurors. But the jurors, each one that gets submitted, the jurors will be able to review it when they deliberate. All this stuff they'll be able to review and read and see. Who knows? Deliberations might be a while because of just the volume of documents. There's so many documents in here. She just said here hundreds and hundreds of pages. So each of the jurors have to go through these pages. Imagine if that was you sitting on the juror when it's time. Would you actually look through each and every one of these pages, or you just skim through? I know me, when I ever presented a book of pages to look through and they say, look before you sign, or sign this, sign that. I don't look through everything. Do you? I don't do so. I don't look through everything. My eyes would go buggy after a while. For me personally. All right. So she's on the stand. We have a paralegal on the stand. We shall see. Paralegal specialist called to the stand. That's the update. That is the update. We shall stay with this. Summary witness onto the stand. Paralegal who will help walk the jury through a chart of evidence the government has compiled. Magnolia put on the screen the new juror. Where people are coming in, we got a new juror. They can replace jurors at any time throughout a trial, even all the way up to the end, if need be. Any given time, they could replace a juror. Appreciate everyone coming in this morning. Should start getting rocking and rolling here shortly. Good flow of info. Maybe, you know what I'm just thinking right now? Because the fact that they just said that she's a summary witness with charts and pages, maybe that's why we're kind of just sitting here, because of so much evidence. Like she's guiding the jurors through things, but it's quite possible right now the jurors are sitting there reading all these documents. First, some exhibits under seal. Yeah, that's what I think is happening, folks. I think that they're actually reviewing the documents right now, the jurors. In the meantime, I'm just going to engage with y'all a little bit. Let's talk. Yeah, but if the jury's compromised because of the defense is doing, if the defense does something, how could you say a mistrial, though? Because I know some people are saying mistrial because the jury's compromised. But if the jury's compromised, then that means that any future cases, if it's the defense is doing on compromising a jury, that's just like saying, well, you're just going to declare a mistrial because the defense. Now, if they can prove a defense did something to jurors, if that's the case, shouldn't the lawyers be disbarred? Or the lawyers kicked off the case? Because if anybody's case, you could just start doing things to jurors and getting juries kicked off and having mistrials and stopping your conviction from happening. I think the jury is compromised, personally. I think just in the day of age of social media, how we are, juries already have a kind of made-up mind already. They're going to lie and say they don't, but they read about this stuff, man. But everything is social media nowadays. Unless you're living in a cabin out there in the middle of Montana and you don't have no internet and don't know what's going on, most people know what's going on. I'll tell you what, I'm so tuned to the internet, what's going on, that if I do go to remote places and I can't get internet, I freak out when I don't know what's going on. That's how dependent I am on all the world connections. Jurors go online. They watch YouTube. They watch podcasts. They watch TV. They go on social media. They do. Most people do. All of us. Most. And not only that, but they're connected. Ooh, okay. Here we go. KK name dropped. KK name dropped already. They're reviewing charts, hundreds of pages. Who is in the messages in the chart? KK, Christina Corem, KK. And whose cell number is this? Brendan Paul. Oh. Messages between the drug mule, Brendan Paul, and KK, it appears. AOSA then says, how did Miss KK respond to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escort? Laughing emojis. How long is he going to stay awake? Oh, KK, you're in trouble, KK. You are in trouble. First off, they're showing messages, KK, with Brendan Paul's cell phone number in KK's contact. That's what it appears. KK's contact list of people, and the drug mule is in KK's phone. Now we're talking about how did Miss KK respond to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escort? Laughing emojis. How long is he going to stay awake? It appears that's what KK said. So KK clearly knows about escorts. Laughing emojis like it's funny. KK clearly has connects in her phone with drug dealers. The Enterprise. KK is a defendant in this case. Can't wait for the KK. To be clear, Brendan Paul was an employee of Diddy. He just wasn't a random drug mule. Thank you for clarifying that, Magnolia. And that is true. Worked with the Enterprise. Drug mules number. KK's going to have everyone's number that works for the Enterprise. Everybody's. KK, I bet you're sweating right now, KK. KK, yeah, she's going to go down. Absolutely, she's going to go down. Shows that KK was aware of these escorts. And also laughing. I saw a comment that said, this witness will tie in how Diddy and employees work in an organized and relational structure, reporting to him or KK during the committing of reported crimes. She is literally the Ghislaine Maxwell. Brendan Paul is labeled as a former assistant of Diddy. He also happens to be running drugs for him and got arrested. Charges dropped. And he got arrested right before the raid. Of course, charges dropped. And now is going to be testifying at this trial. A former drug mule. Going to be talking about drugs at the direction of Diddy and probably KK. Not good at all. You're a kingpin of a drug enterprise or selling drugs, and you're going to have one of your drug mules testify against you. Not good, folks. Not good at all. She testified that she reviewed the accuracy of the government's charts that summarized exhibits. She said she reviewed hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents that included text messages, call logs, audio files, videos, and images. She has reviewed it all. And now she's on the stand spilling the beans. Prosecution paralegal. expert. That's what we got. Just finished my cup of coffee. Cheers to all of you. Cheers to all of you. Read some of the comments. Sarah McKinney says, if this is a mistrial, can he request additional speedy trial? It's a great question. You would think, right? If we get a mistrial, but I don't think we're getting a mistrial here, but just say there is. Can he request an additional speedy trial? I would think so. I think that would still apply, speedy trial rights, right? It's a great question. It's a great question. I would think he still has the right speedy trial, which starts on the clock from the time of the mistrial. Any lawyer can comment on that? Can any lawyer comment on that? We're waiting patiently. See, these summary ones, I feel like that it might be a little bit delay in between. All right. We have an audio file. And this one from January 30th, 2023. January 30th, 2023. Is it an audio file? Yes. AUSA. Miss Foster, please play the first minute and 10 seconds. Audio playing. It's a female's voice. Goes on to say, two things were weird. The only person who knew was you. Someone found an iPad. Someone found an iPad. Something about an audio recording from January 2023. January 30th, 2023. Whose voice? What's on the iPad? Might be KK talking about an iPad, possibly. Something on an iPad. Probably what others testified about. What did Jonathan Perez talk about and testify about the iPad and about the video that was up on an iPad of a freak off between Diddy and Jane? Remember that? Might be getting into that right now. Yeah, it's the iPad from the other day, I think. Jonathan, the iPad incident. If we could go back and review Jonathan's testimony, I'm sure we're in that time. But it's an audio recording that they're playing right now of someone, assuming it's the female voice. That's what Inner City Press. So, I mean, I really don't know what KK sounds like. Does anyone know who KK sounds like? Has anyone heard her on voice? Yeah, they're talking about the video they found. That's what I think they are doing. About that video Jonathan Perez talked about. He also, remember, he also said Chef K was around at the time. And KK was like basically telling Jonathan, from now on, everything comes through me. You take it to me, not him. These charts are meant to show the jury text messages and other information that had been discussed in testimony but were submitted into evidence. So, yeah, I think this is something to do with that, what Jonathan said on Friday. We shall hear. Let's see if they say, whose voice is that? Because it's saying in this recording, the only person who knew was you. I think at first they were like drilling Jonathan. Like Jonathan was involved here. Jonathan's like, no. I'm shocked that they didn't hook up Jonathan to lie detector tests and stuff over that. I thought that's what he was about to say, that he would go to 1710 Broadway and meet Big Pun and put some wires on his head, tell him he got to take this test. Summary witness. Her role is to explain a lot of this stuff. Okay, so yeah, it's KK's voice on this tape. What did KK say in this? Sankar, she says, he's going to the Four Seasons and wants to bring you Gatorade and chicken noodle soup. So something about a Four Seasons. She's just going to be playing different things. Voices. But she's on tape. Read this. I'll be David Shirley. Who is David Shirley? Rock riding with him? And Sankar is going to be KK. So the AUSA is now reading something in the courts. AUSA is pretending they're an individual named David Shirley. That's a new name I've never heard of. David Shirley. Again, KK is in this message. He's going to the Four Seasons and wants you to bring Gatorade and chicken noodle soup. Recovery. Recovery from the freak-offs. That's where I'm. Recovery from the freak-offs. David Shirley is now. A conversation between David Shirley and KK is being discussed right now. David Shirley and KK. Rock riding with you. Rock. A chart is being presented to the jury, focuses on documents involving KK, the chief of staff for Combs. These include text and audio messages retrieved from various cell phones, as well as audio files. KK is a vital part of the government's racketeering case against Combs. She is also one of the people prosecutors have painted as a participant in Combs' enterprise, which they contend conspired to protect Combs' reputation and cover up his alleged crimes. So, I mean, clearly they're showing that KK is involved in this enterprise. And now it's communications. So, for whatever reason, KK's not on the stand, she's in trouble. Big, big trouble. KK goes on to say to David Shirley, can you run $4,000 cash from Rock to the hotel? Ooh, 4,000. Can you run 4K in cash from Rock to the hotel? David Shirley, sure. Oh, KK says, heads up. He's about to do Wild King night tonight. Ooh. AUSA, as David Shirley, forget to pick up the money. Just give it to Fahim, just in case. There you go. Call. Instructing David Shirley to run $4,000 cash from Rock to the hotel. He's about to do Wild King tonight. There you go. There you go. She knows. She clearly knows what this is about, KK. She clearly knows and is instructing money to go involved with this Wild King night. Money, 4,000. Well, guess what has been testified? Most of these escorts and entertainers receive about $4,000. A lot. They said average, I heard $2,000 to $4,000 in that range, right? She's now in text talking about how to pay off these people, clearly showing that she knows what's going on with these king nights, aka freak-offs. Combs likes to call them king nights. Jane said there were hotel nights. We refer to them as freak-offs. A lot of different names of these events. So there you go. Boom. It's KK having a conversation with other associates about money being sent over with bodyguards' names being involved. Rock. From Rock. I'm assuming Rock, R-O-C, is D-Rock. Rock, the Rock. The Rock. The Rock. The Rock. That's not Rock with a K. She's the shot caller. She's the one, the facilitator. Literally, she's the one. Some say that she's the head of the snake. This is bad. And you know what? I'm thinking if she's going down, or she, KK, if KK's going down as Maxwell to Epstein, right? And she's going to ride or die for Diddy, the prosecution might be sending a message right now to KK. If she's out there and she's not cooperating and she plans to go to trial or plans to keep her mouth shut, and maybe she was offered to cooperate and she's like, no, I'm not going to turn against Mr. Combs. I'll never do that. I'll go to prison and do my grave. Well, now the prosecution is maybe sending her a message right now is, yo, we got stuff on you right now, and it's being revealed in this trial. AUSA, what does the hotel write to KK? Sandcard, that hotel called. Paul is coming up. Paul is coming up. Does Paul appear elsewhere in the chart? Yes. Now they're turning off exhibits. Let's turn off the exhibit screens to the public and press. Judge, Just let me know when they are off. Sealed stuff. Sealed stuff. But the hotel got in contact with KK, I guess, and said Paul was coming up. The way I'm interpreting this, we'll get more context to this shortly. What they're doing is they're establishing that KK is clearly involved in the participants in these King Hotel freak-offs when it comes to money and participants. Sandcar is a summary witness. She's sharing charts, exhibits, text, graphs, all that stuff. The messages that she's reading now are from a chart in December 29th, 2019. LOL. Think I saw one of the cowboys today. You can spot them in the lobby like an escort. I forgot to tell you about it. Lopez texted KK. KK texted back 4 laughing emojis. By the way, how long is he going to stay awake? She said in the messages. LOL, I'm guessing until tomorrow night, Lopez responded. 2 women who had dated Combs and testified against him in this trial, Cassie and Jane, previously testified she and Combs used a service called Cowboys and Angels to find escorts for freak-offs. Okay, so there's the cowboy quote. There's the cowboy quote. I saw one of those cowboys today. You could spot them in a lobby like the escort. And KK's laughing with 4 emojis. How long is he going to stay awake? Because they know that these people last days in these freak-offs. Oh, KK. You clearly knew, KK. And you're involved. You're involved up to your eyeballs, KK. And Sandcar is spilling the beans with graphs, charts, exhibits, documents, text, all that stuff. Now something's being sealed. Remember, freak-off was one name, according to testimony in this trial, for what witnesses said were sexual encounters between a Combs girlfriend and a male entertainer, often in a hotel room. Jonathan Perez, a personal assistant to Combs from December 2021 to September 2024, testified Friday about staff members setting up King Nights, which he described as Combs going to a hotel to have private time with a female. But clearly, they're showing text talking about Cowboys and Angels escorts that KK was aware of, including KK talking about where money should be sent to pay off these escorts. That's what they're showing. KK paying and directing about the escorts. David Shirley. It's a conversation they're sharing between KK and a guy named David Shirley. Now, I pulled up a little bit of bio on David Shirley, because I know people in the chat were saying David Shirley worked for Combs. According to theorg.com, David Shirley Jr., his bio says David Shirley Jr. has a diverse work experience spanning various roles in marketing, production, and brand development. Dave is currently serving as Senior Director, Creative Development and Production at Revolt, where they have been since November 2022. I don't know how old this article is. He basically worked for Revolt He began his education at Piper High School. He obtained a diploma in 2006. He went to Full Sail University 2010, 2011, earning an associate degree in recording engineering. That's who they're talking about. Communication between David Shirley and, so Shirley's up in this too, apparently. Shirley knows about this too. Here's another one that clearly knows what's going on. Shirley knows about these things. So Shirley just been outed by the prosecution as knowing about these. So Shirley could be in trouble too. By the way, Shirley could be in trouble too. David Shirley, another employee in KK, talking about the payment of these escorts in communications that Sandcar is reading about. AUSA, please read these messages between Jane and KK. Sandcar, as KK. Ask them if they can bring up 15 bath towels. Oh, 15 bath towels to clean up the mess. AUSA is pretending to be Jane. He always brings between 5 and 10K. They are expecting people to leave the presidential suite at 1 p.m. As KK, we're taking off. All right. So communication between Jane and KK are being played in text. KK is talking about, ask them if they can bring up 15 bath towels. 15 bath towels. 15 bath towels. Yeah. To clean up the mess. The quicker picker-upper. Oils. Condoms. Astroglide all over the place. Remember, the rooms would get trashed. KK knows that the rooms are being trashed. But here's where it is. Jane herself talking about he always brings between 5 and 10K. $5,000 and $10,000. Because, you know, he pays these escorts, or did he has one of these other people to pay once the escort's done? And depending on how good they do or not do, because sometimes things get embarrassed and whatnot, the escorts get significant amount of money, ranging between a few $1,000s into the mid-thousands of dollars. But Jane is saying he's always bringing these. So they're discussing bath towels and they're discussing money. And this is KK. Money. In order to do this sex trafficking stuff and facilitating, you got to pay. You got to pay these people. You got to pay. It's not all done free. What they're doing is not showing things consensual. They're showing literally a prostitution operation. That's what they're sharing right now. On top of all the testimony, they're showing proof of a prostitution. It's like she's the madam. Oh, make sure there's towels. Make sure so-and-so got his money. Make sure the hotel's set up. It's KK as the head of this, like, brothel. Seriously, it's like KK running the brush. She's a madam. At the direction of Diddy or on her own initiative, or they're both in it together, as far as, I don't know who's higher up here, because sometimes that makes me wonder if KK's actually hired, like KK's like this, runs the entire prostitution operation of Combs Enterprises. Maybe he's the mafia boss and he's the boss, but KK, the assistant, is part of the operational aspect of these freak offs, because that's what's being talked about here. KK's directing money, towels, supplies. Here we go. What are these about? Setting up the flight for Jane. What is this? Flight information from Jessica Ruiz to KK for Arthur J. Paul. It's they're showing KK setting up flight arrangements for all these escorts Flight information. Here's your flight number. Here's your ticket number. Here. Jessica Ruiz to KK for Arthur J. For Paul. Paul. You know who Paul is. Paul is the Shaquille O'Neal of the entire, or it could be Brendan Paul. I don't know. Could be Paul. Paul. It could be Brendan Paul. We'll see. They say Paul. This is crazy, folks. She is like the madam. Can we pick up cash for Guido? Here we go. Here's more. Communications talking about cash for Guido. Can you pick up the cash for Guido at Mapleton? Mapleton, Los Angeles home of Diddy that got raided. Mapleton. Can you pick up the cash for Guido at Mapleton? This is KK communicating with Jane. Can you pick up the cash for Guido at Mapleton? Guido has been testified as a drug dealer. Drug dealers. So what they're showing right now is all types of activity. Prostitution, drug dealing, paying off escorts, setting up hotels, cleanups of freak offs. That's what they're sharing. Rico. Right here. It's right before our eyes. This isn't just domestic violence, whatever like that. This is KK managing all this stuff. This sticky stuff. And you know the sticky stuff. Sticky stuff. Guido has been name dropped. That's the drug dealer, Guido. You've heard him over and over. Can you pick up the cash for Guido? When you say, can you pick up the cash for a drug dealer? You think you're just talking about being friends with a drug dealer? AUSA goes on to say, going ahead in time, could we objection to going ahead in time? AUSA, I withdraw. Going ahead in time. Who is this between? Oh my goodness. They're showing text between Diddy and KK. Sean Combs and KK. They say Guido hasn't dropped off the package yet. He's done. Both of them are done. They're sharing communications between Combs and KK about Guido dropping off the package. Dropping off the package. Drugs. Guido, drug dealer. You think that this guy's going to get off when they're sharing text messages between KK and Diddy about dropping off a package by a drug dealer? We're going to get more full context to this, but whoa, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Flights, paying the drug dealer, packages. Did the package get delivered yet, KK? Affirmative, over. That kind of stuff. Did the package get delivered? Did Guido deliver the package? And this is also showing that Diddy knows all about Guido in the package. What does KK write to Sean Combs? She writes, Guido is outside. They now are playing Combs' voice. Dun, dun, dun. Guido is outside with the drugs. All right, so play it. Combs' voice sounds hoarse. Oh, it sounds hoarse. He says, about Guido, take care of it, please. Take care of it. And what does KK respond? Done. Oh, my goodness. So they do it like straight like a mafia voice. Take care of that. KK tells Diddy in a voice, done. It's done. Guido, the drug dealer, the package. Take care of it. Done. Yo. Facilitating a drug sale right there. Right there. Crime. Boom. That's a crime. Shipment of drugs. That one there. All you need is 2 elements of RICO. 2 crimes. You got hundreds. RICO. Folks, share this video out. We are discussing live in real time. KK, Diddy caught facilitating a drug deal with Guido in their own voices. Their own voices. Their own voices, ladies and gentlemen. Their own voices. Yo. 1 minute ago, CNN says the jury was shown text messages between Combs and KK on November 14th, 2021. Combs asked KK if the room was ready and said he didn't want the hotel to know it was him to avoid any unneeded charges. KK responded that Combs should wait to go to the room until after Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, and Joey get there. Joey. Combs' assistant, Jonathan Perez, previously testified that another one of Combs' assistants was named Joey. Joey. After Combs was in the room, KK texted him, hotel called. Paul is coming up. Holy smokes. So KK's instructing or in letting Diddy know that hotel call. Paul, like the hotel's almost in on it. Like the hotel's supposed to let them know when the escort comes so they can let Combs know that the escort is on his way up. Paul is on his way up. Jane previously testified that she and Combs would often have hotel nights. Holy smokes. They're discussing the whole escort operation. KK and Diddy. Holy smokes. Hard evidence of Diddy telling his second in command to take care of the drug connection. That is more RICO evidence. This is hard evidence, folks. Hard evidence from seized devices. This is not hearsay, ladies and gentlemen. This is not hearsay. It's proof. And it's also in their own words, in their own mouth. They're playing their own voices, discussing drug deals. A drug deal, at least. One drug deal. Last week of prosecution witnesses, we have a paralegal on the stand deciphering through the communication from the seized devices. Remember, KK, it's like, you know what's crazy about this? It's like KK kept all the evidence in her little black phones, like a black book. She kept it all. And what in the heck? Who in the heck is recording themselves talking about drug? Who's recording? Don't tell me that they recorded their own crime. That's like the idiots out there doing crimes and recording themselves committing crimes. I mean, that's crazy. It appears that KK liked to record everything. Unless they're being wiretapped at the time and they're playing a wiretap. I don't understand how this recording and who was doing the recording. All right, so we got some more stuff. Oh, we got Cassie. Back to Cassie. Do some of these messages involve Cassie? Yes. Page 5. May 2nd, 2:17. What are these? Text messages between Cassie and KK. AUSA is pretending to be Cassie. WTF. What the? In all caps. That's Cassie. KK responds, are you okay? Cassie responds, no one deserves to be dragged by the hair. Ooh, what's KK gonna say? That's what I'm saying. So Cassie is letting KK know May 2nd, 2:17. She's like, what the F? KK's like, are you okay? No one deserves to be dragged by the hair. Oh boy. So this is, as previously testified, KK, it was brought to KK's attention about all the things that were happening to Cassie. Cassie would inform KK, and she literally just turned a blind eye to it. She didn't do nothing about it, or would say, I'll take care of it, never take care of it, and the bad behaviors continue. She is the madam. She's like the Medusa, right? She's like the Medusa of this, the madam. Yeah. She's the madam, and they're proving it right here. Rico. She is literally part of this operation. Yep. The jury was shown messages that KK, Sean Diddy Combs' chief of staff, sent to Jane and Combs between February 12th and 14th of 2022, discussing a hotel room. One of KK's messages said in part, your damage charges on the one hotel are always high. KK later sent a message to Jane, who dated Combs from 21 to 24, telling her to ask them if they could bring up like 15 bath towels. Jane texted KK saying that Combs always brought cash and asking if his security could bring around $5,000 to $10,000. KK later texted Combs saying, Jane asked if you could bring $5,000 to $10,000. It's all in your safe. Whoa. KK even knows where the money is. In the safe. KK is so involved here that she knows where the money is. She knows where the safe is. She knows how much is in the safe. This is insane. KK never protected Cassie. She was part of the operation, what Diddy was doing, and would minimize it or protect Diddy. Combs' frequent employment of male escorts for marathon sex sessions became a bit of a running joke among his employees. According to testimony earlier in this trial, Combs and his former girlfriend Cassie frequently hired the service Cowboys for Angels. Combs' assistant, Ryan Lopez, texted KK on December 29th, 2019, LOL, I think I saw one of the Cowboys today. You could spot them in a lobby like an escort. I forgot to tell you about it. KK responds back with 4 laughing emojis, faces. By the way, how long is he going to stay awake? You know why? Because KK's laughing because these Cowboys for Angels have to stay awake for days participating in these freak-offs. Lopez responds, LOL, I'm guessing until tomorrow night. So they just think it's funny because they're going to have to stay up a long time to do these freak-offs. And they're making a joke about it. They're making a joke about this marathon sex that whoever was in the room, Jane, had to be subjected to. And also Cassie with the course of Cowboys and Angels. They're getting into another text right now. And it says row 87 and 92, April 20th, 218. Cassie and KK. AUSA pretending they are Cassie. I just can't anymore. KK, I'm here for you with a little heart emoji. I'm here for you. AUSA as Cassie. I'm bummed, but don't want to derail. KK says, definitely don't derail. It's not worth it. Oh, man. Is that KK telling Cassie, you better go along with the plan or else? In a way of kind of like saying to her, don't mess it up. Don't mess up the program. Don't mess it up at all. It's what it sounds like. Don't derail. It's not worth it. Oh, boy. Ladies and gentlemen, bombshell evidence clearly showing KK knows about this operation and is helping run this operation. Insight about KK's knowledge, not just with Jane, but with Cassie. Cassie, too. Here we go. We got some other new information. Texts show Combs asking staff to obtain 15 pills of Molly for him. Yeah, don't derail. He'll beat you to a pulp. Exactly, Monica, baby. Don't derail. Where else? You know that Diddy was going to fire back at you and put his hands on you and do some harm, bodily harm to you. It's not worth it. So KK, like, just telling her to just keep performing. Keep performing. Do what you have to do. Where else? Combs asked his employees to pick up illegal substances for him in 2022. According to text messages entered into evidence. Prosecutors reviewed messages between Combs, KK, and Combs' head of security, Fahim Mohammed. Oh, it appears he's not testifying either. So I expect an indictment coming down on Fahim too. Absolutely. From November 24th, 2022. In the messages, KK asks Combs what Muhammad needs to pick up before flying to Miami. Combs says 15 pills of Molly. Before instructing KK not to text about it. Trying to hide. Don't make sure you don't say this in text. Oh boy, the jury saw messages between KK, Diddy, and head of security Fahim Mohammed. Puff, can you text? Oh, look at this. This is KK. Puff, can you text Fa, F-A-E-H, what you need him to pick up before his flight to Miami? Combs responded that he had already told her, and KK said that he didn't give the final information. Molly, 15 pills. Whoa! Molly, I want 15 pills. Combs responded. The jury saw a message between Muhammad that he sent to Combs, KK, in April 2023. Just gave $5,000 to Brendan Paul, for a hotel, Muhammad said. Drug mule, Brendan Paul, $5,000. Molly, you know what ecstasy, Molly for hotels. Freak offs, as the victims have testified, it enhances them sexually. Diddy would make them take a Molly. Here's communications between the parties on the Molly. Oh, Molly. Crazy. Let's turn to Jane's messages. You read Jane. Sankar is pretending she is Jane. We got into a fight, and I'm not doing hotel night. I'll bring him a cake. What is the date of this filing? November 16, 2023. November 16, 2023. Whoa, what day? Someone, can someone share when Cassie's lawsuit got dropped? Because we're on November 16, 2023. No, that would be 2024. No, 2023, right? When did Cassie's lawsuit get dropped? Because they're showing a date, exact date. I know it's in November. Can someone share the exact date offhand? I don't want to look at the exact date of Cassie's lawsuit. Communication on November 16, 2023. What is the date of this filing? What are these? Audio file, November 19, 2020. All right. But she's saying, Jane is like, we got into a fight. I'm not doing hotel night. Play it. All right. I don't know if I can emulate a phone call. Phone ringing. Combs' voice. Phone ringing. Ah, obstruction of justice right here. Boom. Combs says, yo, we can't really talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. We can't talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? I called. I reached out. You know what I'm saying? My love is definitely true. Just some kinky shit that I thought we definitely enjoyed. Jane's voice. I don't know. Voice cracks. It's like word for word. It's like crazy to me. It feels sick. It's over the lawsuit. It's over the lawsuit. It's over the lawsuit. Diddy's like, I can't talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, yeah, you know. You know, Diddy. You know. That's pretty much saying, yo, we got to meet in person. Actually, we can't talk on this phone. I'm not going to stay on the phone. That's like people getting arrested. And then when they get arrested and they're in the jail and they're picking up the phone, calling their family and saying, yeah, well, we can't talk on the phone. We can't talk on the phone. You know, what do you got to hide, Diddy? Play the next one. Combs' voice. I really need your friendship right now. Do not send texts. Do not send texts. I really need your friendship right now. Do not send texts. That's what Diddy told Jane in an audio recording. Looks like it was November 19th, 2023. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Lawsuit that Cassie filed against Diddy was on November 16th, 2023. The jury is now hearing audio tapes between Jane, because, you know, Jane said she read the lawsuit. She felt sick to her stomach because her heart sank because she said, that's my life too. The same things happened to me. So now Diddy and Jane are having a conversation on November 19th, just 3 days after the lawsuit was filed. And Combs said, we can't talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? I really need your friendship right now, but don't send texts. You got nothing to hide. Why would you tell somebody I can't talk on this phone? That's a guilty conscience right there. That's guilty. You're a guilty conscience. You're trying to stop because you know you're either being recorded or the feds are watching you and you don't trust anyone. You don't even trust even to talk on the phone about anything. I can't talk on the phone right now. You know what I'm saying? I really need your friendship. Don't send texts. Audio recording. I just need to tell you I need your friendship. Yeah, I need your friendship. I need your help. I need you to stay by me. Please don't turn on me. Baby, I got to meet my moms. You know what I'm saying? Oh! Oh! Listen to this. This is even more crazy. I think he brings his mom, Janice, into this. He's telling her, I really need your friendship right now. Don't send texts. Please, I really need your friendship right now. Baby, I got to meet my moms. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. What do you mean got to meet your mom, Diddy? What do you mean you got to meet Janice? And you're telling Jane not to speak on the phone and we can't text. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? I got to meet my moms to consult with my mom because, you know, this is all going down with Cassie and we got to come up with a strategy here. Why is he bringing his moms in this? That's what he's saying in this. And, you know, some people speculate Janice knows more than what she is portraying, or Janice is involved up to her eyeballs. Now, I'm not saying that as a statement of fact, but a lot of people in the chat say Janice has a lot at stake here with the entire thing. I got to meet with my moms. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. 3 days later, what are these? So 3 days later, KK writes, we all know you're kryptonite. Oh, we all know you're kryptonite. Oh, man. They are trying to make sure Jane is on board with them. AUSA, as Combs. Please make sure Robin makes sure that rent is paid. Oh, they're trying to pay her off right away. They're trying to pay Jane off right away. Combs, please make sure Robin makes sure that rent is paid. Sankar, as KK. Robin said her rent was paid. So what they're trying to say is just days after the lawsuit of Cassie was filed, Diddy and KK are making sure that Jane's rent is paid ASAP. You know why? Because KK has all the stuff and they don't want to tick KK off or make KK, or I'm sorry, they don't want Jane to turn on them. So they want to make sure she's happy, keep her happy. It's almost like paying somebody off. So she's, you know, Jane doesn't turn on them because they don't need Jane at that time to turn on them. Pay her rent, KK. Make sure Robin pays her rent. We heard this already, absolutely. But it's showing not just hearsay in someone's version. This is now being corroborated via text and communication. They have the receipts to the testimony. The feds are not just going to go by somebody to come up on the stand and say stuff if they can't back it up. They're backing up what Jane previously said. It's corroboration. It's what they're doing. It's what they're doing. But it makes sense. Cassie's lawsuit drops. Couple days later, Diddy's telling Jane, nope, can't text him. Nope. I need you to be on board. You know, I need you to be our friend. I need you to be on board here. I can't talk. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. I gotta go speak to my moms. And then a couple days later, her rent is paid. Her rent is paid. An image found. What is this? An image found on KK's phone from December 28, 2023. A photo of a cell screen. It says, I lost work opportunities. Ooh, what does that mean? As Jane, you broke me. You asked what I needed to move on, and now you are upset. This is Jane in a communication, December 28, 2023. This is where Diddy, is asking her, what do you want? And she said a dollar amount, and then Diddy just flipped out on her saying, oh, yeah, you're scamming me and all that kind of stuff. But Diddy's the one that initiated the conversation, said, what do you want? Who are these between? Sankar, Jane to KK. He said he would send the tapes to my baby daddy. I'm traumatized. He asked me who I'm seeing over and over again. Here you go. Remember Jane said that Diddy threatened to send the sex tapes to the baby's daddy? And you know who the baby's daddy is. Well, now, 50 Cent, right? 50 Cent. Diddy was like, I'm going to send the tapes to the baby's daddy. Well, this is Jane now communicating with KK about those threats. He said he'll send the sex tapes to the father of my child. On then, I'm drugged. I'm beyond hurt by him. What does KK say? KK says, I haven't spoken with him. AUSA, these photos of a cell phone, can you read them? This is more proof of Diddy blackmailing Jane and KK involved here. As far as, KK knows. Says I haven't spoken with him. Now, I don't know. They're jumping now to another incident. But it is corroborating what Jane. You can't say Jane's a liar on the stand when she claims that Diddy was threatening to release sex tapes of her to the baby's daddy. Some people say, well, that's just Jane saying it. There's no proof. That's just Jane making up. Well, guess what? They're showing Jane talking to KK about it. December 28, 2023. Absolutely, it's blackmail. They're trying to get Jane to be on board or shut her mouth or not do anything. Or else. 1 month after the Cassie lawsuit. Don't forget, Cassie as a victim has testified that he threatened to release sex tapes of Cassie and send them to Cassie's parents' jobs so everyone sees. And these photos on a cell phone, can you read them? Jane says, you have effed everything up. You win. You win. What are these? Videos found on KK's device. Dun, dun, dun. Videos on KK's device. Miss Foster, play it. Women's voice. Like $1,000. What's in the photo? Like a long manicured nail. $1,000. KK talking about $1,000. Oh boy. Try to get more of understanding what's going on here. And what exactly more context to this. But clearly, Diddy and KK are involved in a gigantic RICO conspiracy together. Threats, money, drugs, prostitution, hiding, covering evidence, shipments of things, other workers and associates, trying to blackmail Jane, pay off her rent after the Cassie lawsuit. All these victims bringing attention to what Diddy is doing to them, to KK, who says she'll look into it and take care of it, and she ends up doing nothing. That is a word I like to use a lot called deliberate indifference. Deliberate indifference. Deliberate indifference is a legal term referring to consciousness or reckless disregard of a known risk or harm to another person. KK clearly knows what's happening to these victims, and she doesn't do anything about it. She doesn't do it. That's a legal term, by the way. A lot of lawsuits, federal lawsuits, they always use the word deliberate indifference. Deliberate indifference here. I'll go talk to him. Yeah. I bet you did, KK. You probably told him what to do to cover up or conceal more while the behavior continues to go. I'll go talk to him. She didn't put a stop to this. That's the point. That's the whole point about this also. Because you can't say, KK can't say, I wasn't aware what he was doing. I had no idea what he was doing. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, KK. Everyone's sharing with you exactly what's happening. And you're like, oh, yeah, whatever. Okay, And you're probably sitting there doing drugs with Diddy and laughing about it behind the scenes after these victims bring forward their trauma of what they're going through. Not a care in the world, KK. Only thing you're going to do is when things are about to get a little bit spicy, when these victims are really pushed over the edge and about to whistle blow, you bribe them. You pay off their rent. You threaten them. The same MO. Over and over again. We got you. You've been exposed, KK. You've been exposed at the trial here. We're on a break. What did KK write? All right, let me just finish this. There's some additional stuff, but I think we have a break. Can you have your break today? What does KK write as KK? They just chilling at his house, out to shop like King Knight mode or Gucci bag mode. LOL. Your Honor, can we break here? Okay. King Knight mode or Gucci mode. LOL. So KK thinks it's funny. Another thing is, KK, when she's discussing with our staff about King Knights, cowboys and angels and escorts, her and her staff thinks it's all fun and game. Fun, King Knight, Gucci bags, money. Oh, they might be up all night. They might be doing marathon sessions. KK, you think it's funny trafficking women. You think it's funny, KK, victimizing these people. You think it's funny getting all these escorts and hopscotching them across the globe at paying them. Think it's good. She is the Maxwell. She is Maxwell right here. I'll say it. I'll say it. If what I'm saying, KK, is wrong, send me a demand letter. Let's rock and roll. You are being exposed. She's being exposed here. She's already been exposed with the testimony, but digital evidence and text don't lie. Particularly what's been seized from her devices. She had every opportunity to probably set the record straight and cooperate or own up to this, but it doesn't appear like she's going to be testifying against Diddy. Maybe the prosecution doesn't want her. I have a feeling, though, that we might be covering the KK trial down the line. Because if she had an opportunity to testify and she didn't, and then she's going to get indicted, she'd be an idiot to plead guilty, just straight up guilty to a RICO, where she had an opportunity to cooperate for a reduced sentence, but she's going to plead guilty anyway. Makes me think that this individual probably will go be a fool and go to trial too, but maybe she'll come to her senses once this verdict comes down. KK, she knew. So for her to have the audacity, like she didn't know, let me get her statement right here again. Now, we've been listening to the whole trial. I want to get this statement out, what she said, because she clearly knew about this stuff. Let me get the actual statement. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the statement that she said. Let me get this in writing. She goes on to say, for months, horrific accusations have been made about me in various lawsuits regarding my former boss. KK said in a statement, these false allegations of my involvement are causing irreparable and incalculable damage to my reputation and the emotional well-being of myself and my family. You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding me. I have never, she goes on to say, I have never condoned or aided and abetted the sexual assault of anyone, nor have I ever drugged anyone. The idea that I could be accused of playing a role in or even being a bystander to the rape of anyone is beyond upsetting, disturbing, and unthinkable. That is not who I am, and my heart goes out to all victims. You've got to be kidding me. Don't be coming to us with that line of BS. The prosecution just shared communications with your voice, with text of her. I'm almost like I'm speaking directly to her. I'm just going to speak to all of you. As if she's watching. It wouldn't be shocking. Her people are watching. They're watching because we're the channel when it comes to this during the daytime. She's at the edge of their seat. If she ain't watching this channel, she is literally refreshing every freaking second of some media outlets' tweets that are going on inside that courtroom. She's on pins and needles. Believe that, ladies and gentlemen. Rico, KK. For her to say all that bag of BS is ridiculous. It's actually insulting. She got exposed. They seized her devices, her AKA Black Book, and her devices. Am I wrong on this assessment? Please share what you think. I mean, we see it how it is here. She's busted. She's busted. So all that talk about, oh, I'm not involved and stuff, it's ridiculous. Hello, everyone. Melissa says, I think I said this last week, but again, the government needed to call those sex trafficking experts from Arizona to explain what sex trafficking is. Thank you for the comment. Folks, she's being exposed in real time right here. And it's also laying the foundation for RICO, sex trafficking, prostitution over interstate lines. It's all being talked about now, corroborated, not just with the victims and witness testimony, but with digital evidence. They called her an agent, a co-conspirator. That's it. She's laughing in these texts. Out to shop like King Knight mode or Gucci bag mode. LOL. Oh boy. Oh boy. So all that cover up and everything like that. I need something. I need some coffee. So I'll be back in a minute. Stand by, folks. There we are on a break. We'll continue to listen to KK, Diddy expose themselves. Sandcar's on the stand. She is a paralegal that has been deciphering through the hundreds of pages of evidence and corroborating what some of these victims have testified. Both it appears Jane and Cassie communication. So I'm going to get myself a fresh cup of coffee. Voice is good. This is all good. We're back. We're back. We're better than ever. We're a growing community. We're here to listen to the case. United States of America versus Sean P. Diddy Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy. Magnolia put, dun, 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 dun. Another victim has gone public. Chelsea Lovelace refiled her lawsuit in the true name and accused Diddy of all the same crimes. She was another girlfriend from 2020 to 2024. Apparently, she filed something and then she had to refile. We'll get more into that in a bit. A new victim. A new victim. Could that be the one with the furniture? Could that be the one in the furniture in D.C.? Remember the furniture? We were all like thinking it was Chelsea Handler. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Stay tuned. I'll be back in a minute, folks. Cheers. JLR Investigate. Stay tuned.
Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? And when I come through, don't I show love, don't I cop the smoke, cop the bug, rewards, wolves, get your ass in the tub, let's get it. You pop the jaw, and I'm domino. And if you come through on that bullshit, then it's dominoes. Get it? You illin', and I'm chillin'. You little niggas be holding your feelin'. And I'm steadily trying to get this money up stacked from the motherfucking floor to the ceiling. Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? And when I come through, don't I show love, don't I cop the smoke, cop the drink. The war's warm and let's get to the pink. You can twiddle with these, you can twiddle with those. You can play with those little broke niggas, we niggas right here from coast to coast. Shorty good when you giving a toast. Just remember me though, got you though, and I came through with that there amazing ego.
Hello. Welcome back. See a lot of people still in the chat. Awesome. All right, so we are on break. KK being exposed right before our eyes. We'll see what happens here. What else gets revealed? You know, a lot of these communications via, I don't know if eventually they'll be unsealed or if we'll ever actually get to see these and they'll share them on transcripts later on. But I would love to read through these texts if they actually put them on the docket. It's a labyrinth maze, the inner workings of this RICO sex trafficking conspiracy, not just with Diddy, but right now, co-defendant and or similar defendant, KK, Christina Karam. Christina Karam, future co-defendant, future defendant in some sort of criminal indictment. I think it's almost given at this point. It's not if, but when. Jury takes a short break, and the defense or the prosecution always likes to leave. The defense did it last week, though, too. Leave on a high note whenever there's this break stuff. So we got this issue. We also have the juror issue. The judge at the end of the day will be addressing another potential juror problem. I don't know what juror number that is. Some people said 8. Rumors that it might be juror number 8. They have an issue with another juror. We shall see. This is a look at Times Square as we continue to cover the case. United States of America, Sean P. Diddy Combs. We're hearing from the paralegal who's on the stand. Soon we will hear from the drug mule. The drug mule. Soon we should hear from the drug mule. Can't wait for that. That's gonna be fire, isn't it? Brendan Paul, come on down. But we also have another summary witness too after this. So someone else is going to reveal some stuff too. Probably somebody that works for the prosecution or some sort of law enforcement tech and that sort of deal. Oh my God, 6 ounces. I got a Keurig, 6, 8, 12. I put 6 ounces. We want shots of coffee. We got to stay awake. Stay hydrated, stay awake. Wow. All right. So in the meantime, looking around, kind of engaging with all of you a little bit. I don't know, maybe poll down the line of some sort of topic here. KK, Sucks. I was thinking that she was going to testify. That would have been fire. But it appears like she's not. Doesn't appear so. But in the meantime, this might be the second option. KK doesn't testify. Okay, we'll just bring charts and graphs and expose her anyway. This is a bad, brutal, damaging day for KK. Like, this is the worst yet for her. I mean, yeah, they talked, but now stuff has been revealed. She's all over all these media outlets that are doing all these updates on this case. There's no coming back from this, KK. No coming back. Could have just accepted responsibility, but it appears like you haven't. Because I think if she was willing to testify, the prosecution would most definitely use her. Prosecutors showed messages Jane shared with KK in December of 2023, stating that Combs threatened to expose sex tapes, appearing to show that Combs' chief of staff was aware of his blackmail threats to his alleged victim. In the message, Jane wrote that Combs was threatening to show the tapes in which she was heavily drugged to the father of Jane's baby. Jane wrote that she was traumatized by her time with Combs and was filled with emotion. KK told Jane that she had not seen Combs in 2 days and would call her. An audio file of a conversation between Combs and Jane after Cassie Ventura's abuse lawsuit was revealed to the public. Jane previously told the court that she was unaware the conversation was being recorded, which some people think it's KK recording the conversation or Combs. Jane was distraught, telling Combs that the lawsuit felt word for word like her experience and made her sick to her stomach. Jane testified earlier in the trial that she felt Combs exploited her for hotel nights and that she thought Combs used paying her rent as a tool. It's awfully fishy, folks, that just 2 days or 3 days, a few days after Cassie's lawsuit, Diddy's telling Jane, I can't talk on the phone, you know what I'm saying? I can't text, gotta go see my mama. And then instructing KK about Robin paying Jane's rent. Paying rent. All the things that Diddy needs to be worried about. And one of his big concerns was Jane, because Jane knows that a lot of the stuff in the Cassie stuff in the lawsuit applies to her. Diddy's probably worried, as we've heard, that he's paranoid that Jane was recording him, going to turn on him, spill the beans. He's trying to make sure that she is the ride or die, or, you know, they're good. They're friends. We're good, right? We're in good standing, right? Then when it appears that Jane has moved on from Diddy in December of 2023, talking about having a new life, Diddy's firing back at her, blackmailing her, release tapes, trying to scare her into complying with his demands to either be with him or continue to have freak-offs. Sick behavior. Sick. Welcome, Miss Washington. Welcome. Hello. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate that. A lot of new members. JLR Investigates. We appreciate every one of you that are coming into the chat as we watch this case in real time. Delicious. This is all spilling the tea. Now, is the court back yet? We should be back very, very, very shortly. The messages came after Cassie's lawsuit, in which Cassie accused Combs of SA and physical abuse. In the calls, which Jane testified she didn't know were being recorded, Jane and Combs talked about the lawsuit. And that's where we're at. Hello, it's 6/16/2025. You know, we only got about 2 more weeks and the month or the year is halfway over. Holy smokes, time flies, right? Time flies. I can't believe time is flying so fast. This year is halfway over. I remember it was New Year's. I remember like it was yesterday when we were covering that crazy terroristic attack down in New Orleans on New Year's, right? So some crazy stuff. And we're already here halfway through the year. This month has been absolutely wild with activity all across the country. I've never seen it so wild ever. In this case, which I call the trial of this century. I do call this trial the trial of the century. Name another trial. Name another trial that's bigger than this that happened since 2000. Can you name another trial? I know some people might say Casey Anthony, George Zimmerman, some other trials. And there's some big trials, but this one is pretty bad. Lynn says 2 police officers stabbed in the Manhattan courthouse lobby this morning. Interesting on that. Young Thug, yeah, that one went on for a long time. But you know, he's not. He's known, but he's not on this Diddy level. I don't think. I think he's like a little notch below Diddy. Michael Jackson in 2005. Johnny Depp, the civil case was a pretty wild case. The Johnny Depp. Jodi Arias, remember Jodi Arias? Travis Alexander, Arizona. Lori Valdello was a big case, right? Delphi's a pretty big case. Richard Allen, Delphi, Indiana was a pretty big case. Weinstein, pretty big case. So you guys are naming some cases, right? Guys are naming some cases. Some big cases. Jodi Arias was crazy, by the way. And here we are. Bill Cosby, that's a pretty big case. Bill Cosby. ASAP Rocky. People are naming some big cases. Somebody said Kyle Rittenhouse. That was a pretty big case in Wisconsin, right? Epstein didn't make it that far, right? Maxwell. Yeah, pretty big case. Alec Murdoch, pretty big case, right? Alec Murdoch. Remember that one? Hit a bunch of them. Letitia, Colorado. That was a pretty big case. Yeah. Bernie Madoff case in our time. Bernie Madoff, biggest Ponzi schemer of all time. O.J. Simpson case. We're talking about the Las Vegas case, right? Las Vegas. R. Kelly, pretty big. Yeah. Yeah. A lot. Susan Smith, she had a big parole case. All right, so let's continue to see what's going on here. Are we back from break? Not yet. But I am monitoring the situation. We're not back on break. So in the meantime, Jory says, still on a break. Jory sees text between Combs staff discussing King stuff. In messages between KK, Diddy, and another assistant, Brendan Paul. In the messages, Paul keeps KK informed as he escorts Combs to Jane's house. Ooh. So that's a new one. Brendan Paul escorts Combs to Jane's house. Brendan Paul. KK warned Paul that he might need King stuff potentially King stuff. Jane, Paul tells KK he's just going with the flow. KK says, oh, that's okay, LOL. So basically, he's lit. Paul responds, LOL, isn't lit? Oh, man. crazy. Sex tapes. Magnolia's putting them up on the screen. Some of the stuff that's been talking about. Jane texted KK saying, or say the jury says text messages between KK, Sean Diddy Combs, and Combs' assistant, Brendan Paul. She's going to keep putting them up here. In the messages, Paul keeps KK informed as he escorts Combs to Jane's house. KK warned Paul that he might need some king stuff potentially. Might need some king stuff. Jory's still on a break. While Combs is with Jane, Paul tells KK he's just going with the flow. KK says, LOL, okay, so basically he's lit. Paul responds, Brendan Paul, LOL, isn't lit lit? All right, so we are back. We're back. 10:55 a.m. So I'm going to get this up on the screen here. We are back, folks. AUSA has Sandcar back on the stand. What does this exhibit show? Here we go. Messages of Sean Combs and Damian Butler, a.k.a. D-Rock, and Mia. Turn off the screens to the public and the press. Exhibits. Sean Combs and Damian Butler. Oh, boy. Damian Butler. This was talked about last week a little bit of what Damian Butler. Now, they were trying to get admitted that Combs paid Butler some money, but the defense was trying to say that Butler's family member died and needed a headstone, so it shouldn't be admitted. And the judge agreed on that last week when it came to D-Rock. So Damian Butler, I'm assuming D-Rock is D Damian. Like for Damian, D-Rock. It's the Rock, the Rock, D-Rock. Oh boy, D-Rock. D-Rock, name dropped. About to be exposed. Stand by. This is another person that I feel like is going to be a co-conspirator down the line in some sort of legal filing with his actual name as a defendant. D-Rock. I feel like the RICO has already been proven. We will continue to see what gets exposed, what gets shared, what gets said. D-Rock just got name dropped. What could that be? D-Rock has been mentioned over and over. Why are we turning off screens, by the way, in a public trial? I'll never understand. Why are these things? Why are these screens getting turned off? I think it's irritating. It's supposed to be a public trial. Turning off screens. We should all see what D-Rock has to say. Messages between Combs and D-Rock. So the jury right now is looking at these messages. D-Rock and Diddy. What could be on these messages? Criminal activity, cover-ups, payment, dirty work, grimy stuff. How much did D-Rock get paid being part of Bad Boy Enterprises? Does anyone even know D-Rock's salary? The highest paid employee that I feel got the most, I don't know how much KK's salary is. How much is KK's salary? Kaplan was the only one that really said he made like $125,000. I wonder how much KK made. Because one thing we've talked about over and over in this case is the females that worked here and part of this, they got paid very minimal money and worked themselves to death hours. While the males, even though the males worked, the males would get six figures. I noticed that. I noticed a pattern. The males would make bonuses. Even Jonathan said he made up to $100,000. Jonathan. Meanwhile, you got like people like Capricorn Clark don't making nothing. She ain't making nothing. Capricorn Clark. Has Capricorn Clark spoke out since she testified? Has anyone heard from Capricorn Clark? Has she gone on any podcast? Has she said anything? I haven't found nothing. I see her kind of like quiet. Capricorn Clark. All right, turn off screens to the public and press. How are we supposed to do our jobs if we don't see and hear what's happening? Why is this only for the jurors' eyes only? I think that by the end of the day, we're going to be playing this crazy music on this new drawer issue. KK would have been paid in the neighborhood of $300K to $500K a year, if not more. I'm probably being conservative with this estimate. $500,000 a year to do everything for Diddy. Diddy's worth tens of millions of dollars. And he got staff around him. I think KK, yeah, that's a conservative figure. I think it's more. I wonder if KK ever had something going on with Diddy where KK was like, yo, you're going to pay me more. I want more or I'm going to share what's going on. I wonder if KK and Diddy ever went at it. Like KK's like, yo, I'll expose everything. I wonder. I think there's a possibility one day that KK maybe said to him, now, you do what I say, I'll destroy your whole operation. I bet you she did. I'm not saying she would do it all. I think they had maybe a possible fallout at one point in their career. Magnolia says, salary. Salary. What do you think? KK? Between them, problems in the marriage. And considering that Diddy is who he is, I think these two, really are the close, like peanut butter and jelly. I really do. Please read D-Rock's messages. Here we go. It goes on to say, right here, dun, dun, dun. Here we go. Please read D-Rock's messages. Sankar, as D-Rock. Love you, man. If you need a friend, I'm here. AUSA, as Combs. I'll call you back. Talking to the kids. You talking to the kids. Talking to the kids. D as D-Rock to Mia. Where are you? Mia, Virginia Beach. D-Rock texts her number to Combs. All right, so we're going to get into what's happening here between a conversation with Mia, D-Rock, and Combs involved here. They just outed where Mia lives. Thought they were supposed to protect the identity of Mia, and they're already talking about Virginia Beach. I don't think Mia's liking this right now. 757 in the building. I saw 757. 757 in the house. Love you, man. If you need a friend, I'm here. I'll call you back. Talking to the kids. Which kids? As Mia to D-Rock. I didn't have my phone. I was scuba diving. As D-Rock. We're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. He says he doesn't want anything from you. As Mia, super smart to stay in your bubble. You know what's going on here. Opening up a restaurant on the 17th. What type of restaurant? Anyone know about this restaurant? This is Mia. We're in Mia. We're going back to Mia. Remember Mia? Mia seems like she's been forgotten out of all this mix. It's like Jane and Cassie, but Mia. Super smart to stay in your bubble. Let's get this restaurant. Mia. Restaurant is a code word. We're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. Code? Code talk. Code talk. People in the chat are saying that's code talk. Code talk. We're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. He says he doesn't want anything from you. Sounds like code talk. Totally code. See, totally code. Is she being sarcastic when she says super smart to stay in your bubble? Mia has testified, though, that she was really close to D-Rock, by the way. Like a brother. This is when she was avoiding him. She said it. Yeah, we'll get an understanding of what this means. Yeah, because she previously, I'm going back to old. She previously testified that she pretended to be scuba diving one time to avoid their calls. Remember? She has testified about that. She was pretending to be scuba diving to avoid them. She testified about that. Yeah, we got code talk. D-Rock is a street dude. We're getting into code talk, though, but we are going to understand very shortly about the inner workings between Diddy and D-Rock. All right. Goes on to say, as Mia, I'm on this island off the coast of Honduras. D-Rock. I love to hear about Honduras. Let me know how I can send you something. Mia, I never asked for anything. D-Rock responds back to her. I'm allowed to send my sister a gift? Ooh, interesting. Mia tells D-Rock she's on an island off the coast of Honduras. D-Rock's like interested in this. I love to hear about Honduras. Let me know how I can send you something. No, he doesn't care about Honduras. His job and his mission is to send her something. He's trying to get her location. That's what it is. He's trying to get her location. By tricking her, saying, hey, I want to send you something. He's trying to get their location. She's hiding. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Y'all get it. Y'all see it. Y'all smart. Y'all are smart in the chat. I see it right here, mile away. I see where this is going. She's hiding, and D-Rock's trying to smooze her and con her into revealing the location. That's what's up. That's what's going on. D-Rock's like, oh, you're my sister. I want to send you something. No, D-Rock, you do what Diddy says, and you're pretending you're cool with her. You might like her, but you'll cross her in a heartbeat. You'll give her up in the heartbeat for Diddy. That's your job. It's your job. Yeah, Mia is MIA. MIA is MIA. Yeah, exactly. I bet it was Diddy texting from D-Rock's phone. Hey, it's a great possibility. Anyone consider that? Maybe Diddy's using D-Rock's phone because Diddy's trying to reach Mia because Mia's a boy. But it's just that, you know, last week we talked about another time when Jane was talking about she wasn't down with the freak-offs. And Diddy was like, for a particular freak-off, and Diddy's like, okay, cool. And then Diddy undercuts her, and Diddy contacts Paul and was like, I need you to work her, or I need you to convince her. So Diddy will use other people on his targets to try to trick them and manipulate them. That's his MO too. He's using his inner people around him to get things done. So if Diddy doesn't get the answer he wants, he'll use the others to try to work at these victims or people. Yeah, he's the gaslighting lord. He's the king of gaslighting. Like, he's thinking how to really manipulate these girls here. Knows what to say, how to threaten when he needs to threaten. It's the ultimate gaslight of how he treats people. And he uses his people around him too. He eventually ends up getting what he wants, one way or another. By force, by conning, by manipulation, by using his security guys, he gets what he wants. So once you're in his web, it's literally impossible to escape long term. Particularly when you're these female victims. You have to bribe. I'm going to send you something. Give me your address. We'll find out where this goes, though. The jury is seeing another summary of chart messages, including messages involving Diddy, Mia, and D-Rock, a.k.a. Damian Butler, a future, possibly, defendant in this case, or a separate indictment. Because if Damian's not testifying, he's in up to his eyeballs, just like KK. I would say, with all of this, now we could go back to other bodyguards like Ruben and Paulie, but I would say the major people here Diddy, KK, D-Rock, Fahim, maybe Robin, the accountant, whoever's, doing the money. I would say those people are the main ones. Brendan Paul. At the time. But I think the main ones. Brendan Paul is kind of like just a subordinate. They probably just use him as a duffel bag boy, a gopher, right? Brendan Paul, he's like a gopher, dude. Like he's expendable if need be. Matter of fact, he's a liability. Brendan Paul is a complete liability in their structural organization, but the inner workings of their people. They got henchmen, D-Rock and Fahim is the head henchman at the time. But D-Rock eventually left. Remember, they say he left at 217. Something like that. That's the way I heard it. But keep your comments coming and share in the chat. I see a lot of people communicating with each other. That's cool. Cool. Absolutely. So what's going to happen here? We're still stuck on, I want to send my sister a gift. On November 19, 2023, D-Rock texted Combs, "Need to hear your voice, bro. Love you," Combs responded. "Thank you for checking on me. Really appreciate you. Love you." A couple days after the lawsuit. Probably speaking in code like, "Yo, you got this under control? You good?" Like D-Rock probably contacting Combs a couple days after the lawsuit like, "Yo, what's up? What's the word on the streets?" Right? They're probably speaking in code. Maybe it's a way for them to get off. Talk on Signal, Telegram, chat, take it offline, talk in person. Because absolutely, once that lawsuit dropped, D-Rock's worried. Absolutely. 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 And then going back a little bit, talk to me, I talk back, said earlier, and we posted up on the screen. I missed it at the time. I was looking on the screen, but Farmhouse Poconos, a restaurant owned by D-Rock Butler. Thank you for that. Restaurant. Poconos. Some of the answers that you guys, some of the questions that we asked, we put the answers up on the screen so you can see it yourself. Thank you for providing some insight. Darla, thank you. One new member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Darla Johnson. Thank you. Very grateful. Appreciate that. For sure. For sure. All right, so where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? We're still at Honduras. We're still at Honduras. I want to know what happens here. All right, so what's going on here? New report comes out. The judge is back on the bench. Sankar is a paralegal specialist at the AUSA's office for Southern District of New York. Is on the stand. The jury is seeing another summary chart of messages, including messages involving Sean Combs, Mia, Combs' assistant from 209 to 217, who testified at his trial that Combs essayed her on multiple occasions, and Combs' former security guard, Damian Butler, who goes by D-Rock. On November 19, 2023, Combs texted, "Need to hear your voice. Love you, bro. Need to hear your voice, bro. Love you." Combs responded, "Thanks for checking in on me. Really appreciate you. Love you." The exchange came days after former Combs' girlfriend, Cassie, filed the lawsuit that was filed November 16th, 2023. Ooh. Did you have any involvement, any other involvement in this case? No. No further questions. Garagos up. Miss Sandcar, this message from Damian Butler to Sean Combs. Let's pull up exhibit line 363 days earlier. The legal filing. Some people actually suggested Combs' defense of who they're going to put on witnesses. KK, D-Rock, Kanye West, Young Miami. That'd be crazy, right? All right, so Garagos is asking Sandcar about a message from Damian Butler to Sean Combs. Exhibit line 363. And why isn't Garagos calling Damian Butler D-Rock? It's one thing I also noticed. They don't refer to him as D-Rock. But Damian Butler. Over the past 5 weeks, the government has portrayed D-Rock as part of Combs' enterprise, a pivotal component of its racketeering case against the music producer. D-Rock is part of the enterprise. That has been testified over and over in this trial. Man, that would have been good having D-Rock up on that stand. Right? What's happening here? All right, refreshing the screen. So here we go. We put a photo up there of D-Rock. That's who's being talked about, a.k.a. Damian Butler. That's Cassie, Roger Bonds, and D-Rock. D-Rock. D-Rock is being discussed. Anyone in the chat know D-Rock personally? Anyone in the chat know who D-Rock is? Combs made his children victims too. It's such a mess. Build his empire up on lies. Well, folks, you know, his children, the stakes couldn't be higher for his children. Believe that. I think people are going down after this, like literally more. This is not over. D-Rock can go to jail too. D-Rock was Biggie's friend. The one in the middle, he did an interview with V-Lad TV. He's a motivational type of DV advocate. Yeah. All right, we're still waiting on Garagos about these messages. All right, so in the meantime, CNN put out a report of what was just discussed when Sandcar in the prosecution, it's saying texts and calls between Combs, D-Rock, and Mia highlight discussions about Combs' relationships. On Thanksgiving that year, Sean Combs' former security guard Damon Butler, who goes by D-Rock, wished Combs a happy Thanksgiving. He also told Combs, I feel I need to see you and chill with you for a couple days. If you need a real friend, I'm here. This is just right after the lawsuit. Combs responded, love you, calling you. Again, I feel I need to see you and chill with you for a couple days. Yeah. To get your ducks in line. Asked D-Rock what Diddy did for him to convince Biggie to go to that party that night. Dun, dun, dun. Matt J, you know what's up. Thanks for commenting and nice to see you again. Yes. Yes. D-Rock texted Combs a few days later that he would see him the next day. Right after the lawsuit. Right after the lawsuit. D-Rock's like, yo, I feel I need to see you. Yeah. Because you're worried, D-Rock. D-Rock is worried. Scared. He don't know what's up. He wants to talk with Diddy and figure this thing out off. They want to talk in person. The jury saw messages between D-Rock and Mia from 209 to 217. D-Rock texted Mia on November 30th, 2023 for the first time since 2021. He said, what's up? And when she responded, he said, D-Rock then says, a lot has been going on. The jury saw a recorded call that day. Mia testified that she spoke to D-Rock that day, and he brought up Combs and Cassie's relationship. Records show that D-Rock sent Mia's phone number to Combs, who then tried to call her. A few days after that, Combs texted D-Rock, thank you again for coming and being here with me. Love you, brother. D-Rock texted Mia on December 5th, 2023. Your boy said to call him. He doesn't want or need you to do anything. He just called me. Then on February 2nd, 2024, D-Rock texted Mia, good morning, how are you? Did you ever speak to P? He called me a couple times. So the same thing, similar to what Jane got paid the rent, right? Got paid rent just days after the lawsuit. You know, Diddy's trying to reach out to Mia to see what's up. Trying to get D-Rock to get to Mia to get to Diddy. So they can get their story straight. Or to find out if Mia is cooperating or Mia is trying to see if they can figure out what's up with Mia. If Mia plans to file anything against Diddy. So they're showing how Diddy's using D-Rock to try to get to Mia. See, Diddy's worried after this lawsuit, and he's trying to reach out to past victims, making sure they're okay, seeing how they're doing. D-Rock himself is also worried by reaching out to Diddy after he leaves the company. It's awfully fishy, don't you think, that right after Cassie's lawsuit in 2023, all these goons and parties are all trying to reach each other, trying to figure out what's up. The victims have moved on, like Mia has moved on. Right? But first, D-Rock doesn't know what's up either, so he's reaching out to Diddy, letting him, I'm here for you, bro. Diddy's probably telling him, I need you to work Mia. I need you to get her. Find out what's up. Find out what she knows. Find out if she cooperated. Find out where she's at. Find out what's up. I got you. I got you. I got you. Got you. Got you. He knows he has some sort of relationship with Mia, right? But he's playing like double agent. Being cool with Mia, but at the same time working for Diddy to try to extract information from Mia. Because this lawsuit dropped. Diddy's paranoid. Is Mia gonna sue me next? What's up with all that? That is going on here. Defense is now cross-examining the paralegal. Garagos is now starting the cross-examination. Garagos read some messages in which Diddy Combs reached out to Mia, one of his former assistants. The messages show that D-Rock told Mia that Combs wanted to speak with her and also told her that Combs didn't want anything from her. Yeah, right. He just wants to know what she knows or if she's about to make a move on him against him. Garagos read a message Combs sent Mia on February 7th, 2024. Hey, Mia. I don't want to be blowing up your phone. I just need to talk to you for about 10 minutes. I just need my memory jogged on some things. You were my right hand for years. So I just want to speak to you to remember who was even around me. And it would be good to hear from your voice. But if you don't want to, it's all good. Just let me know. Hope all is well. See what I'm saying? Yeah. You notice that was in February of 2024. It's around the time when Diddy more or less manipulated Jane to come back because they took the pause, right? They took the pause from from November to February, November 2023, after the Cassie lawsuit. So while he's trying to reel Jane back in and also threatened her 1 month prior or 2 months prior with the release of sex tapes to 50 Cent, Diddy's trying to work Mia to find out what Mia knows. Or trying to reach out to Mia just to make sure everything's going to be all right. You know what I mean? Like, Mia's gone, but they don't know what Mia's up to. Diddy and D-Rock, they don't know. They don't know what Mia's up to. They've been trying for a while since the Cassie lawsuit to get at Mia to find out, hey, you cool? You're not going to snitch? Not going to say stuff? He got all types of problems, Diddy, at that time. He got the Cassie lawsuit. He's wondering what Mia is going to say or do. He don't know if Mia's going to file a lawsuit against him next. He don't know. Mia's gone, but he knows what he did to Mia. He knows what he did to Mia. But he can't locate her, or, he wants to just see what's up. Here it is. Here's a report, NBC News. Combs called Mia 6 times to clear up things after Cassie's lawsuit dropped. Combs attempted to reach Mia, a former employee who previously testified for the prosecution, by calling and texting her multiple times in months after Cassie's lawsuit dropped. Phone records show that in February 2024, Combs called Mia at least 6 times in one day and then messaged her apologizing for blowing up her phone. adding that he needed to clear up a few things. Combs said he needed to know who was around me and when. Around the same time, evidence showed Combs' guard, D-Rock, who suddenly reappeared too after the Cassie lawsuit. He reappears, messaging Mia and offering her a gift, though she said she didn't ask for anything. And this is about 1 month before the raid of Star Island. You get what I mean? He's just worried. He's worried. He don't care about Mia. I don't think D-Rock cared about Mia. They care about if she's going to cooperate or not, if she's going to tell him. Also, D-Rock. They're worried about Mia. At the same time, Jane, she moves on from Diddy, apparently starts in January, just 1 month prior. She's starting her OnlyFans. She has some sort of business deal going on with Bear. Remember Bear? In January of 2024. And eventually, Diddy gets back at Jane and gets her back into his web. So now he can control Jane so she doesn't flip because of the lawsuit, or, you know, maybe he just wants to discredit her or get her back in because he knows that she's the freak off girl, whatever, and trying to reach Mia to make sure she's cool or she's not a threat to this whole operation of Combs Enterprise, Rico. Makes perfect sense here. All the pieces are being put together before our eyes, corroborating. You think the jury just thinks that Diddy's just going to message Mia all nice and kind and sweet like that? Diddy's supposed to be with Jane at the time. Aren't they supposed to be a couple? This is Mia that left a long time ago. Why does Diddy care about what Mia's doing when he got Jane in his life? Or he's trying to work both of them back in his web so he can do some things to them to silence them or discredit them or get dirt on them. So if they do come at him down the line in a lawsuit, both of them, Jane and Mia, separately, he'll have some stuff on them. A lot of trickery here, manipulation, gaslighting at its finest. And Diddy using people within his enterprise to work these victims. The prosecution homed in February of 2024 regarding texts between Combs, his security staffer, Damian D-Rock Butler, and Mia. The messages, which were present in a chart, showed Combs and Butler trying to contact Mia over a period of a week and communicating with each other about their efforts to reach her. It goes on to say Mia, who testified earlier using an alias, accused Combs of essaying her and corroborated key details of the Cassie Ventura's testimony. Or I would be shocking if they would try to kill Mia. I would be shocked if their goal was to lure Mia back so they can make sure she vanishes and disappears. He don't love Mia. He don't love Mia. You know that. He wants to play that role like, oh, I love you. Yeah, come on a cruise with me, Mia. Let's go on a yacht in the Caribbean islands. Oops, falling offshore. You're gone. Go swim with the fishes. No, you don't have to worry. Yeah, that's what he's probably was doing. Listen, his whole empire was crumbling at that point from Cassie. Before the raid. I think he would have killed her. I do. I think Diddy would have killed Mia. She would have came back. She knows too much. She knows too much. Feds rarely lose a case. They don't lose. Almost everything that has been discussed here has been corroborated to a T, ladies and gentlemen. To a T. Maybe D-Rock would have killed Mia. For Diddy and himself. Exposure. Because D-Rock kind of looks shady to me. You don't judge a book by its cover, but looks like he has done some violence. These conversations took place when Combs was already battling multiple SA lawsuits. These dudes are master manipulators, man. By all means necessary. Bam. By all means necessary. Right? Yeah. Hey, today is Tupac's birthday. June 16th. Today is Tupac's birthday. 1971. I don't know if anyone's aware of that. Today is Tupac's birthday. June 16th. Today. Happy birthday, Tupac. We got that in the chat. I saw some people saying, today's Tupac's birthday. I had to go look at Google and say, yeah, it is his birthday. Tupac's birthday today. Just so you know. All right. So we finally got an update. Jury sketch on screen. Combs' Garagos. Please read Nat Moore. Sankor as Nat. The article could have been worse. They are calling it a breakup fight. Let's read some message not included in the chart. Charts. So they're crossing her about the charts. Look at this. This is very interesting here. This gives you a sketch of the courtroom that is out there, folks. This is a new sketch. Gives you the inner workings of what the courtroom looks like. Oh. So what's happening here is they're just going over these articles. She's being crossed. Are they just trying to paint the picture that Diddy was just reaching out to these people because he was lovey-dovey and he's just caring about his former employees and that's what this is about? That's kind of where I'm seeing this go as the defense in their cross. Like they just feel like he was just reaching out to these people to just make sure they're okay and everything is fine. And he cares for his former employees like Mia and D-Rock. There's nothing criminal about this. It's just showing the caring man that P. Diddy is. And he cares for his employees. That's where they're going here. It's clearly what they're going. Will it work? Goes on to say, with this reading here, Jane writes, I could be dropped off at my building front desk. And KK writes, he speaks directly with P. Diddy. I don't deal with him. LOL, right? Sandcar, right. Jane writes to KK, pulling up there, smiley face. I'm excited to surprise him. So what they're also showing is countering what we heard Sandcar originally say about Jane and this whole communication. They're showing other texts where Jane is happy to be meeting Diddy, and Jane is happy to get on a plane and go into the airport, showing smiley faces. So they're trying to, again, paint a picture that Jane, in Jane's case, it's all peaches and cream, and Jane is with it. Jane is excited, happy, traveling. She's part of the show and is corresponding with KK about being happy to meet Combs. By the way, they're saying Natalie Moore, M-O-A-R. That's who they're discussing now. N-A-T-H-A-L-I-E, Moore. Natalie Moore is a PR strategist who previously served as executive vice president of communication at Combs' enterprise and is now CEO of Moore Magic. That's where we heard that Nat Moore. I guess she's the PR person. PR of Combs at the time. I'm discussing about an article. People are sharing this. Let me just see. Hold on. Whoa. It's weird because according to USA Today article that just popped, the title of the article is, this is weird. I don't know what this is about, but USA Today, I went over to USA Today because I saw somebody put in a screenshot. And then the fact says, here's the title of this article. Diddy trial live updates. Text to Christina Coram show Ashton Kutcher isn't testifying. Why would they even name the name Ashton Kutcher? Ashton Kutcher. You know him. This is weird. This is very, very weird. Why would they even say that? Let me read down here a little bit and see. Sean Diddy Combs, who throughout his criminal trial has been accused of orchestrating elaborate sexual performances, faces additional scrutiny as more details of his alleged behaviors emerged. The embattled hip-hop mogul returned to Manhattan court June 16th today, following a bombshell June 13 hearing that saw Combs' hip-hop peer, Kanye, make a surprise appearance, and Chelsea Lovelace, one of Combs' accusers in a separate case, reveal her identity in an amended lawsuit. Now, where's Ashton Kutcher mentioned in here? So weird. There's nothing. Yo, USA Today trying to do, like, I don't know, like, their title, their article is talking about Ashton Kutcher, but he's nowhere mentioned in this article. But the title of it had me confused because it's like, text to Christina Koram's show, Ashton Kutcher isn't testifying. Like, why in the heck would they even say that? His name never been dropped. But why do they have that in the headlines? And there's nothing that has been said about Ashton Kutcher that I see. I think it's clickbait. I think that's clickbait, man. USA Today engaging in clickbait. They're name dropping Ashton Kutcher. His name hasn't been mentioned at all. Weird. All right, so we're here pulling up on the airport, clearly showing Jane is a willing participant here that they're showing via text now from Miss Sandcar going through text messages. Combs' team worried about reports of breakup. Text messages show. According to text messages introduced in evidence in 216, Combs' team was worried about upcoming reports of him breaking up with Ventura in a confrontation that involved police. The Combs team was particularly concerned about TMZ's reporting on the incident, but Combs' chief of staff, KK, was ultimately relieved by what was published. It's better than it was. Definitely could have been worse, KK wrote in a text message to PR strategist Natalie Moore. So they were sharing discussions that they were worried about this breakup in 216 that involved police, but they're saying the report came out and it wasn't that bad. And they were relieved at the time. And it's a text message between KK and Natalie Moore. So it's like kind of like their PR, and they're like, oh, it wasn't that bad. We're good. We survived this. You get worried. Combs' team worried about report of a breakup. So what it is these summary witnesses, sometimes the charts and stuff just takes a while to get the information out there. It's not like they're reviewing different texts. And then Sandcar is responding to Garagos with the cross on these texts. Just takes a minute for these people to relay what's being said. But it's also all the corroboration what these witnesses have already testified. She's being crossed on it. I don't think you're going to be able to. May I confer with AUSA Foster, Garagos says. Of course. Jurors, while we wait, I'm going to stand up and stretch. You may as well. Stretch time. That's what the judge said the first time we heard stretch time. So, Garagos and AUSA Foster are conferring together. Judge reminded the jurors, stretch. You can stand up and stretch. Just like we're going to do here. We're going to stretch. We're at a stretching. That's the first time I've heard stretch in the child. But is this case a stretch? Is this case a stretch? Stretch. Yeah, so I don't know what they're going to be discussing here. We shall see what happens. JLR investigates. Come on in, come on in. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. The thing about it is, we want to see what's in these text messages. We want to see what's in these charts. And we want to see what's in these graphs to continue to bury Diddy or get the inner workings of how he communicates with people within his inner circle. Now, speaking, we were talking about Ashton Kutcher, Bieber, J-Lo, and all them. None of them have been mentioned in this trial as participants in freak-offs or then the presence of them or them around. None of them by anybody. And I'm sure some of these celebrities are relieved because only these individuals know if they truly are involved or not. No evidence whatsoever of any of these celebrities being mentioned. The rumor mill is crazy. A lot of people even throw LeBron James' name in it. J-Lo, LeBron James, Bieber, 50 Cent, even, with the Family Matters, his little meme and everything like that. I think it's funny. He mentions J-Lo and Bieber in that. That was the funniest meme I've seen ever. We don't know who else is in the industry that's involved with this. I take that back. Kanye West. I mean, come on now. Now it's been revealed that Kanye West is more or less that rapper, right? That rapper, January 2023. Kanye and his wife/girlfriend's birthday and Jane joining them for a freak off. So we do have a celebrity. We have a iconic rapper that also engages apparently in freak offs. That's the way I heard it at the testimony. I don't know if you heard it that way too, but Kanye West, girlfriend/wife, restored faith. I restored faith. 12 o'clock too on the dot. 12 o'clock on the dot restored. Kutcher had ties to Diddy in the early 2000s, including hosting a 209 white party. The white party, everyone dressed in white. Kanye West arrived in the court the other day dressed in white. Some people think about the white party. They had no public connection since. He later co-founded Thorn with Demi Moore, a nonprofit using tech to fight child exploitation of children. Now, what Restored Faith is saying is Kutcher, maybe back in the day, kind of maybe saw what was going on, maybe, and just bounced from that lifestyle. And now is using different advocacy to stop this type of thing from happening, this type of behavior. You know what I mean? Thank you for that, Restored Faith, giving some backstory on Ashton. So pretty much Restored, you're saying that Ashton not involved with none of this stuff. He goes against it. Having an organization, him and Demi Moore, this is something that, he went back in the day, maybe attended a party and saw a lifestyle that he said wants nothing to do with this, nothing, and just bounce like nothing. Sometimes you get involved with people and you hang out with somebody for a day or two and you're, at the time, probably parties going on. And at the time, you realize, whoa, I'm not with this. I'm out. I'm never going to this guy's party again, or I'm never going to hang out with this person ever again. You never do. I mean, all of us probably experienced bad people we've been associated with at one point, and we realized during the course of being involved, or not being involved, but just being around some bad people, we're just like, I don't want to be around these bad people anymore. These people are not good. I don't want to be with this. I don't want this. It's very telling, the people that are sticking around Diddy. Like, I have to literally think, I like Kanye West's music, but now I have to think like, whoa, because it almost has been proven now that Kanye West is with this lifestyle too. And now I'm thinking, I don't like Kanye West. Sorry, folks, but I'm thinking now I don't like Kanye West. I'm thinking very, very differently of Kanye West. He's going there in support of Diddy, dressed in white, and testified that just last year he's involved with a freak off with this woman, Jane, that they're passing around. Some people think there's an old Kanye West and there's a new Kanye West too. Know what I mean? Conferring on the bench. In the meantime, CNN put out a report. Defense points to, I'm excited to surprise him, text from Jane. With summary witness and paralegal specialist Sankar under cross-examination, defense attorney Garrigus pointed to a message exchange between KK and Jane around Valentine's Day 2022. In one of the messages, Jane, who dated Diddy from 2021 to 2024, said, I'm excited to surprise him. Jane later sent to KK, then the chief of staff, photos of a hotel room decorated with rose petals and heart balloons. Okay. I think that's pointless that they're crossing Jane, crossing Sankar to acknowledge text messages between Jane and Diddy where Jane was with it. It's already been established that Jane was with it at certain points of this freak off. Sometimes she was not. She's playing both sides here, or she's just a paid prostitute herself. Jane. Some people will call Jane a victim. I think every prostitute actually is a victim in a sense, because they get into this lifestyle, being trafficking and everything like that. But it's just no, they're not showing any bombshell stuff here. They're just trying to, again, share that Jane was with it. We know Jane was with it with the love contract. We know Jane's role in this. Even though I feel bad for her and what she was subjected to, but she still received things out of this. But it's a crime. It's a crime. With Jane facilitating with Sly and Anton and the other people, and Diddy paying for these prostitutes and people to be put around the country, it's all criminal acts. Morally, I could, Jane is just as bad too. It's wrong for what she did. I don't support her being beaten and anything like that. I don't support that at all. But it is what it is with Jane. I mean, by the defense honing in on that, why don't you try to show that Cassie was with it? Because you can't. What Mia was subjected to. They tried on Mia, though. They tried on birthday. They tried on Mia, particularly the birthday, to try to just take her as a loopy blonde, that's just on drugs and a groupie. We saw the birthday, but that the prosecution countered that by saying that was actually a promotion for Revolt and the vodka. Some people also say Mia's a liar. Jane, Mia, are you thinking all three of them are going to lie? It's pretty hard to knock down all three of them. On top of Capricorn Clark being brought in a car with a gun and forced to be there during a break-in. And don't forget Capricorn Clark. Don't forget Kid Cudi, what he was subjected to. Don't forget the workers or the people within his staff that was delivering drugs all over the place and setting up freak-offs. Don't forget all that. It's a combination. It's all of them. It's just too much. It's too much. It's too much. If this case was strictly on Jane Doe and Diddy, strictly, that's it, you could arguably say there's some reasonable doubt here. If it was between Jane and Diddy and them only. But it's not. There's lots of victims out there. And there's probably even more victims. Prosecutor just has enough. Gina was supposed to testify. Look at this Lovelace individual, Chelsea, that is now filed a lawsuit. There's so many people that had different incidents regarding Diddy. There's so many. So many. Voice feeling much better. I think I recovered. My vocal cords are back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try not to scream as much. Maybe I'll tone it down a little bit. Is it better if I talk like this? Be a little bit lower. I get real animated when I see things. Like, I'm really into this. All right, we're back. They conferred. Garrigus. I think we need to shut off the screens for the public and the press. Here we go. All right. November 2020 through November 22nd, 2023. So now just a few days after the Cassie lawsuit trial. Between Jane and KK, right? Yes. All right. So something on the screen. Something between Jane and KK, November 22nd, 2023. Jane said, I'm not doing any more hard partying. Then this one about 3 years of wasted time. So they just got her to admit that she does hard partying. Okay? A couple days after the Cassie lawsuit. Text. Then this one about 3 years of wasted time. They're trying to get Sankar to acknowledge that texts were between, or messages between KK and Jane, where Jane is admitting that she's an F up herself. I do hard partying. I wasted 3 years of this relationship because of my behaviors. That's what it is. Okay. And how are you going to refute and justify Jane and Diddy getting these prostitutes, Paul, Anton, Sly, and there's others. There was other ones. I'm trying to think of the other ones. How are you going to justify having these people zigzag all across the country to perform these freak offs? Jane testified she would have back-to-back freak offs, people being paid, men being paid, money, drugs. Why don't you get into the meat and potatoes on that? Garagos, you don't. You're just going back to showing texts where Jane says at different points, I did this, I love him, I'm with it, I can't wait to see Diddy at a hotel, I'm happy to be going to the airport, happy to be trapped. You're showing this. Who cares? Garagos. And I'm thinking as a juror, like I'm sitting here as a juror understanding this case. Like I'll just put yourself in the shoes of a jury and sit there and listen to this. It doesn't take away the fact that crimes were committed. Hey, Charlie. Nice to see you, Charlie. Hello. Good afternoon, Charlie. Charlie said, did you use honey for my voice? No. Lemon juice. Ice cream. Me and Magnolia, we ate some Dairy Queen. I think it was like yesterday. Wasn't it Magnolia? Dairy Queen. Oh my God. If you have throat problems, Dairy Queen. Blizzards. Cheesecake blizzards. Oh my God. Chocolate chunks of cheesecake. Oh my God. Delicious. Dairy Queen. Shout out. Thank you for, the throat as well. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. We need the voice. Defense points to texts about expense payments. So we got something going on here. With summary witnesses and paralegal specialist Sankar under cross-examination, defense attorney Garagos highlighted a few messages from Fahim to Sean Diddy Combs, KK, and at Combs' account manager. In the messages, Muhammad Combs, head of security, asked for approval for disbursement from PD personnel to pay a variety of expenses. That's a new report that came out. A former Combs assistant testified last week that he sometimes used his company card to buy personal items for Combs, but didn't know whether these charges on the card were paid off with company funds or Combs' personal money. There you go. Not doing any more party. So they're going on Jane. They're going on Jane. Going on Jane. Okay? Cool. Jane. Defense attorney Garagos has been trying to highlight individual messages and time periods to cast doubt on how involved Combs' staff was in procuring drugs or coordinating freak-offs for their boss, or in tending to physical and emotional wounds of his ex-girlfriends. For example, regarding a lengthy text message between Damian D-Rock Butler and Combs as they were trying to get in touch with a former assistant, summary witness Sankar confirmed that there are no records showing Combs calling Mia after February 7th, 2024. Garagos also highlighted certain periods when Chief of Staff KK didn't appear to have communications about freak-offs, drug deliveries, or physical abuse, including long stretches in 2019 and 2020, according to the government's summary charts. That information put out. So just basically, KK, points not even knowing what's going on. They're saying stretches with no communications. Well, no communications doesn't mean KK doesn't know. Diddy has also shown the fact that he's telling some of these people to take it off the phone, take things off the phone. We don't want to talk on the phone. We can't talk on the phone. They're showing now a text message here. We'll get into this. Here is KK to Mr. Perez, Jonathan Perez, asking how does he look? And Mr. Perez replied, shockingly good, better than before, right? Yes. Nothing further. Again, that's it. That's all they got. Defense. Nothing further. Let's see if we get a redirect. That's all you got on her? And you're just going to show little cherry picking some text in between, just showing that some of these people are happy at the time, while not addressing the ones that the prosecution presented. That's it. Like, come on, Garagos. You think the jury's dumb? Here's a report that came out 1 minute ago. The jury is seeing messages between Diddy and KK from November 2023. If you cannot be honest with me, this doesn't work, KK wrote in part. We all know what your kryptonite is and where you don't make the best choices. She said she felt like Combs was lying and said it wasn't sitting well with her. Come take my phone, Combs wrote in response. KK responded that it wasn't about his phone. She said he was starting to lie. That will break me. If you can't be honest with me, this doesn't work. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Friction a little bit. If you can't be honest with me, this doesn't work. We all know what your kryptonite is and where you don't make the best choices. Yes, another juror is facing some heat. We'll address that issue later on, the judge said, with the juror. Do we have a redirect? What she means is, I can't help you hide your crimes if you don't tell me about the crimes you're doing. Dun, dun, dun. She wants to fix the mess for Diddy. That's damaging right there. Gotta tell me. Gotta tell me what's up. Come on, Diddy. We're supposed to be on the same page here. This is KK. You gotta be on the same page as me here, man. She said she felt like Combs was lying and said it wasn't sitting well with her. Okay, KK, you've been revealed again. Secrets. Come take my phone, Combs wrote in response. KK responded that it wasn't about his phone. She said if he was starting to lie, that will break me. So, wow. Possible friction between the two top dogs in this case that has been revealed via text. The jury seen. Jury sees text showing Jane resisting pressure to make plans. So that's some of the stuff that has also been revealed. Take it as what it is. Garagos pointed to a text conversation between KK, Sean Diddy Combs, former chief of staff, and Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024. On February 25th, 2023, February 25th, 2023, in the messages, KK twice asked Jane to call her and said Combs was pushing her to figure out plans. My answer to him is no, and is still no. No means no, Jane responded in part. KK said she would let him know and told Jane to keep her posted if anything changes. Yeah, I'll let him know. You don't let him know. Or you do let him know, and then you all laugh at Jane. She said no. KK's probably like boozing it up with Diddy. She says no. We'll change that. Yeah. See what I mean? Serious co-conspiracy. Thick and thin. But at one point, KK and Diddy's caught on text saying, yo, KK's like, you need to be honest with me, man. I need to help you. Defense attorney Garagos finished her cross-examination of a summary witness and paralegal specialist, Sankor. She's now off the stand. It's been real. Thanks for sharing, paralegal. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Who's next? She's now off the stand. Doesn't even look like there's any. It was so powerful for the prosecution that there's no redirect, by the way. All right. We have a new person. Another summary assistant. Her name is Delisa, Delesa Penland. Delisa Penland. I'm going to try to find a picture of her. Appears to be, she is also, let's get her title and role. She's a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for SDNY, Southern District of New York. We have a special agent on the stand. She testified her role in this case was to review charts and data and ensure the information is correct. All right, we have Delisa Penland on the stand. Let's see if I can find a photo of her. There's something in 2024 with a picture of her. Let's see if I can actually find. I'm going to try to get a picture of her, so stand by. I think I found her. Let's make sure. Penland, where are you at? All right, so we have a special agent on the stand. So for people that are jotting, who we have, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Can't find a picture of her right now. There's something of her, but I want to make sure it's actually her. I don't think anyone else has that same type of name. Never heard of that, you know, Delessa Penland. It's uniquely spelled. But I'm looking. All right, new witness up. Got her. Got a picture of her. I got a picture. I got a bio of her and a picture. I'll get that up in a few minutes. I found a picture of her. She's involved with SDNY. So I found a picture of her. So stand by. I'll get it up in a few minutes. I'll have the PDF. Special agent. There's a big bio on her talking about her credentials and everything like that. So she's on the stand now. So stand by. She'll be going next. Summary witness off the stand. She's gone. Combs' top aide. Now, this is going back to KK and Diddy with the text. NBC News says, well, what was just said before with KK and these texts. Here's the title of this report. It says Combs' top aide pushes boss on lack of honesty. Text show. A message to Combs from his chief of staff, KK, around the time the Ventura lawsuit dropped in November 2023 seemed to show some discord between him and KK, as we previously discussed. According to messages shown in court, KK texted Combs to tell him that this doesn't work. And if he wasn't honest with her, she wrote that his keeping things to himself put them in the situation we are in right now. Ooh. looks like KK setting Diddy straight. Adding that she felt like they were about to relive it over again. It's not clear what the messages are referencing to, though it's around the time Ventura filed her lawsuit and as Combs' relationship with Jane was breaking down. KK's trying to say, you need to be honest with me. We're about to relive it over and over and over again, meaning more lawsuits, more lawsuits, more lawsuits. So KK's warning Diddy. Interesting that KK's telling Diddy what to do. Isn't it supposed to be Diddy telling KK what to do as an employee for Diddy? Seems like a lot of testimony in here has been about KK running the show and KK directing things for Diddy. Next witness is another special agent. More about charts. These are certain meetings. Charts being shown is about a meeting in the London hotel involving Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura, and Jules. Ooh, Jules. Jules mentioned again. All right, London hotel. Come on in. Jules. Dun, dun, dun. London hotel. Special agent. We shall see. We shall see. Jules makes another grand appearance. Cassie, Jules. Jules was one of Cassie's favorite escorts, right? Yep. Back to Cassie. See, this is a smart strategy. Take it away from Jane and take it back to Cassie, the real victim here. The real victim, Cassie. Shift the focus away from Jane and take us back to Cassie. A meeting in the London hotel. What's going on in the London hotel? We've heard the London hotel numerous times during this trial. The London hotel. Jules was to Cassie what Paul was to Jane. A favorite escort. Yeah. Jules was to Cassie what Paul was to Jane. Or Sly. Or what Sly was to Jane. You know, each of these victims, they've testified if they had to do it, they'd rather do it with so-and-so and so-and-so, right? They'd rather have it with somebody. It's like the lesser of two evils. The lesser of two evils. That's what's going on. So now we're getting into charts. Here we go. Jules' name is Theodore, by the way. Charts shown list flights taken by meeting participants. This is what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to interstate travel and setting up plans to have these escorts hopscotch around the globe to perform these free calls. That is RICO. That is RICO. Regardless if you think these women are trash or whatever. Crimes. Charts shown list flights taken by meeting participants, including Jules and Cassie. Special agent on the chart. Defense. Objection. Sidebar. So they were going to get the special agent to show flight charts by meeting. They probably had this like big giant thing Diddy's people had and said, okay, this escort's going to fly this location, and like elaborate way this freak off operation works. Seriously. Defense is objecting to it. Matter of fact, the judge might call a lunch break since they said sidebar. Objection. It's a plane full of sex addicts. Yikes. All right, so we're at a sidebar. I think the judge is going to be like, well, why don't we just wait for lunch? But we'll see. It's 12:30. Usually they're breaking a lunch between now and 12:15, 12:30. They always do the lunch break. So we don't know how long today's going on either. Elissa Penland is a special agent for the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. For the past 9 years, she has been investigated and assisted in prosecution of cases involving public corruption, fraud, and other federal crimes. This is who's testifying. In 2018, Special Agent Penland led one of the most complex and far-reaching public corruption investigations in recent memory, resulting in the conviction of 8 individuals engaged in bribery and fraud at the highest levels of New York State government. She's the one that's testifying. Several of those convictions were appealed and heard by the United States Supreme Court. In 2019 and 2020, Penland assisted in the investigation, arrest, and prosecution of Michael Avenatti, Stormy Daniels' attorney, related to fraud and extortion. In the last few years, Penland has focused on victim-related federal crimes, which include investigating and charging the following: a prominent pain manager doctor for SAing his patients, an individual for defrauding a nonprofit organization that provided assistance to families of a fallen NYPD officer, and multiple individuals related to elder fraud scams. In 2019, Penland was awarded the Outstanding Federal Law Enforcement Award by the Women in Federal Law Enforcement Organization and the Investigator of the Year. That's who's testifying right now. Judge, here we go. Miss Johnson, AUSA Johnson. That's the first time we heard from Johnson, right? When you say attended, do you mean to say the people concerned appeared from records absent a video to have attended? Yes. Here we go. Names. Who's the names? Names. Name drop. I think we're going to get some name drop. Meeting participants. Name drops. Including Jules, a.k.a. Theodore, and Cass. All right. So we're back off the sidebar. AUSA Johnson. They're talking about these people. Records. Basically, is what they're saying is they attended via records. Financial names to be put on, when you book these escorts, entertainers, prostitutes, got to use their name and date of birth. They can't get on a plane in a false identity. They're jumping on planes. So if they have records of these escorts to do these freak-offs, they have records that they attended, that they jumped on planes, that is proving it's them. It's not gonna be fake people. You can't fake name to get on a plane. You need the actual DOB to get on a plane. And it doesn't appear any of these are flying like private planes. They're getting on commercial planes. And there's records, charts, graphs, receipts. They got receipts of these people. It happened. But these charts and participants shows a big, elaborate prostitution scheme here. They know who to bring in. They know how to bring this person in. It's almost like pick your prostitute. Diddy's like, yeah, this one. Yeah, this particular victim's going to have a freak off with me with this particular one, and vice versa. Sometimes the victims have a say. Sometimes they don't. There's been so many. I heard 10 names during the course of this. At least 10 names. It's trafficking. Victims, participants, trafficking them over interstate line on flights. It's like the flight logs. Who are the participants in this chat? Jules and Sean Combs. Here you go. Now they're showing Diddy and Jules discussing travel arrangements for a free call. You read Jules. Agent, as Jules. I'm available Friday through Sunday, whatever flights work. Which one? Combs responds, Friday at 4. Boom! Combs directly speaking in records, in this chat, text, communication with Jules to arrange Jules's travel to participate in a free call. So Diddy can't just sit there and his people in his defense and say, well, it's KK and the other people that are organizing all this free call stuff. Now they're showing Diddy himself communicating with Jules and arranging Jules's travel. And Combs telling him a specific date. Rico. Can we all say Rico? Sex trafficking. He's showing that he is personally coordinating for this freak off to happen with Jules. Right here, before our eyes, right now. Agent. Special agent. See, because, Diddy, I was thinking his defense at one point in closing might say, well, they've said Diddy, people, and all these other people are doing all this, but the prosecution never said my client did this directly. Here it is, on top of everyone else, saying all this, that, and the other. But direct coordination evidence, strictly from the horse's mouth. Diddy and Jules. Rico, how about this? I saw that. Rico receipts. Rico receipts are being dropped right now in this federal courthouse. There's no coming back from this, Diddy. Rico receipts. Dude, they're literally showing a conversation with him with an escort, arranging his travel to participate in a free call with Cassie. So what is the defense going to do on cross? Say that the agent's lying? That the agent's corrupt? How are you going to get around this? You can't. You can't get around this. You can't get around this, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. You can't get around. He's telling an agent. And then, watch. You'll hear. It's been corroborated. Money, the payoff. What do you think? He's just jumping on a plane for his own health? This is just a casual encounter. You think it's legal to do this? Anyone to do this? Work with escorts? And facilitate their travel? To come over and pay them to have sex and marathon free calls with the victim not being a willing participant? Even if the victim was a willing participant, it's still a crime. Still a crime. Regardless if Cassie at that time was with it or not. If he's being paid to do this, to have sex with somebody, that's a crime. Go down the road, flash out dollars, and hand it to a prostitute in front of a cop. See what happens. See what happens. Rico on a mass scale. It's not like a local prostitution case. It's Rico. They have receipts. They're sharing the receipts, ladies and gentlemen, right now. So I'm going to try to get more. Agent. The agent is on the stand. The agent. Summary witness. She is describing charts, graphs, text, communications about this elaborate travel stuff. It's what it is, folks. It's what it is. The summary chart the prosecution is now walking through is a big one, aligning the names of Combs, Cassie, and other alleged escorts with flight records, hotel reservations, and videos allegedly taken from freak-offs. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. That's almost like we're not at the mic drop moment, but we're there. We're there. Everything everyone says, now they're showing escorts, flight records, hotel reservations, videos of freak-offs. Special Agent Delisa Penland said the chart only shows individuals from whom they have video footage showing they were at a particular freak-off. So not only that, but the defense can't get around this and just say, well, how do you know these names? And they're showing actual proof with the videos of these people in the freak-offs. So not only did they travel, but they have proof that they participated in freak-offs after they traveled to come to the freak-off with video evidence. Whoa. Let's get more. I want more. Start sharing, agents. Rico all the way. This is as Rico Suave as you could get. I think this one is hardcore right here. It keeps digging himself in a deeper hole, Diddy. He's never, because the Jane, regardless of how you feel about Jane, how are you going to get around this? How? Oh, it's just a lifestyle, but it's not Rico. It's just a lifestyle that these people were involved with. But it's not Rico. I mean, come on, folks. Wake up. I need more coffee. Let's smell the coffee. Oh, goodness. This is crazy. This is crazy what's being discussed. They coming in full blast of fire. This is probably the most elite prosecution force that I've seen in a long time. I'll call it out if it's a nothing burger. But the whole grand scheme of this, the totality, is brutal. The mountain of evidence is astounding, but exists because Diddy is a narcissist and never thought he'd be held accountable. So he committed crimes in texts, calls, etc., blackmail, bribery, threats. We might be at lunch, maybe, because it seems like. And Capricorn Clark was kidnapped. What a he just thought that all this stuff was man. He just thought victimless crime. I don't know what he's thinking. It's just like it's just normal. It's becoming routine. Is he not thinking what he's doing is not legal? What is he thinking? He's not thinking. What are these people thinking? He thought he could get away with it so long that it just became a lifestyle that he wasn't ever going to get caught. Unbelievable. All right, so I'm waiting for updates here to find out what's going on. Blackmail, and you can name every crime in the book here besides murder. And, you know, I think he also committed murder down the line, but that's my opinion. This guy's a dangerous man. This guy has terrorized people for over a decade and destroyed and took people's, just ripped the soul out of them. We all been waiting for this moment to find out the gritty business from the freak-offs and those involved. And this week, I think more footage from his homes will be shown, Shane says. Well, Jonathan's going to be another nail in the coffin. Or I'm sorry, not Jonathan. The drug mule, Brendan, the drug mule. Yeah, he's going to, yeah. crazy. These are agents. These are agents. These are government employees showing the receipts. And you notice the cross on the last one was Chappelle did nothing. Or was it Garagos? Garagos. She done nothing to discredit it whatsoever. She just wanted to point out and cherry pick that there was things within the communication showing Jane was happy about it. That's it. That's all they got. Whoa. Show me what you got. Dun, dun, dun. Show me what you got. Dun, 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 dun. Right? Show me what you got. Defense has nothing. Lunch break. But before that, they said, where are the flights between LA and JFK in New York? Do document retention policies impact your ability to get documents? Yes. I could not get these records, certain records. Lunch break. And they're saying certain retention records and documentation they weren't able to obtain. So the agent's making it clear some things they weren't able to obtain with records because of retention policies. They tried their best. It's kind of like you doing some sort of crime and you're filming it and you smash your hard drive and you destroy it and you delete it and everything like that. And they try their best to get these records, but they can't. But some things you can't get, unfortunately. We are on lunch break, folks. JLR Magnolia investigates. Probably got about 15 minutes to eat. Wow. The receipts are being dropped right now by an agent. This is unbelievable stuff, ladies and gentlemen. And it just shows Diddy's inner workings. I mean, whew. Unbelievable. So in the meantime, I'm scouring around, seeing what's being put out. We have an inside look at the courtroom here. Some of the sketches have been out. Unclear if Diddy's children are in court today. We'll find out very, very soon. More information about, what's transpiring, what's going on in the courtroom. Maybe Inner City Press will give an update. Wow. Unbelievable, folks. Come on in, JLR Investigates. Jury is dismissed for lunch. All right, so it goes on to say, summary witness testifies about travel records. Special Agent Penland walked the jury through a summary chart that shows the date, location, attendees, and travel records related to different meetings. One meeting in December of 2009 involved Combs, Cassie, and a man at the London hotel. Ventura previously testified the man often joined them for free calls. Penland, dude, they're going back from 2009. And here's a reminder, folks, too. Let me just read this first and just share what just popped up on my mind. They're going back on 2009, man. That means that none of you, all of us, you commit crimes back then. If they want you and you continue those crimes, they could catch up to you, even from 2009. 2009. Penland read aloud some messages between Combs and the man coordinating travel for the trip. Combs then sent an email to a personal finance director for his executive office saying he needed a flight booked under the man's name. The finance director then sent back a flight itinerary. Penland said the man's flight was found in records for Combs Global. Penland explained that flight records for the man and Ventura indicate they were both in the city at the same time. All right, so we got an issue in reference to Brendan Paul.
An image. I get around, talked about how fly you was, how many girls you mess with, how many cars you drive, how much money you got, what you willing to do. He took his image. Pac was the first one on the scene wearing Versace shirts. He went and got the same Versace shirts Pac had. Which, all right, some dudes would do that. You would never catch me wearing something else, something that somebody else got. He was knocking down all the women that he thought Pac was knocking down. And what I mean is having sex with. Why would you want to have sex with you was dealing with? That's that image. Because you got to realize, bruh, Puff and Pac was cool at one time. We know this. Mopreem said that they was going to sign the Bad Boy. So if he's going to sign to Bad Boy, it was because of Corey and them. I put that picture on the internet. I put the picture on my channel of Corey Jones. Is Corey Jones, Corey Jacobs? I think Corey Jacobs and Pac right next to each other. Those was the real bad boys of Bad Boy. You understand? Those are the ones who got the 16 to life sentence. That Pac was gonna go and be with them first. But then Mopreem said, when it became just Big and Puff, because Corey and them went to jail, he changed his direction. But nobody know why Pac and Puff fell out like they did. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody know why. But Puff had an obsession with him for whatever reason it was, because he started wanting to act. He started wanting to rap. He had an obsession so bad that at his Grammy Award winning speech, he used the same speech that Pac used. That shit is crazy. So when I say I'm obsessed with talking about Puff and telling y'all the truth, who's obsessed with me? Pac had Sarah before Puff. Allegedly, he had Sally before Puff. And Kim had an obsession or liked Pac so much, she on the red carpet with Tupac shirt on. Who's obsessed with who?
Will we finally get answers about the alleged role he played in the tragic deaths of Tupac and Biggie?
Who killed Tupac and Biggie? And I think both of these dudes were assassinated in some kind of way. More Biggie than Tupac.
Not a day goes by without new info coming out about Sean Diddy Combs. Whether it's reports about Diddy's new life behind bars, information about his trial, or a jaw-dropping 100+ new accusers coming forward, the secrets behind the freak-offs are finally being exposed to the world. But all this attention on Diddy is making people do a lot more than take a closer look at his parties. People are also re-examining his alleged role at the center of the two most notorious murders in hip-hop history, the deaths of Tupac and Biggie. Not only did these murders change the trajectory of Diddy's career, but they also changed the world forever. That's why we're digging into Diddy's alleged involvement in the deaths of these two superstars. What role did Diddy play in making Biggie Smalls the King of New York? What details do we have about Diddy's alleged ties to Tupac's murder in 1996? And how did Puff Daddy benefit from Biggie Smalls' murder just a year later? We've invested countless hours into digging through court records, transcripts, and long-forgotten interviews to give you the most complete picture possible of Diddy's alleged involvement in two of hip-hop's most monumental tragedies. And when you see all the connections we found between the untimely deaths of other people very close to Diddy, by the end of the video, the way you think about the entire music industry is going to change. But to understand all this, we need to go back to the initial rise of Puff Daddy, riding the coattails of legendary MC, the Notorious B.I.G.
I think my music is being so well received because it's just some real shit, you know?
During the early 90s, New York was no longer the mecca of rap. Dr. Dre's debut solo album, The Chronic, was the highest-selling rap album of 1992. The very next year, Dre's protege, Snoop Dogg, smashed records when he put out Doggy Style, the fastest-selling album of all time. The West Coast had the game on lock, led by Los Angeles-based Death Row Records. But across the country, Sean Puffy Combs put together his own rival label in New York City. In '93, Diddy founded Bad Boy Records, and one of his very first artists was Christopher Wallace, aka the Notorious B.I.G. When Biggie's album Ready to Die dropped in September of '94, it made Biggie Small a genuine superstar. And more than that, it showed that the East Coast could still show up and hang with the West. Oh, and Puffy, he was all over the album. He danced in the music videos and provided vocals on songs like Juicy and Warning. Puffy's voice is even the first voice you hear on Biggie's debut album.
Come on.
Ready to Die helped crown the Notorious B.I.G. as the new King of New York, but just 2 months later, both Big and Puffy became embroiled in the deadliest rap beef of all time. On November 30th of 1994, Tupac was invited by Biggie to Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan. At this point, Pac and Big were extremely close. Lil Cease, one of Biggie's proteges, claims that Biggie visited Pac's house frequently, and they even traveled together. But Pac would later claim that Puffy was blowing up his phone non-stop after he was invited to Quad. In fact, Pac claimed that Diddy was unusually focused on the exact time that he would arrive to the studio. Rumor had it that at this time, Pac had been digging around intel on Diddy's behind-the-scenes activities, including the possible mistreatment of Usher, who was still a teenager, by Diddy. As soon as Pac walked right into the lobby of Quad Studios that night, he was confronted by 3 armed men who tried to rob him. Pac fought and struggled with their assailants and tried to grab one of their guns, but the men shot Pac 5 times, pistol whipped him, and robbed him of over $40,000 worth of jewelry. And Pac survived the shooting, but blamed both Biggie and Puffy for the robbery, claiming that they betrayed him and set him up to be shot.
I have proved things that I could say that will back up my claim, but this is not for the world to know about.
Both Big and Diddy publicly denied Pac's accusations, but Tupac did not let up. After inking a new record deal with Death Row, Tupac released his 1996 diss track Hit 'Em Up, and let's just say he was not playing around. Pac bragged about sleeping with Biggie's wife, dissed Puffy, and declared himself a bad boy killer. And in another diss track, Against All Odds, released in November of 1996, Pac again zeroed in on Puffy's alleged involvement in the shooting, claiming,
Puffy getting robbed like a to hide that fact. He did shit you did, so we ride for that.
In 1995, Suge Knight, the CEO of Death Row, rolled up on his entourage of Mob Piru Bloods to a birthday party for the rapper-producer Jermaine Dupri. One of the gang members in Suge's entourage was his close friend and right-hand man, Big Jake. When Suge saw that Puffy was at Jermaine Dupri's party, he directly confronted him, leading to a fight. Suge and his Bloods were forced to leave the party, but gunshots suddenly started ringing out everywhere. Everyone ducked for cover and saw a gunman firing bullets into the air. As everyone was distracted, somebody walked up to Suge's associate Big Jake and shot him from behind. Eyewitnesses claim that the man who shot Big Jake was none other than Puffy's bodyguard, Wolf. While no charges were filed, the death of Big Jake seemed to shake Death Row and Suge personally, making their beef with Puffy all the more serious. Pac's shootings and his accusations towards Puff Daddy and Biggie Smalls kicked off the East Coast-West Coast war, with Death Row Records on one side and Bad Boy on the other. But in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996, the war went deeper and darker than anyone could have imagined.
People can call Suge a lot of shit, but I don't think Suge would have put himself in that type of situation, knowing that he's going to jail.
Tupac was in town for a Mike Tyson fight. After the match, he climbed into a black BMW driven by Suge Knight. Then a white Cadillac pulled up alongside the car, and a gunman started shooting from the backseat. Suge Knight was struck once in the head, while Pac was shot 4 times. Suge and Pac were rushed to the hospital, and while Suge would recover from his injuries, Pac remained on life support before passing away 6 days later. For years, the murder of Tupac Shakur remained unsolved. A ton of people, naturally, suspected that Biggie and Puffy might have been involved, but both denied any involvement. Faith Evans, Biggie's wife, claims that Big called her the night of Tupac's death in tears. But despite all the rumors, Las Vegas PD made very little progress in their investigation, claiming that witnesses wouldn't talk to them. But on September 27th of 2023, 27 years later, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department arrested Dwayne Keith "Keefy D" Davis, a Southside Crip, and charged him with Tupac's murder. But the wildest part about all this is Keefy D had been publicly vocal about his connection to Tupac's shooting for years. In his memoir, Compton Street Legend, Keefy D describes in detail the night of Pac's murder. And what's even wilder is that he claims Diddy himself ordered the hit on Tupac and promised to pay out $1 million for the assassination of not only Pac, but also Suge Knight. In his book, Keefy D describes the meeting and says that Puffy was full of fear when he ordered the hit on Pac. In court papers filed for Keefy D's upcoming trial, prosecutors included a transcript from a 2009 recording conducted by undercover police. In the transcript, an undercover officer asked Keefy D point blank if Sean Combs played a role in Tupac's assassination. Keefy D claimed that Diddy was afraid of Suge Knight and allegedly said, "I would give anything for that dude's head." While Keefy D insists that his nephew, another Southside Crip named Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, was the actual triggerman in the shooting, he also suggested that Diddy paid another associate, Eric Von Zip Martin, money for the contract on Pac. Keefy D said that he tried to collect the money from Puffy, but that he avoided him and it was never paid for the hit on Pac. Keefy even said,
"I was on top of the world till I met your motherfucker ass, dude. Wrong, dude."
And honestly, it sounds like there's a lot of people out there that agree with that statement. In October of 2024, a woman named Ashley Parham filed a lawsuit where she claimed that Diddy sexually assaulted her in retaliation after she accused him of being involved in Tupac's death. According to the lawsuit, she told Diddy over a FaceTime call that she suspected him of being behind Pac's shooting, and Diddy vowed that she would pay for her comment. She then says a friend of hers who was an associate of Diddy set her up to be confronted by Puffy, who allegedly held a knife up to her face and threatened to give her a Glasgow smile. For the record, a Glasgow smile is when someone carves up the corners of your mouth to give you a permanent smile, almost like the Joker. And as we've seen from Diddy's unhinged Halloween videos, he is literally obsessed with the Joker. And if that wasn't shocking enough, Parham claimed in her lawsuit that Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Karam, was there. Christina Karam, aka KK, had been described by Diddy himself as his right hand and claims that he wouldn't be able to function without her. But she's also been called Diddy's manipulator-in-chief and was previously named as the director of the Combs enterprise. According to the lawsuit, Karam told Diddy to not cut Ashley Parham's face because they could sell her to potential clients. Parham then says that Diddy, Karam, and other Diddy associates violently assaulted her, and that Diddy heavily implied that he's gotten away with more heinous crimes before. While there hasn't been any concrete evidence or charges tying Diddy to Tupac's murder, this new info was compelling enough that Tupac's family hired a lawyer on October 4th of 2024 to investigate these allegations further. But what about the murder of Biggie, which happened just 6 months after Tupac was shot in Las Vegas?
And Biggie was like, "Yo, Murray, I got shows in London. Do you think I should stay here or leave?" I said, "Big, you know they do not like you out here. Leave."
On March 8th of 1997, Biggie Smalls and Puffy were in attendance at a Soul Train Awards after party in LA. Biggie and Diddy being in LA was especially significant because this was at the height of the East Coast-West Coast beef, and they were practically in enemy territory. Lil Cease, Diddy's protege, says that they got advice from both the streets and industry associates that it was a bad idea for the Bad Boy team to be out in LA, but Diddy insisted that they show face. Kirk Burroughs, the former president of Bad Boy, verified that Biggie was actually scheduled to travel to London on that very same day for a press event that would have seen him meet up with a panel of international journalists. This press conference would have been a major boost to Biggie's career since it would have helped platform him on a global level. Not only would this have elevated Biggie's star status, but it also would have been good for Bad Boy Records and Diddy himself. But at the very last minute, Diddy called Kirk Burroughs and told him that Biggie would be remaining in LA and to cancel the London press tour, even though a lot of money had already been spent on the event. What's even stranger is that Diddy didn't just want Biggie to attend the award show, he stressed it was very important that Biggie showed up for the after party. Biggie was still recovering from a car accident, which meant he either needed a wheelchair or a cane to move around. Despite all that, Diddy pulled the boss card and forced Biggie to come to LA and scrap his London press junket. After midnight, Biggie and Diddy left the after party and got into two different vehicles. As Biggie's truck stopped at a red light, a black Chevy Impala pulled up alongside it, and the driver rolled down the window and fired at Biggie, shooting him 4 times. From there, Biggie's team rushed him to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. He was only 24 years old. In the aftermath of Biggie's assassination, rumors swirled over who was responsible. But in recent years, more and more information has trickled out that Diddy may have been more responsible than we realized. Reports also emerged that Biggie was actively looking to leave Bad Boy Records before he was shot, and that Diddy was fighting Biggie's lawyers to retain control of Biggie's publishing rights. After Biggie's death in 1997, Rolling Stone magazines even approached Diddy, offering a cover opportunity. Kirk Burroughs advocated for the team to put Biggie on the cover as a posthumous tribute to Bad Boy's flagship artist. According to an investigation released by Rolling Stone, Diddy refused, saying, "No, he's dead. I need to be on the cover of Rolling Stone." Not only did Rolling Stone put Diddy on the cover, but he used Biggie's death to promote his debut solo album, No Way Out. In May of 1997, just 2 months after the murder, Diddy released I'll Be Missing You, a tribute song to Biggie that featured the notorious B.I.G.'s estranged wife, Faith Evans. The song was a record-shattering success. It spent 11 weeks at the top of the Billboard Hot 100, won a Grammy for the best rap performance by a duo or group, and made history as one of the best-selling singles ever. Diddy's big solo album, No Way Out, was released later that summer and was another colossal victory for Bad Boy. It debuted at #1, selling over 500,000 copies in its first week, and even went 7 times platinum. Even though Biggie had long been seen as Bad Boy's most important artist, Diddy quickly stepped into his friend's throne just months after he was killed. Diddy himself even admitted that he directly benefited from Biggie's demise. In a 1999 interview with Rolling Stone, Diddy claimed, "I think Biggie's passing added to the fame," and then claimed that at least 2 million copies of No Way Out sales were due to Biggie's death. It's almost as if Diddy used Biggie's shooting as a launch pad to go from record producer to superstar rapper in a matter of weeks. People are still digging up the truth about Diddy, but it looks like telling the truth comes with a huge price.
I don't know what you're talking about.
In recent years, strange things have been happening to some of the people who have known Diddy the longest. Kim Porter, the mother of 3 of Diddy's children, was reportedly working on a memoir about her life and relationship with Puffy. And sources say that Kim was not being shy about her book project. Rumors surfaced that Kim confronted Diddy's former mentor, Andre Harrell, over lunch, reportedly over videos she recorded of Andre being intimate with Diddy. Sources even claimed that he asked Andre to come clean about his relationship with Diddy. According to Mark Curry, a former Bad Boy artist, Diddy was conducting around-the-clock surveillance on Kim, including tapping her phone. If Kim was working on a scandalous tell-all, it would be completely believable that Diddy would know about it. But on November 15th of 2018, Kim Porter shockingly passed away at the age of 47. The autopsy reports claimed that Kim passed due to pneumonia, but she had no pre-existing conditions. Even though Kim had substantial resources and had been in a relationship with one of the biggest moguls in music, she was never hospitalized for her so-called illness. Instead, she was just pronounced dead. Jaguar Wright, Diddy's former assistant, even made claims that Kim Porter's toxicology report showed signs of poisoning. She even says that Diddy had a custom-made casket for her bought and picked out 3 weeks before Kim Porter died. Could Kim have been dosed with a secret toxin that made it look like she passed from pneumonia? Just recently, a 59-page memoir purportedly written by Kim Porter was released and became the top-selling book on Amazon. A man named Chris Todd claims that Kim Porter gave him the book via a flash drive before she passed away. However, pretty much everyone Kim was close to, from her children to her longtime friends, have claimed the book was fabricated and pointed out numerous factual errors. Amazon even took action by removing the book from their website. But Kim isn't the only confidant who passed away unexpectedly. Andre Harrell, the man Diddy credits with giving him a shot at the music business in the first place, died on May 7th of 2020 after reportedly suffering from heart problems. Andre was Diddy's longtime mentor and role model, and he passed away just a year and a half after Kim Porter. One of the few remaining people who would know the true details behind Diddy and Andre Harrell's relationship would be Al B. Sure, one of the founding members of Uptown Records. Al B. Sure is also the father of another one of Kim Porter's children, which just goes to show how weirdly mixed up all these guys were in each other's business in the first place, but whatever. Regardless, Al B. Sure came close to death in July of 2022 when he fell into a mysterious coma for months. He ended up waking up from his coma in October of 2022, but no explanation was given for what caused the bizarre medical episode. On the other hand, his illness sounds a lot like what Jaguar Wright was talking about when it comes to undetectable poison, and Al B. Sure himself implied that Diddy may have been involved. Just days after Diddy's Miami and LA homes were raided by agents from the Department of Homeland Security, Al B. Sure said,
"And you really understand how I ended up in a coma. You're really going to need to call Homeland Security."
Al B. Sure even announced a documentary and called for additional investigation into the untimely death of his former partner, Kim Porter. It looks like there's a pattern of people who knew Diddy back from the very beginning of his career falling ill in the same 6-year time span. But if we're being real, tell-all should be the least of Diddy's worries.
Unless there's a real twist and turn to the plot, I don't think he's coming out of jail again.
Since Diddy was arrested this past September, numerous new lawsuits have been filed on behalf of his alleged victims. Tony Busby, a personal injury lawyer from Houston, Texas, announced that the floodgates have opened since Diddy's shocking indictment. Busby hosted a press conference where he said that he has over 120 alleged victims who have come forward claiming that they were assaulted by Sean Combs. At the same time, Tony Busby mentioned that his staff was carefully vetting each and every one of Diddy's new accusers to make sure they could verify all the facts. While the cases are still being worked on, the first batch of 6 lawsuits were filed on October 15th and paint an even more disturbing pattern when it comes to Diddy's behavior over the years. One accusation goes back to 1995 and alleges that Diddy assaulted a woman during a promotional party for a Notorious B.I.G. music video. Another lawsuit claims that a representative for Echo, a clothing brand that was a rival to Diddy's own fashion line, Sean John, was violently attacked and sexually assaulted by Diddy in a Macy's stockroom in 2008. Tony Busby has even claimed that powerful people will be exposed in these upcoming lawsuits. Diddy's lawyers have tried to destroy Tony Busby's credibility, claiming that his press conference and victim hotline is a media circus, but Busby rejected those accusations and said, "I want people who have been scarred to know that they're not alone." There's also been numerous reports surfacing about Diddy's new life behind bars. After spending decades promoting a lavish lifestyle, Diddy's residency at New York's notorious MDC Brooklyn jail has to be a major shakeup. Numerous news reports reported that Diddy was paranoid and refusing to eat while being locked up, reportedly out of fear of being poisoned. Larry Levine, a former inmate at MDC, claimed that he had a source inside the jail saying that Diddy was afraid for his life.
Imagine if someone paid someone off on the inside to actually poison his food, give him a heart attack, and he dies. And no one would really think anything of it.
Come to think of it, that sounds a lot like what happened to Diddy's mentor, Andre Harrell. Damn. Despite Puffy's mounting legal trouble, he still made headlines when he made a return to Instagram to celebrate his daughter's 2nd birthday. But the most important news is that a judge in Diddy's case has finally set a date for the trial, May 5th of 2025. So expect us to learn way more about the diddler closer to May 5th. We're really seeing hip-hop's darkest secrets come to light in real time.
Big developments in the case of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused of orchestrating the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur back in the 1990s. All these years later, the former gang leader is behind bars in Las Vegas and is insisting the case be thrown out. And he is implicating another music legend who's making headlines, Sean Diddy Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is said to be behind one of the most infamous killings in history. Tupac Shakur, the 90s rap superstar, was gunned down while riding in a car with Suge Knight after the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand. And over the years, there have been multiple investigations into Tupac Shakur's murder, but there has been one man who has seemed to implicate himself in the assassination again and again and again. Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D. By the way, spelled sometimes with 2 F's, sometimes with 2 E's, even sometimes with a Y. Gets a little bit confusing, but Keefe D. Now, Davis was reportedly the leader of a sect of the Crips street gang in Compton, California that dealt in drug sales and trafficking. Davis eventually did time in prison on drug charges in the late 90s, but since getting out, he has been more open about his apparent involvement in Shakur's death. Davis released his own tell-all book. It's called Compton Street Legend, Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie murders, death row origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and crooked cops. And he started granting interviews with YouTubers who wanted the inside scoop on what happened on that night back in 1996 out in Las Vegas. So Davis and several members of his entourage apparently attended the Mike Tyson boxing fight. But afterward, in the casino, Shakur had attacked Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. The fight had apparently been sparked by a previous beef over an alleged stolen neck chain. So the men eventually separated, the two groups went on their way, but Anderson, Davis, and others that were with them were reportedly still pretty heated over what had just happened. And later that night, allegedly, their plan was to target Shakur and Knight. And Knight, of course, was the head of Death Row Records, as they were all stopped at a traffic light. This is what happened. Now, in an interview with the Art of Dialogue channel, Davis said he was in the front passenger seat that night with DeAndre Big Dre Smith and Anderson in the back seat of the rented Cadillac. And what happens next? Who fired the shots? Take a listen.
Dre, he was the one that was supposed to shoot, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared. He wasn't ready for that. They was youngsters, man. Kids.
But once again, y'all Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Dre? So why was
he wasn't ready for that? Everybody got a role, man. Everybody ain't killers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
everybody
Dre,
ain't
he
with
wasn't
that.
a shooter?
No.
Okay, so but he was the one that was supposed to shoot up Tupac and Suge, but for some reason he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando is the shooter. He's the known shooter. Everybody know Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Now, let's be clear about something. Anderson has always denied that he was the killer. In fact, he died just a few years after Shakur in another shooting. The other men in the Cadillac, DeAndre Smith and the driver, Terry Brown, they are also both dead. But Davis told a lot of this information to Los Angeles and Las Vegas investigators as well. And this is after he apparently became a confidential informant for a task force that was looking into the murder of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, the notorious B.I.G. By the way, we're about to talk about Diddy. We did a whole separate sidebar episode on how Sean Combs' former bodyguard came out recently, spoke on a documentary, and saying that Sean Combs could have been involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I encourage everybody to check it out if you're interested. But then going back to Tupac, we go to September of 2023. So this is 27 years after Shakur's death. And Davis was arrested near his home outside of Las Vegas and taken into custody. And since then, after he's been charged with the murder of Tupac Shakur, he and his legal team have been working to get him out of jail and to get his case thrown out. Now, we can say definitively he has lost both of those battles. He has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. He's supposed to go to trial in March, but I want to explain a little bit more about this. So earlier this month, Davis's defense team filed a motion to dismiss the case. And as part of his argument, he is pointing the finger, seemingly, at Sean Diddy Combs as the one who really is responsible for Shakur's death. Yeah, this is one of those stories that we've been constantly trying to keep an eye out for, bring you updates as they develop. And for that, I gotta call out our amazing sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, because their support helps us to keep on doing this. But here's the deal. If you're injured, Morgan & Morgan, the exclusive personal injury law firm of Law and Crime, America's largest injury law firm. That may be who you want in your corner. You know why they have over 1,000 attorneys? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $29 million verdict for a bicyclist in Philadelphia, a $2.7 million verdict for a car accident victim in Florida, and not to mention $5.6 million for a car crash victim in Georgia after insurance offered that client $0. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan, they make it so simple because you can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Now, at the time of Shakur's death, Combs was beginning his meteoric rise to the top of the rap world. He had started Bad Boy Records, now called Bad Boy Entertainment. And of course, there was this ongoing feud, West Coast versus East Coast, with this feud that he had with Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight, again, the leader of Death Row. So I want to take a look at the legal arguments that Davis's team had in their filing. And it reads, defendant Dwayne Keith Davis hereby files this motion to dismiss on the basis that the state of Nevada has failed to timely pursue these charges against Mr. Davis, failed to provide corroborating evidence to support Mr. Davis's coerced confession, and failed to honor the federal proffer agreement between Mr. Davis and the United States government, thus substantially impairing Mr. Davis's constitutional rights. So 2 big arguments here. One is that the government waited too long to file the murder case, 27 years. They claim that this was done maliciously. By the way, though, typically speaking, there are no statute of limitations for murder. But even if they had filed the charges sooner, this is Davis's other argument, Davis says he's immune from prosecution thanks to an agreement he had with investigators when he was hauled in to talk about Tupac Shakur's shooting. And listen, remember, Bill Cosby, we all remember what happened to him. His conviction for drugging and raping a woman was vacated because his due process rights were violated, since a former DA had in fact made an oral promise to Cosby that he wouldn't be prosecuted. And remember, Cosby relied on that promise to admit some incriminating things about that encounter. So a high court actually determined his conviction should be thrown out. But going back to this, the first big interview that was referenced in the filing is from a couple of years after Tupac Shakur died. On July 16, 1998, Mr. Davis was interviewed by Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. Mr. Davis's attorney, Mr. Eddie Fayol, was present. The interview was considered a proffer agreement between the United States government and Mr. Davis, under which any information provided by Mr. Davis would not be prosecuted related to that information. Mr. Davis was repeatedly questioned about the alleged murder of Tupac Shakur. Mr. Davis denied knowing who shot Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis was asked to speculate as to who shot Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis stated it was the Compton Police Department under the direction of Suge Knight, owner of Death Row Records. Mr. Davis was asked what would be Mr. Knight's motive. And Mr. Davis responded Mr. Shakur was getting ready to leave working with Death Row Records. At no time during the interview, less than 2 years after Mr. Shakur's shooting, did Mr. Davis state that he or members of Southside Crips were involved in any manner with the shooting of Mr. Shakur. Okay, goes to an issue of credibility. Well, Davis says he was interviewed again in 1999, and during that meeting, he denied that his nephew Anderson was the shooter. Mr. Davis stated that Mr. Anderson was not involved in the shooting of Mr. Shakur. Mr. Davis did discuss that Mr. Anderson was attacked by Mr. Shakur in Las Vegas the night of Mr. Shakur's shooting. Nevertheless, the decision was made to retaliate in Compton since there were so many police around in Las Vegas during the Mike Tyson fight. And during that interview, Davis blamed Compton police for spreading the rumor that Anderson had shot Shakur, although later we know that Davis himself would say that in public statements. But the motion to dismiss also says that Davis was offered immunity during the Biggie Smalls investigation in the early 2000s. The filing reads, the 3 LAPD and FBI agents were part of a task force to solve the shooting of rapper Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, legal name Christopher Wallace. The task force, through a sophisticated criminal investigation, obtained sufficient evidence that would prove Mr. Davis was the leader of the Southside Crips and his gang was responsible for over 360 kilos of cocaine and PCP. Mr. Davis provided 3 interviews to obtain immunity from prosecution. The final interview were solely questions regarding the Tupac Shakur shooting, which Mr. Davis was also provided immunity from prosecution. So during a December 2008 interview with investigators, that is when Davis allegedly started to spill the beans about his one-time friend, Sean Combs, who he refers to as Puffy. He claims Sean Puffy Combs solicited Mr. Davis to kill Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur for $1 million. Eric Zip Martin, an associate of Puffy Combs, provided Mr. Davis with a gun to exact revenge on Tupac Shakur for the beating Mr. Anderson received. Now, Davis reportedly told the investigators that even though the job had been partially completed and Shakur was killed, neither he nor Anderson ever got paid. He later revealed that he believes Combs had paid the go-between Zip Martin, who he claims kept the money for himself. And he said much of the same thing in a 2009 interview a year later, because according to the motion to dismiss, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, as far back as 2009, was in possession of the same set of facts that the Clark County District Attorney is now alleging makes Mr. Davis responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. The Clark County District Attorney's Office has offered no reason as to why it waited another 14 years to prosecute a case against Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis has been irreversibly prejudiced by this unnecessary delay in prosecution of this case, and Mr. Davis's constitutional rights have been violated in an extraordinary manner never before witnessed in the annals of the American criminal justice system. Now, of course, there was a response, because the prosecutors from Las Vegas called out Davis for being quite dramatic and said he has been telling on himself for decades. So their motion in opposition to the motion to dismiss states, in the years following Shakur's murder, defendant Dwayne Keefe D. Davis confessed to being involved in Shakur's murder in nearly every form imaginable. Defendant confessed to some of his role in Shakur's murder during an interview with LVMPD Homicide in 2009. Defendant admitted to seeking a deadly confrontation with Knight and Shakur in interviews with the producers of the Death Row Chronicles in 2017. Defendant recounted his involvement in Shakur's murder in his book published in 2019. And defendant has gleefully claimed responsibility for the murder of Shakur in numerous YouTube interviews from 2019 up until his arrest. And the prosecution then addressed the issue of immunity from prosecution, right? Well, maybe he's admitting everything because, he thinks he's immune. They have a response to that. Quote, defendant asserts that he's received immunity from prosecution in this case. Defendant has provided absolutely no proof that transactional immunity was ever conveyed by any prosecuting authority. Defendant has provided no federal court order conveying immunity. Defendant has provided no California court order conveying immunity. However, even if he had such a grant, they couldn't possibly cover his criminal liability in Nevada. Defendant also claims that his proffer in 1998 and his statement to Detective Long somehow created immunity for the crime. As the court is aware, the legal community utilizes proffer to describe a contractual relationship between an interviewee and a prosecuting authority. In essence, a proffer agreement allows for statements made pursuant to the terms by the interviewee to not be used against that person. The state does not seek to utilize the 1998 proffer session against defendant and has no idea what the terms of such an agreement were between him and the federal government before he entered his plea. The report seems to reflect that this was a standard proffer where a criminal defendant is interviewed about his knowledge on all possible criminal subjects he may have information about before he's allowed to enter his plea. While he doesn't refer to the proffer agreement with the AUSA Searwright, the terms of that agreement are known. Defendant was specifically informed that this agreement was between him and the federal government. Moreover, the agreement is limited to a single date and time. It allows for the statements to be utilized on cross-examination of defendant if he ever testifies differently. Finally, the agreement is limited by its express terms. Nothing in that agreement suggests the defendant has immunity from any criminal charges. Notwithstanding, it appears to only apply by its express terms to an interview on December 1st, 2008. Certainly, defendant is free to litigate the admissibility of the December 18, 2008 statement. However, case law establishes that defendant's mistake of fact about its admissibility, particularly where he had a lawyer present who knows the specific terms of the agreement, would not lead to suppression of the statement, meaning it can't come into evidence. And on Tuesday, Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney agreed with the prosecution, saying Davis has provided no proof that he had any immunity deals. And we're going to expect to hear in the next few days if Davis's legal team plans to appeal that decision to the state Supreme Court. Remember, going back to Cosby, it was the Pennsylvania Supreme Court who ultimately determined that his conviction should be vacated because he had entered into an immunity agreement. So we shall see what happens. Davis says he eventually became a confidential informant to a task force that was investigating the murder of Biggie Smalls. So this is Shakur's main rival at Bad Boy Records out in New York. And we know that Biggie Smalls was actually gunned down in Los Angeles. But prosecutors countered Davis's claims by saying there's no proof of any sort of immunity offer here, and that even if Davis had been offered some kind of protection from prosecution in California or the federal court system, that wouldn't apply to his case in Nevada. And the judge agreed, opting not to throw out the case, denying the defense's motion. One of the most interesting things to come out of that motion to dismiss, though, is just how many times Davis talked about Sean Diddy Combs over the years, the disgraced rapper and music mogul that we have been focusing upon a lot here on Sidebar, currently in a detention center on federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering and prostitution, headed to trial out in May. But I want to talk about what Davis has to say about him. What he has to say about, I should say, Puffy. That's one of the many monikers that Combs has adopted over the years, and that's how he refers to him in this filing. So Combs started his meteoric rise to stardom in the early 90s as well. Started Bad Boy Records, now Bad Boy Entertainment out in New York. There was the big East Coast, West Coast beef, Death Row versus Bad Boy. And Davis says that Combs used that as an excuse to put out a hit, an assassination order on Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. So let's take a look at what Davis had to say about Combs and a little bit of note about this. So Davis has told many versions of his story to police over the years, changing some details, leaving other details out. Got to take that with a grain of salt about his credibility. Sometimes he would admit to things, sometimes denying them. Again, just take that for what it is. In fact, I will also tell you, the state talks about that in their opposition to the motion to dismiss, which says on December 18, 2008, defendant was interviewed by task force officers at his lawyer's office. This interview was surreptitiously recorded by LAPD Detective William Holcomb. During this interview, defendant confessed in detail about his involvement in the murder of Tupac Shakur, consistent with his book and subsequent YouTube.com statements. And what Davis revealed in an interview with the Art of Dialogue YouTube channel in 2021 is that his nephew, Orlando Anderson, shot Shakur from the backseat of the rented Cadillac. But during an interview with the FBI in 1999, Davis apparently said something completely different. According to the FBI report, which was included in the motion to dismiss, Anderson was not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and neither Davis nor his group killed Shakur or Christopher Wallace, aka Notorious B.I.G. Davis does not know who killed the two rap stars. He believes that either individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Wallace. Okay, so again, changing stories. And by the way, Davis goes on to say that he was introduced to Combs in the early 90s by a man named Eric Zip Martin. This is another alleged drug dealer. And this is where we get into it. So the report reads, in or around 1992, Martin introduced Davis to Sean Puffy Combs. Davis recalls the introduction occurring at the Paradise nightclub on Santa Monica Boulevard. After speaking with Combs, Davis agreed to allow Combs to use his 1964 Chevy in a music video. The video featured the artist Usher. After the vehicle was damaged in the production of the video, Combs paid $2,500 to have it repaired. And by the way, according to Davis, Combs was scared of Suge Knight. And this was a man who had a reputation for being, sometimes violent and extreme. And that moves us now to this DEA report. So there was a DEA report from a 2008 task force meeting with Davis that was also included as an exhibit in the motion. And in it, Davis talks about the murder of a man named Jai Robles. This is Knight's bodyguard. He was killed in Atlanta in 1995. And according to Davis, he'd heard a rumor that an associate of Combs had killed Robles. The report says Combs requested to speak to Davis and asked Davis if he thought it was safe for Combs to come to Los Angeles for a concert. Combs expressed his concerns about Knight and possible retaliation related to the Robles murder. Davis advised Combs that he would provide 40 or 50 tickets to the concert. Davis could provide an entourage. Combs agreed, and Davis and his crew in fact attended the concert in support of Combs. Davis recalls the concert taking place in Anaheim, California. It was at this event that Combs began to solicit Davis to kill Knight and Shakur. Combs asserted something to the effect of, "I'll give anything for those dudes' heads." Quote, at a later date, Dwayne Davis, Eric Martin, Corey Edwards, Sean Combs, and others met at Greenblatt's restaurant in Hollywood. Well, at the restaurant, Combs summoned Davis into the downstairs area. Combs again told Davis that he needed to get rid of Knight and Shakur. Combs offered Davis $1 million to handle the problem. Davis remembers Combs being very afraid of Knight. So after the car that Knight and Shakur were in was hit by a hail of bullets back in 1996, Davis says that Combs wanted to know if that was the result of him allegedly putting out a hit on Shakur. The task force report states, Well, at the restaurant, Martin told Davis that Combs had called Martin and asked, "Was that us?" Davis asked Martin when he would receive compensation for the shooting. Martin told Davis he would get the money when he returns to New York. Additionally, while at the restaurant, Combs called Martin again. Martin then handed the phone to Davis. Combs again inquired, "Was that us?" Davis recalled Combs sounding elated at the situation. Again, this is all allegations, but quite an allegation nonetheless. Now, Davis reportedly told the investigators that even though the job had been partially completed and Shakur was killed, he nor Anderson ever got paid. He later revealed that he believes Combs paid the go-between, again, Zip Martin, who allegedly kept it for himself. So we mentioned a moment ago that an LAPD officer had recorded statements that Davis made in 2008. The state included a transcript of that interview in its filing. And in the transcript, WH refers to Wayne Higgins. This is Davis's lawyer during the interview. Q refers to the questions, and the A's are Davis's answers. Okay, so it says, WH, okay, now go on and ask whatever you want. Q, Puffy Combs. A, yeah. Q, does he play a role in this thing? WH, answer the question directly. Tell him what you think. A, did he play a role in this? WH, don't hesitate, just tell him. Question, yes. Answer, yeah, I think he did. And later in the interview, Davis said, yeah, I feel, I wish it would never ever, I wish I never met Puff Daddy, period, I swear to God. Question, yeah? Answer, he messed up my life, man. I was rich up and under the radar, all that, man. Question, that's all gone? Answer, it's all gone. Now, what about Combs' alleged involvement in the death of Biggie Smalls, legal name Christopher Wallace? Okay? This was a big one. Smalls was gunned down in a drive-by shooting out in Los Angeles in March of 1997. You might be saying, I thought they were friends, right? Anybody who followed this. We did a whole sidebar on this, but Gene Deal, a former bodyguard for Combs who has recently started doing interviews and offering theories on Combs' alleged bad behavior, now says the rapper could have been involved in killing Biggie. So Deal, who was reportedly Combs' bodyguard from 1991 to 2005, sat down for the documentary Diddy, The Making of a Bad Boy, that aired on Peacock. And according to him, Combs was acting weird in the lead up to Biggie's murder. He says in the documentary, the week in which Biggie was murdered, he was just acting real anxious and trying to get big at this party. And what was crazy was Big was telling people he had to be in London, but Puff was telling people he ain't going to London that whole week. You fast forward to the day of the party, and Deal says, I'm sitting up at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I get a phone call. It's about 9 o'clock, and they say, Gene, get ready. We going to the Vibe party. I was like, we going to the party? We don't have no security. But according to Deal, tried to warn Combs this probably wasn't a good idea. I say, yo, Puff, I got some intel, bruh. He said, what? I said, yo, man, if we go to this party tonight, one of us is going to get killed. Somebody going to die, because now we got East Coast, West Coast beef. He said, yo, Gene, I don't want to hear that S, so we all jump in the car. I was in a car with Puff. Big was in his own car. And the next thing you know, you hear pow, 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 pow. Biggie was shot 4 times, died right after arriving at the hospital. And according to Deal, Combs showed up at the hospital, seemed shocked that Biggie was dead. And we asked celebrity criminal defense attorney Brian McMonigal about this latest accusation against Combs, who's already facing these 3 federal charges related to the so-called freak-off activity. And again, he's facing dozens of civil lawsuits. But here's what Brian had to say.
I don't see this. This is a 30-year-old accusation. And it seems to me that it's getting to a point where Diddy's concerned, where it's dangerously getting to piling on in a way that I think might just help him. As I thought about this last night, once I saw the article in the Post and was referenced on the documentary, it seems to me that there are a lot of people now that are jumping on this bandwagon of making what I would say are baseless allegations against this guy. This one in particular just smells to me. Did this guy say any of this stuff over the past 30 years to anybody in law enforcement? Has there ever been any kind of a suggestion that he was involved by law enforcement? It seemed to me that he was in a close relationship with Biggie, and that if anything, he was on the other side of this East Coast, West Coast fight. So the one thing that I would say about it is just bringing this kind of full circle to this upcoming trial. They're going to be looking for things like this, the defense in this trial. They're going to be looking for accusations that are stretched. They're going to looking for moments that they can disprove things. And make no mistake about it, there'll be a few things like that. And hope that that'll give them the kind of strength and ability to diffuse perhaps as many of these allegations as they can where this indictment's concerned.
Now, to be clear about something, Combs has always denied any involvement in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie, and he certainly has not been arrested or charged in connection with their deaths in any way. As for Davis, we go back to him. It's going to be up to his attorneys to decide if they will appeal the judge's denial of their motion to the state Supreme Court. In the meantime, Davis has been denied bail, so he's going to be sitting in a Las Vegas jail until his trial, which is scheduled to begin in March. We'll keep our eye on it. Sean Combs' federal criminal case out of the Southern District of New York, where he faces charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion of victim one, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Trial currently scheduled for May 5th, 2025. I want to go back to the indictment because this is really where it centers upon it. So it alleges that Sean Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, pleasured himself during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And let's not forget that prosecutors allege that these freak-offs weren't just happening years and years ago. In one of their letters to the court, they wrote, "Indeed, since at least in or about January 2024, when the defendant was unquestionably aware of the criminal investigation, the evidence shows that he is engaged in multiple freak-offs, some involving the interstate transportation of individuals to participate, has continued to use narcotics, and has contacted multiple witnesses." Now, I think there's a fair argument to say that Sean Combs' defense counsel isn't going to shy away from the term freak-off. They might accept, yeah, Sean Combs called these sexual encounters freak-offs. Yeah, they weren't with commercial sex workers, but maybe it was group sex, or maybe it was things that were filmed with him and a partner of his, but doesn't make it illegal. The way it becomes illegal is if you do bring in these sex workers, if there is some sort of force or fraud or coercion that is used, or there are narcotics that are used, and this idea that it wasn't on the up and up. But I think they're going to say it might be different from what you and I do, but it's not necessarily illegal. I want you to keep that in mind. And obviously, as you heard there are elements to the racketeering charge, this kind of idea that there was a criminal enterprise that engaged in all sorts of illegal activity. Sean Combs was leading it. The sex trafficking, again, you particularly moving people across state lines for commercial sex acts. There has to be an element of fraud or force or coercion. Combs' attorneys filed a letter asking Judge Arun Subramanian, this is the judge in the Southern District of New York who is overseeing this case, they are asking him to order the prosecution to electronically produce videos of the freak-offs to the defense. And the reason they want these electronically produced, the reason they want copies of these in their possession to review and analyze, and why they need the court to step in, is because they say that under the current protective order in this case regarding how evidence will be viewed and disseminated, the video evidence is available for inspection only, right? They have to go to a certain place provided by the prosecution in order to view these videos. They say that's not fair. And according to the defense, the federal prosecutors refuse to produce over these videos to them. But more importantly, and this is the key, Combs' lawyers write, we need these videos because they prove our client is innocent. Quote, having reviewed these videos, it is now abundantly clear that they confirm Mr. Combs' innocence and that their full exculpatory value cannot be investigated and used unless they are electronically produced. The 9 videos at issue are the so-called freak-off tapes with victim 1 that the government has repeatedly referenced, causing wild speculation in the media. Contrary to what the government has led this court and the public to believe, the so-called freak-offs were private sexual activity between fully consenting adults in a long-term relationship. Like many Americans in the privacy of their own bedrooms, they sometimes filmed their sexual activity. These videos unambiguously show that the person alleged in the indictment to be victim 1 not only consented but thoroughly enjoyed herself. And we believe victim 1 to be Cassandra Ventura. This is Diddy's ex, who first filed that initial sexual assault lawsuit against Combs back in 2023. She was also in that infamous surveillance footage that was published by CNN months ago, where you see Sean Combs in a towel beating Cassandra Ventura, dragging her, kicking her. The filing goes on to say, quote, moreover, contrary to innumerable sensationalistic media reports, the videos do not depict sex parties. There are no secret cameras, no orgies, no other celebrities involved, no underground tunnels, no minors, and not so much of a hint of coercion or violence. So not only talking about the allegations in the indictment, but also all of the claims that have been made in the media as well. Now, far from the government's lurid descriptions, the videos show adults having consensual sex, plain and simple. At bottom, this case is about whether victim 1 was or was not a willing participant in her private sex life with Mr. Combs. The videos confirm that she plainly was. And the defense in this letter describes victim 1 in these videos as, quote, happy, dominant, and completely in control. They write, there is no evidence of any violence, coercion, threats, or manipulation whatsoever. There's no evidence that anyone is incapacitated or under the influence of drugs or excessive alcohol consumption. There is certainly no evidence of sex trafficking. That's what they say. They go on to write, the premise that freak-offs are inherently dangerous shows that the government seeks to police non-conforming sexual activity and that it assumes, despite all evidence to the contrary, that a woman's willing participation must have been coerced. So again, that idea of doesn't seem like they're shying away from these freak-offs, but saying, while the freak-offs might be unusual, they're not illegal. Now, the defense also says that they reviewed photographs that they say victim 1 allegedly sent to Sean Combs, and they too appear in their characterization, quote, to reflect entirely consensual sexual activity. And the defense also claims in this letter that these recordings corroborate what witnesses have told the government. And they don't really explain more about that, but that seems to suggest that these witnesses are going to be helpful to Sean Combs' defense. Maybe these are sex workers who were there and say, look, our opinion, Cassie consented to everything that was going on, or victim 1 consented to everything that was going on. Now, we actually spoke with criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen about this, and he's represented celebrities like Drake, Lil Wayne, Kodak Black. And the question is, based on the defense's characterization, is this the end of the prosecution's case, right? Do these videos prove that Sean Combs is innocent? Is there anything more? Take a look.
I think it's interesting because, you know, from the very beginning of this case, I was saying, I think that the original tape showing the violence against Cassie, I think the original tape was leaked by her team to show that she is a victim and not a willing participant or a co-defendant. So I've been saying that for a long time. So to hear this, that, okay, we've seen these 9 videotapes, and these 9 videotapes kind of back up what we've been saying the whole time, that it's consensual sex between adults. It's an interesting thing to say, because I think that the videotapes are going to show that Cassie probably was engaging with another individual. The videotapes are probably going to show that it wasn't a hidden camera, maybe that she was making faces or saying something to the camera that confirms that it wasn't a hidden camera or someone's talking on camera. All those different things definitely help his case. Is it a smoking gun, as we say? No, probably not a smoking gun, because she's going to still say, listen, I was still under the control of Sean Combs. He was physically controlling me. He was mentally controlling me. That's going to be where she goes with this whole thing. And that's where that tape of violence comes in, to show that, yeah, it might have looked like I was doing these things on video, that I was a willing participant, but in reality, I knew if I was not a willing participant, then something else would have happened to me physically or mentally.
Now, you might be saying, well, look, the fact that the tapes exist, Jesse, that shows that Sean Combs is guilty because the government alleges he secretly filmed these encounters and used it to blackmail victim one to stay silent, to do what he wanted. The defense, to do what he wanted. Well, the defense has an answer to that in their letter. They write, these recordings were not on Mr. Combs' devices and were not seized from his homes. Rather, victim one kept these videos on her own device for years and produced them to the government herself. Now, Bradford also had an interesting take on that as well.
If the defense had these tapes, or Sean Combs had these tapes, when the tape came out, or when the accusations came out that she was not a willing participant in this sex, you don't think those tapes would have been leaked? Like,
well, he would have gotten in a lot of trouble if he did that, right?
Well, before the charges were even filed, when she said, when she first hit him with the civil complaint, and in that civil complaint says she was not a willing participant, she was not involved in these things, all these different kind of accusations in that civil complaint, you would at that point say, what are you talking about?
He settled with her the next day. And if you're him, I don't want to release these videos of me, my private sex life. He probably didn't want to.
No, but there's a way you could leak it to make sure her version of events was questioned.
Now, in terms of the defense's argument for why they are entitled to electronic production copies of these videos, they argue that this is a form of exculpatory evidence covered under what we call in the law Brady, that the government has to turn over, that Combs has a constitutional right to properly prepare for his defense. He has a due process right. That's why he should have it. And they also cite the federal rules of criminal procedure, specifically Rule 16, which states in part, upon a defendant's request, the government must permit the defendant to inspect and to copy data that is within the government's possession, custody, or control, and that is material to preparing the defense. And here they argue that videos of the freak-offs, they are material because that's essentially the prosecution's central point in this case, the freak-offs. And they argue the government has not presented enough evidence to withhold the videos because this is not child pornography. This is not classified information. Now, the prosecution responded in a letter of their own to the court, and they didn't directly respond to the Rule 16 argument or what the tapes show, but they argued that the defense's letter violated the protective order that has been put in place by the court. That under the protective order, that no portion of the videos should have been filed on the public docket without being filed under seal or without the defense first conferring with the government as to the designation. And they said neither occurred. Quote, instead of conferring in advance or redacting all content related to the videos, the motion blatantly violated the protective order when it left unredacted descriptions and characterizations of material designated AEO, attorney's eyes only. And they argue this threatens the privacy of victims. And they are asking the court to remove it from the public filing and have it be refiled with redactions. Well, the defense responded to that in a follow-up letter. And they said, look, we will make the requested redactions, but they want the court to step in. And they want to be able to refile this with narrower redactions. Why? Because they argue that the government's request was way too overbroad. That the government, they already told everybody what all of this is about. That they have been quite explicit and specific about freak-offs. And they also argue that there is a presumption of public access here. This is about the government's key piece of evidence in this case, the freak-offs. And that Mr. Combs' trial rights are being compromised by not having proper access to this material. They write, indeed, the public can only have confidence in the conscientiousness, reasonableness, or honesty of judicial proceedings if the documents on which judges rely are publicly available. And they say the government provides no satisfactory or adequate reason for why this information needs to be sealed. And I want to read you this part in its entirety because I think this is really key to the defense's argument. So in their letter, they write, quote, while victim one may have privacy interests that justify keeping the videos themselves under seal at this stage, including details of the content of the videos, the fact that victim one was filmed while participating in the so-called freak-offs is public information. Indeed, the government has publicized that these were extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers and elaborate and produced sex performances that were electronically recorded. The government has publicized gratuitous details, including the use of baby oil, lubricant, extra linens and lighting, room damage, and delivery of IV fluids. The government even held a press conference publicizing the seizure of more than 1,000 bottles of personal lubricant and baby oil. And the government has publicly asserted that during the freak-offs, alleged victims were subjected to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse, including being hit, kicked, and dragged, and that alleged victim claims are corroborated by videos of the freak-offs. Faulting the defense for characterizing that same evidence as exculpatory and consensual is an unfair double standard and demonstrates the government's intent to mislead the public and the court. To accept the government's broad reading of the protective order would turn it into a tool to shield the public from any interpretation of the evidence that could be favorable to Mr. Combs, after the government has been able to tout its own inculpatory interpretation. The result will be an unfairly polluted jury pool, manufactured by the government's misleading narrative and widely disseminated by the press. So the question becomes, how much will be revealed about these tapes, either before trial or even during trial? And you wonder how much a jury will be sitting there being shown these tapes, looking to see if there's illegal or consensual activity going on. And also, by the way, what's the reporting going to look like from inside that courtroom, right? No cameras are going to be allowed, but the reporters will presumably be front and center watching these videos because there'll be exhibits during this trial, videos of the alleged freak-offs. But I think it is fair to say that the government is not and cannot, in order to prove their case, rely solely on the tapes of the freak-offs, right? They have to have more corroborating information, whether it's witness testimony, whether it's the victim's testimony. There needs to be more to show that this isn't just group sex, but that it was forced, that it was coerced, that there was an element of violence or fear, that these sex acts were done through illegal means for Sean Combs' pleasure. We'll see what happens. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
One of the most famous names in the hip-hop world is now facing 3 charges in federal court. Many people have come forward in recent months to accuse Sean Diddy Combs of abuse, sex trafficking, drug possession, and more, but now the federal government is getting involved and promising to bring down the rap mogul's alleged criminal empire. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
His office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that.
Talk about a day.
hustling. Cause I be getting money, don't I? I spend it how I wanna, don't I? Wanna come through, don't I show love, don't I cop the smoke, cop the drink. The world's warm, let's get to the pink. You can Twitter with these, you can Twitter with those. You can play with those low broke niggas, we niggas right here from coast to coast. Shorty good when you giving a toast. Just remember me though, got you though, and I came through with that there amazing ego.
There you go. His black card. Black card, possibly the black card. Remember he bragged about having American Express black card? His own American Express. Going to be used against him right now. Records, flight records, Cassie. Flight records. Want to know what the flight records. American Express. So usually when they get started, it takes a minute or two to kick up a notch. We're talking about flights. Miami. I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. But it's flying from Miami for Cassie. To where? Probably NYC. Probably Miami to NYC. It's a pretty quick flight. Right up the Atlantic. 2.5 hours. Boom. All right, we are started back up, folks, ladies and gentlemen. So we're getting into now American Express and flight records. And we'll learn more about this other juror. Inner City Press posted something else about the juror as far as during the summary chart testimony, the prosecutors docketed their letter not only about juror number 6, but also the other juror questioned under seal on Friday. So that will also be out there. Wonder what type of evidence we have here with flight records. We shall see shortly, momentarily. I'm sure they're arranging travel for other escorts to join them in their freak-offs, paid for by American Express. One of the jurors apparently got a text from a random number asking them if they were juror number 6, possibly second juror removal incoming. Oh, who the heck is Matt? Matt knows a lot about this case. Matt, thank you for giving the scoop about possibly what's going on. Thank you. So what do you mean? So how's jurors getting called? Somebody has the numbers of the jurors? The media? See, I'm telling you, these media people are also paparazzi kings. They follow these jurors. Some of these really elite media forces most likely will probably follow them. But it could be somebody else. Diddy's people, someone else calling them. That'd be good to know. We'll see what happens with that. Maybe it's possibly another juror. Jury's getting compromised. People are reaching into jurors left and right, calling other ones, trying to work other ones. You know, there could be somebody in the courthouse that slipping the information out, leaking it. There could be leakers. Could be leakers. Jury tampering is a felony. Absolutely. Don't mess with the jurors, man. In our type of reporting, we kind of just stay away from jurors, man. Like, because you could get caught up. Even journalists can get caught up if they bother jurors. You could be brought into a judge and have to explain yourself. Next thing you know, warrants out for your arrest for tampering with the jurors. They don't play when it comes to that stuff. They don't. All right, what do we got? American Express. We're still stuck on the American Express for a flight from Miami. A flight from Miami. Miami, Cassie's probably flying into Miami all the time at the time, right? To meet Diddy. Diddy's people. Diddy goes up to the airport, picks her up, takes her to Star Island. Or some people flying out, take them to Miami airport, fly them out to different locations. This case is too high profile for the jury not to be sequestered. Exactly. I would say, why not? Gotta sequester. The stakes are so high, man. We're talking about people that are worth millions. 100%. It's still impossible to believe they didn't sequester the jury, especially considering Diddy literally got busted intimidating witnesses from MDC. Maybe they're just waiting for him to dig himself in a deeper hole so they could get him. I personally think some of these jurors are being watched like a hawk by law enforcement, by the feds tailing them. I do. You think they just let the jurors just go home and they don't really keep an eye on what's going on? And when they leave, what do? Just go out the back door or what? How are they leaving the courthouse? They coming in through the back, or are they all getting ushered there in a van, going to another location, being dropped off? Like, how does this even work with the jurors? Or did they just walk to the courthouse? I mean, here we go. Here was a charge from the London hotel in this American Express account. Whose American Express account? Sean Combs. Paid with an account at Signature Bank. Finances now. Proving that Sean Combs paid for the hotel at the London hotel with the American Express account. Paid with an account at Signature Bank. So he has an American Express account. He's booking hotels, London hotel, and then he's paying the American Express bill from his account at Signature Bank. You know, you all have credit cards. You all have get that monthly statement. You all use your bank account or a certain bank to pay your credit card. There you go. Rico. The crazy thing is, like, he's doing these like prostitution stuff in hotels using his own bank accounts and using his own accounts paid for, you know, his own accounts that he has ownership in. Agent just said on the stand, whose American Express account? Diddy's. So they couldn't even be that covert about it. And they're sitting there just booking freak offs in hotels using the American Express. You would think that they would at least try to cover their tracks a little bit. Try to get some sort of other ghost account or use some sort of alternative payment that doesn't bring a link directly to him. No. It's as if they're just flaunting their sex freak offs. I'll just use my American Express in my own name. I'm sure American Express doesn't want this publicity here. Let me guess, the signature account will be in the name of Combs' Global or Combs' Enterprise. Bad Boy Enterprise or Janice Combs Music Inc. Remember we heard that? Janice Combs Music Inc. Credit cards. American Express. Didn't he say, I don't... Something blank checks. He wrote a rhyme that said, I don't... What was that rhyme? Something wet, write checks, I use American Express. He's rapped about American Express. There's Diddy American Express lyrics in his old raps. There is. There is. If you could pick them out, share it. So all the other people who are involved have now become state witnesses, except KK. D-Rock, not sure. But yeah, most. Yeah, most. I don't think KK is a state witness. I really think at this point, KK is going down with the ship. KK is going to be dealt with separately for sure. They're not going to let her go unscathed. No way. Nope. She's involved. She's going to get her own case. If she don't even have one already, she might already have one. It's sealed. I keep refreshing the screens here to see what we got. Court returns from lunch break. That's the NBC report. Washington Post, same thing. She's back on the stand. We want some of the stuff that's being said. Inner City Press is the only one that's talking about the American Express right now. Basically, this shows a hotel charge tied directly to Diddy's American Express, paid through Signature Bank. This is linking him financially to actively being tracked by investigators. Left a paper trail. And not only that, but if you think about it, he wasn't so covert about the freak-offs. He's using his own bank account and his American Express card to help him do this freak-off. Unbelievable. Just shows the feds. They can go back and get records. And they will. And they can go back to the... Who knows? As far as records can be retained. Retention. All the way back. All the way back. It's just showing that in this case, in this era, they can literally go back to 2009. The feds, if they choose to. Restored. Black American Express card, all gray now. Scratched up from constant usage. Everything I Love song. Oh, there you go. Black American Express card, all gray now. It's scratched up from constant usage. It's a song. That's one lyric. I'll find one. I'll find one. Yeah, you did the scratch up. You did Everything I Love. Restored Faith. Diddy, Everything I Love. Sean Diddy Combs has been associated with the American Express Centurion card, often referred to as the Black Card. This ultra-exclusive charge card is known for its invitation-only status and high spending requirements. Evidence presented at Diddy's trial, recent legal proceedings revealed the card was used to cover his extravagant request, including luxury items and specific food items like applesauce and Heinz ketchup. So AI Overview flat out saying that he's been tied to the American Express Black Card. According to Yahoo, Diddy's personal information had been released and revealed in a hack on American Express in the past. I don't know that song, Restored Faith. Everything I Love, lyrics. But it's in there. We're still stuck on the Signature Bank. Where are we? Some people said, well, at least he paid his account. Some people don't pay. His son doesn't pay. Oh, his son got sued last year, right around indictment time. His son got sued for not paying his credit. Christian got sued for not paying. How much was it, Magnolia? It was like almost 20K. He didn't pay his credit card bill. Christian. We're still on the Signature Bank. I want information. Where are we at? We're at a standstill, folks. Be patient. 17K. Maybe Diddy left his son on the hook for the freak-off charges. Huh. It was 17K. 17K, Bello. 17K. It's a lot of money. They try to sue you to try to get that money. I think what they're doing now is actually showing the agent the agent's showing records to the jury. That's kind of why we're at a kind of like a lull here. It appears that the jury is seeing records right now, financial records, and that were used to facilitate hotel travel or travel on planes, hotels, and things centered around the freak-offs. Here we go. That's what I'm saying. Look, just in now, Washington Post, jurors are being shown travel and credit card records that will help to establish that Combs bankrolled freak-offs by paying for flights. Several of the flight records being discussed by the agent on the witness stand cite Cassie as a passenger. The jury also saw the name of a male escort who took part in the sexual encounters. That would be Jules. In this era, 2009. Plus, your business card, if it was your business card used for freak-offs, wouldn't that be a violation of American Express terms of service? If you use a business card, a business American Express card, and you are using it to facilitate and do criminal activity, right? He's using his own corporate card to do freak-offs. We're waiting for the drop that the Signature Bank account is in the name of Sean Combs' business. Thank you, Denise. 390K subs. Thank you. Thank you, Denise, for that. We're growing. We'll be here to 1 million. I'm sure. I'm sure. Probably next time we go into an eye of a hurricane. I literally drive in the eye of a hurricane. Am I crazy or what? Yeah, folks in the chat, you ever want to see a hurricane? Stand by. I drive right in the eye. It's crazy. All right. Ooh, what do we got here? What do we got here? Can you read this? AUSA, a Special 8. It's the Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm heading there now. Can you contact the front desk and get the porn channel unlocked? What does Ventura say? Just called them. Yo. The agent just read a message between Diddy and Cassie. And in this message, Diddy's telling Cassie, it's the Trump on Columbus Circle. I'm headed there now. Can you contact the front desk and get the porn channel unlocked? Yo, can you contact the front desk and get the porn channel unlocked? And Cassie responds, I just called them. Yo, he's telling Cassie to get the porn channel unlocked at the Trump Hotel. Hey, D-Rod, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. Thank you. Another member. JLR investigates, courtesy of D-Rod. Yo, that's crazy. Chaos Forever says, like and subscribe or you'll get a Tootsie Roll. MKO said previously, did we ever figure out how CNN got the hotel video? That's a great question. How did CNN get that hotel video? Jury sees more records tied to purported 209 meeting between Combs, Ventura, and an escort. With Special Agent Penland on the stand of a summary witness, the jury saw more records to support a purported December 2009 meeting between Combs, Cassie, and a man named Jules, an escort. The records indicate those for flights and hotels for that weekend that were paid for with Combs' American Express card. The records show that Combs paid for flights for Ventura and Jules and a hotel room. Special agents further saying that once Diddy was on his way, he informed Cassie to call the Trump Hotel and asked the front desk to get the porn channel unlocked. I guess they locked the porn channels for kids. I guess in Trump hotels or some of the hotels, I guess if there's the naughty channel, you got to contact the front desk and you got to say, hey, we want the adult channel unlocked. Well, did he use the American Express to pay for Jules and Cassie and him to go to this hotel that they're talking about on top of getting the porn channel unlocked? Oh, why are you getting the porn channel unlocked? You're ready to do a freak off and you want the porn channel unlocked. Cassie's like, I just called them. Crazy, man. So crazy stuff with the porn channel. All right, so that's the latest right here. They're just discussing the law here is over the records. The jury is seeing records. The summary witness is showing graphs and charts. So a lot of it's visual with occasionally the agent explaining a little bit about what each means. But the point is the defense, or I'm sorry, the prosecution is bringing graphs and charts and receipts and travel records. They're going over the American Express stuff right now, and that's what the jurors are looking at. We'll see what else we come with that. Stand by, shall we? Daily Mail with a bombshell article. Chaos. Chaos, thank you for the comment. D. Wayne, thank you for the gifted membership. Another member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Dwayne. Thank you. Very grateful. Appreciate that. Chaos Forever, I see you. I see your comment. All right, so we're still trying to get an understanding about these records used to do these freak-offs. The records are just as important as testimony because you can't say these people are lying when you have receipts to back it up. You know, when people say things online, whenever you hear somebody saying something, many people say, where's the receipts? Where's the receipts to what you're saying? The receipts are being dropped. Financial records. The receipts. Chaos Forever. Thank you for the gifted membership. Gifted membership courtesy of Chaos Forever. Very grateful. One additional person. Sugon 69, welcome. All right, so folks, we are still trying to understand a little bit about these financial records. The financial records aspect to this. I want to know about how this stuff was being paid. We're still at the porn channel stuff. We don't have any additional information yet, but I think stuff will be starting to come out quickly. We have about a half hour left before they call it a day. This agent will be back tomorrow. Matter of fact, I think they're a little behind schedule. I wouldn't be shocked if the judge continues this past 3 o'clock. We shall see. This is Delisa Penland, special agent. Graphs and charts. Summary witness. Where's the updates? I want some updates here. Summary witness on the stand. But nothing else yet. Stand by. Stand by. And then also all these media outlets do not have reports out that are new. Dun, dun, dun. One of the longest lulls in the trial is taking place right now as the agent is showing the jury records, financial records. Thank you again, D-Rod. Thank you again. D-Rod, another gifted membership. Courtesy of D-Rod. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. No new update on CNN. That was 10 minutes ago. NBC, no new update. Let's go to the Washington Post. The last time they posted something, 14 minutes ago. Man, this is why we need this televised. But it is what it is. In the meantime, Daily Mail has a bombshell report out talking about the key man hanging over the Diddy trial that no one's talking about but might hold all the answers. And it's about his gangster father. As the world is gripped by Sean Combs' criminal trial and wonders what could have possibly led him into such depths, one man is notably absent. Every Day the rapper is currently standing trial for sex trafficking, is supported at court by his loyal mother, Janice. Even most of his 7 children attended the opening statements as a group, with some of his sons in regular attendance. Yet, if there is one man who haunts the trial, it is his late father, Melvin Combs, who may even explain how Diddy came to land in such hot water. Melvin was the original bad boy, a gangster affiliated with the notorious New York mobster Frank Lucas, who was famously portrayed by Denzel Washington in the movie Gangster. He died when Diddy was just 3, but his hustler mentality inspired the music mogul's pursuit of stardom. We'll get into that in a minute. In the meantime, we have some new information, but the father might hold the whole keys to why Diddy operates, how he operates. Who is in these communications? Special agent says Cassie Ventura and the New York Punisher, also known as Sheree Hayes. What is this about? The cost. The cost. And this videos, freak off videos. They play into the jury freak off videos with the Punisher and Cassie right now, but there is also communications between Cassie and the Punisher about the cost. Rico is being discussed right now. The Punisher, the cost. Melvin, going back to Diddy's dad, because we're going to take you back to Diddy's dad, because the Daily Mail put this article out today, and some of you might or might not know about this. Melvin, who was Diddy's dad, was shot dead by a drug dealer in 1972 at the age of 33 while he was sitting in his car in New York. Psychologists have now suggested that Melvin's gang affiliation, as well as his absence, may have influenced Diddy's later life of this behavior and crazy criminalness. Yeah. Dr. Michelle Leno, a licensed psychologist in Michigan and hosts Mind Matters with Dr. Michelle TV, said she said it was highly plausible that Melvin's past inspired Diddy's choices. Biological parents can influence our lives even when they are physically distant or did not raise us, she explained. People absorb parents' physical and psychological attributes thanks to genetic inheritance. Diddy's knowledge of his father's gang affiliation as well as his absence possibly contribute to his personality and behaviors. Diddy wanted to be a gangster like Melvin. Bang, bang. Right? He wanted that life. Yeah. While Diddy's exact thought process is unknown, kids often want to be like or unlike their absent or flawed parent. But sometimes we become what we spend too much time trying to resist. Diddy, who claimed Melvin was very successful at selling narcotics, has previously admitted that his father's prosperity inspired his own entrepreneurial ventures, but claims, unlike his father, I'm just doing it in a legal way. You really think? Melvin was connected with Lucas and Nicky Barnes, another famed Harlem gangster of the 60s and 70s. While his father did not work with either of them, Diddy claimed his father was as big as both of them. He also said Melvin's shortcomings inspired him to become a successful entrepreneur and businessman in his own right. Goes on to say, my father was a hustler. He was a drug dealer and he was a hustler. So I learned early in life that there's only two ways out of that dead-end jail. Diddy shared in a deeply personal video interview titled Confessions, which was released in 2013 under his Revolt TV enterprise. It made me work even harder. Sometimes you can't just answer why things happen. But I definitely think the route that I went on, staying out of the streets and hitting my books and trying to become somebody, I think he played a role in that. There you go. Trying to is it in his DNA? Like father, like son? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What do we have? What do we have there? But he just wanted to do it in a legal way. Was his father really a gangster? Was he putting his father out there to be something he wasn't? And just can say his father was whatever because his father's not around anymore. It's in the genes. Yo, they got Inner City Press, I believe, is outside the courtroom now. They're playing things to the jury and only the jury right now, it appears. AUSA, turn off the screen for the public and press. AUSA, we are not playing it for counsel since their screens are viewable from the gallery. Four minutes ago, a hotel night at Trump International cost nearly $800, record show. There you go. Combs and Ventura, they deleted it. They just deleted that right before our eyes. I think they got the dates wrong. That's why. That might be coming back. NBC just had a report and they just banished it right in thin air. But the report said cost $800 to stay at the Trump Hotel for that freak off. $800 a night. Don't forget, the Punisher, who they're talking about right now, has a book called Freezer Meat. Freezer Meat. A story of male mental health crisis caused by erectile dysfunction. And the only true cure no one is talking about, an implant. He got a book. Going back to Diddy and his father. Diddy admitted, I don't have a lot of memories of my father, but still felt the effects of his absence throughout his life. They say you can't miss something you never had, but that's only a little ways right. There's definitely been times as I've gotten older that I miss my father, his presence not being here. There's things that you would ask your father. There's also things that you would celebrate with him that would make him proud. Diddy grew up believing Melvin died in a car crash, a story peddled by his mom, Janice Combs. He only learned of his father's assassination after he dug into his past himself and stumbled upon an article about Janice wearing a full-length chinchilla coat to Melvin's funeral. Combs said he was wearing mink. That was like the story of just the glamour of our family. And just like he was the kingpin, of Harlem, Diddy said, the kingpin of Harlem. The rap mogul claimed Janice, his mom, lied about his father's career to protect him from going down the same path. Well, your path is much worse, Diddy, because he's not around, but your path is much, much worse. Because you got to be on Earth forever, pretty much behind bars, most likely. Diddy ruined Diddy. Well said, in caps. He believes that he would have become one of the biggest drug dealers out there because the type of person I would have wanted to follow in my father's footsteps. No one in this country is getting away with committing crimes long term. You will be caught. Period. You ain't getting away with anyone, whether you're a serial killer, a pimp, a hustler, a drug dealer, a fraudster, a scammer, a pedo. You will not get away with continuing doing crimes in this country anymore. It ain't happening. You will be caught. If you have co-defendants, someone in your co-defendant circle will tell. They have financial records, surveillance, DNA. You will be caught. You cannot be in this criminal RICO stuff long term and think that you're going to get away with it in this era. It's impossible. You will be caught. He's actually, my bad here. Inner City Press is playing an old video, but it appeared it was outside for a Periscope, but he was linking it. All right, so we're still going over these financial records. All right, so here we go. This is why we're at a lull. They're playing videos. They're playing freak off videos under seal, which appears to be the Punisher and Cassie. And prior to playing the videos, they played correspondence between Cassie and the Punisher about payments. The public is left in the dark. That's coming out of NBC News. So they are playing videos right now. Just so everyone knows. Videos are being played right now. Punisher, Cassie, payment. That's the only thing we know at this point of what's going on inside that courtroom. And again, the public is left in the dark. We are left in the dark. So I'm going to put that out there. So they'll continue to play the videos. We'll continue to maybe learn more about financial records and all that good stuff. Stand by. JLR and Magnolia Investigates. Welcome aboard, everyone. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial. We are 24 days of testimony, 24 days of testimony, 24 days. Most people's trials don't go longer than a week if they dare to go to trial. Even with murder cases, ends pretty quickly, though some trials have gone on for a long time. All right, so here's what's going on. CNN has put out a report. It says, jury showed 2012 travel and hotel invoices between Combs and Ventura. The jury was shown a travel invoice sent to Bad Boy Entertainment for a flight for Cassie Ventura from LA to New York City on October 10th, 2012. So they're seeing that. Magnolia is putting something up on the screen here. So we're going to read this here while we're here. It says, it goes on to say, Miss Johnson, we're not seeing it. Play from 10:30 to 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Okay, Special Agent Penland, I want to direct your attention to line 23. I will read Mr. Combs. You read Miss Ventura. Here we go. AUSA as Combs. You horny? Are you horny? Would you want to have a freak off? This is Combs asking Cassie if she's horny. Would you want to have a freak off? Are you horny? Agent Penland, now as Cassie, call Jules. Can you send me the hotel info? About to smoke weed. What are you doing? AUSA as Combs. What up? What up? Agent Penland as Cassie. I asked him to drive around and we hit him when we want him to come up. Hit him up. We want him to come up. That would be Punisher. Jules. Looks like we're at Jules. Jules. They have been discussing correspondence between Jules, Diddy, and Cassie, and also the Punisher, Cassie, and Diddy. So that's where we're at here. But Diddy's asking her if she's horny. So it's a lot of things in reference to text and videos. That's the name. But go back to what we were saying here. The jury was shown a travel invoice sent to Bad Boy Entertainment for a flight for Cassie from LA to New York City, October 10th, 2012. Special Agent Penland then read some messages between Ventura and Sean Combs on October 13th, 2012. You ready for tonight? Combs asked her. Ventura responded, yes, but she needed to get something. Man, you had all day. All day. It's always something. That's what Diddy wrote back in the message to Cassie. You had all day. It's always all day. It's always something. You're ruining my high. Get what I'm saying? Like, that's what he's saying to her. Like, yo, you had all day to do that. The jury then saw messages Ventura sent separately to two men discussing times to meet and giving them information for a hotel room in New York. The invoice for that hotel was reserved under the name Janet Clark and paid in cash. One of the men texted Ventura in the early morning hours of October 14th, indicating he was in another room. The jury also saw the invoice for that room, which was reserved under the name Frank Black, and paid for both in cash and with an American Express. All ties it right back to Sean P. Diddy Combs. Several videos recorded on October 14th were recovered from one of Venture's devices. The jury watched these videos, but the public was not able to see them. Corroborated by video evidence, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So, jury is still hearing all these incidents from 2009, I think, about dismissed juror. Ooh. Here we go. Juror drama. After the jury was let go, defense Shapiro asked the judge what was said to the other jurors about juror number 6. The judge said he'll find out and tell the attorneys tomorrow morning on that issue. So the defense is prying in and they're like, well, what was said to the other jurors about juror number 6? How did the other jurors react to juror number 6 being off the case? Now there's an alternate. Hey, welcome aboard, a new guy in town. I don't think that's, I mean, I understand what the defense is doing because they might say, well, they were all gossiping. Why? What happened? What happened to juror number 6? Anybody know? Like, they want to know what was being told. What happened? Does anyone know what happened with juror number 6? But in the meantime, we'll see if it's actually adjourned where they don't even address the other juror. That's what I want to do. That's my curiosity here. Juror number 6. But the question is, are they addressing the other juror? And if it's another juror, we will probably get the juror number. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm going to fill up. Need to get some fluid. Be right back in 1 minute. Welcome back. What did we miss? Why is KK not being called? She knows the most. She's probably going to be dealing with her own. I think she's stubborn, man. I think they gave her an opportunity to flip and she's refusing to. I really do at this point. They need her. And she might be just saying, I'm not cooperating. I'll take the indictment. I'll fight it. Magnolia responds, looks like KK isn't being called because KK is the next to be prosecuted, which will cover the case if she does. KK, want to let you know out there, anyone that knows KK, if she decides to go to trial, this is exactly what we'll do for KK. We'll have a whole thing up and cover the KK trial. Now, the question is the other juror being addressed? And that's what I'm waiting on. That's what I'm waiting on, to see if the other juror is being addressed. They just say the jury has been dismissed starting tomorrow, 9 a.m. Be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Question is, Where is... Dun, 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 dun. We shall see. We shall see if this other juror gets addressed or not. We shall see. Nothing yet. Nothing. We're going to keep the conversation going a little bit until we get more confirmation whether this issue with the juror is going to be addressed or not. So we don't know. And then also reading the remaining the reports. But the whole recap of what happened today, as you all know, text, receipts, financial records, videos, 2 prosecution witnesses that work for the prosecution's office, 1 a paralegal that was deciphering through the communications, and another right here talking about just all the records, financial aspects, and everything like that they were getting, all being discussed. Cross on the first one, Sankar, really, the defense really just honed in on conversations that Jane had with Diddy, showing that she was with it. They really didn't tackle or address the big elephant in the room, the crime itself. They want to take you back to Jane being a willing participant, whatever. Okay, cool. We don't know what cross is going to be here either.
Sean Diddy Combs, this is the worst week ever. Listen, first of all, when it comes to Father's Day weekend, I guess he had the worst one, right? I hope the rats and roaches made him something. But you guys, there was something groundbreaking and shocking that just, hey, how are you? There's something groundbreaking. Hey, Tito, there's something groundbreaking and shocking that just happened. Juror number 6, of course, has been dismissed. The judge gave a whole long line of reasons, but you guys, it's not over. There is a second juror that seems to be in trouble. There is a second juror that seems to be in peril. You guys, we need to talk about this, okay? We put our ear to the street. We've been hearing some stuff about why this happened, what's going on, this, that, and the third, and we wanted to come out and share it with you guys. You guys, Diddy can kiss whatever chances he had. Go by. And get this. It seems like after juror number 6 got dismissed, okay? It just happened moments ago. They brought up a second juror that nobody talked about. That is in peril. You guys, let's get into these notes really quick, and then I'll take a few questions, and then I got to run back into the courtroom because you know. All right, okay? Now, first of all, they address what's going on with Bonner. You know, they are trying to get a mistrial, saying she did this, she did that, she perjured, she lied, she did this, that, and the third. The judge came out and said there is absolutely no evidence of that. Stop bringing this Fulton County nonsense into this good Southern District in New York court. At this point, Diddy's team has made a circus out of what a mistrial means. Now, hear me out. They got to try. They're being paid millions to try. But yet and still, I think this is going to point out that when you hear them call for a mistrial, they will call it on the thinnest of bases. And they're throwing spaghetti against the wall or something-ish against the wall, and they are hoping it actually sticks. Also, you guys, have you checked out my merch store? So I have notebooks. I have t-shirts that say, Yana, Diddy did it. I have sweatshirts, I have tank tops, I have mugs. I finally have merch. This is just one thing, but we have other merch too. please go and support and check out the merch store. We have mugs, we have coffee mugs, we have tank tops. The tank tops say, Yana, Diddy did it. Okay, fine, I'll stop tooting my own horn. But there's a merch store. Click on the links and check it out. All right. Now, they said that Bonna is not grounds for mistrial. Why is Bonna not grounds for mistrial? Because it actually happened, first of all. But second of all, the prosecution is now trying to get in phone calls from Rob Holiday. They're saying Bonna made it up. They said it is not true. You lied to this jury. Okay, but since you said that she lied, they can bring extraneous evidence. Again, Bonna never filed a civil lawsuit. She never told anybody that she was suing. She never even told anybody what was going to happen. You guys, we're going to get into the second juror really quick, and I have some insight to you on that. But first, let me just get through this, okay? And then we'll get into what happened when juror number 6 was dismissed, and then the second juror, okay? I'll be quick, but let me just go through this, right? Because it leads up and it stacks up on what's going on, okay? So anyway, they were like, what? They were like, so the prosecution has been like, listen, you're saying she's lying. You're saying it doesn't exist. You opened the door for this. How about we bring in Rob Holiday? Who is Rob Holiday? At one time, he was Bonna's good friend, but he was also a really, really great friend, or good friend with Sean Diddy Combs. So how does that happen? This incident that Diddy keeps swearing never happened and Bonna lied. And here's the thing. She might have gotten the date wrong. She said they was high. They said it was 10 years ago. We get it. However, their whole point of the matter is, if nothing happened, then why did Rob Holiday, during a get-together and Diddy's backyard from his Homely Hills home or whatever, why did he have Rob call Bonna and said, yo, I'm paraphrasing, but Diddy wants to settle and you shouldn't sue because Diddy wants to settle. Now, she did not, in fact, settle with Diddy, okay? She did not settle with Diddy. But again, if all this is lies, then why would Diddy, the cheapest person in the world, and he got to be because you got your house rated because you want to give Little Rod 30, 40, 50,000, however much you want it, and you got your whole career and your legacy destroyed because you played in Cassie's face and didn't want to give, you played in Cassie's face, and she ended up following her lawsuit, but that sparked the investigation with the Southern District of New York, New York State, and New York City. But the Southern District of New York actually took it over. Why would you call and have this man call on your behalf to settle with something that never even happened? And they said the settlement negotiations, I believe, sources are saying, started at $1 million. Again, why would you do that? Okay, Diddy's team was fighting, no, you got to keep the evidence out of court. That's not fair, that's not fair, that's not fair. They came back and said, so anyway, the judge came back and said, and they're like, and because she, first of all, they wanted the evidence kept out, saying, no, you can't bring the phone call of Rob Holiday into it because it's hearsay upon hearsay. It was a FaceTime call, first of all, right? And Bonna might have actually recorded it. I don't know. But anyway, let's bring Rob Holiday in here and see what they have to say. Diddy's team is fighting against that whilst simultaneously saying that they want a mistrial because Bonna lied. Do you see the games that they play? The fact that they know this was true. The fact that they know that this wasn't a mistrial, right? I mean, they knew it was true. The fact that they knew Bonna was doing this and they're still trying to get a mistrial, they just want it going and coming. But you can't have it both ways. Why do you want the evidence excluded if it didn't happen? Now you're trying to say it's all lie and you want a mistrial. The judge said no, it is not grounds for a mistrial. He will decide on whether that FaceTime call can come into evidence because the government is saying since you called her a liar, it proves, since you called her a liar, it 100% proves that something happened. She might have gotten the date wrong by maybe it happened on the 22nd or the 21st. Maybe it it couldn't have happened on the 26th because they have that thing. But maybe it happened on the 22nd, the 21st, the 20th. The point of the matter is it happened, okay? Now listen, hey, how are you? Diddy came in smiling. He was feeling himself tiptoeing in the court, I think he thought some of these mistrials were going to be answered. I think he thought that he was going to be able to keep juror number 6 and some of these mistrials won't go through. I don't know what his lawyers are telling him, but he needs to stop listening. All right. He came in smiling after the judge said this, not so much. He got that serious look on his face and his head was cocked to the side, right? Now, here's the thing. Then the judge went into juror number 6, right? And he had some good points. He said, listen, first of all, I want to tell you guys, he said, this amount of scrutiny is not required. So So he let the court already know, in my tentative decision on Friday, I had a right, okay? I thought, he's like, I had a right to stand in my ruling. But because Xavier said stuff and the court takes that very seriously, he looked into it more, right? Now, he said this morning, right? He said Friday morning, we got into it, right? And I expressed my preliminary view that the record was insufficient to remove, because just as an offhanded conversation, he didn't really see a point of removing it. Remember in the document, a 14-page document that Diddy filed, they were stunned in fact, that the judge, right, would actually completely, hey, what's up, girl, would actually completely turn around what he said, what he felt. But again, the judge said that Friday morning, I expressed my preliminary view that based off of the information at hand, the record was insufficient to remove the juror, right? Now, the government filed a paper saying, okay, listen, it's up to you whether you're going to remove them, but we do think that these inconsistencies are sufficient enough. We think the juror might have issues with candor, and the candor goes to the qualification of you being a juror. See, here's the thing with a juror, right? It is a test of honesty. And I'm not saying that juror lied, but you have to be a lot of candor. So when somebody asks you where you live, there's only two questions that when you go into a jury, they really care about. I mean, there's a lot, but these are the two basics. Where do you live, to make sure you're in jurisdiction? And also, have you ever been arrested? You have to be overly forthcoming. You have to explain a lot. Why? Because you need candor. Because there can never be a hint or a thought or anything that you were trying to stack the deck in your favor. Now, this is a high-profile case. People write books from being on the jury. You get to go on the press circuit. Now, I'm not saying juror number 6 was interested in that, but in high-profile cases, there are reasons that people want to stay. Sometimes you just want to put your finger on the scale, whatever that may be, but ask yourself, why would you want to be there and judge whether somebody is guilty or innocent unless you have a clear bias? When you have to twist stories to go, but it's not over, right? The defense, right? The defense, when the judge was like, listen, let's talk to him. The defense Friday were the first ones to say in the morning, further questioning would have a chilling effect on a juror. So they were trying to say that if you ask a juror to even clarify, that's going to have a chilling effect. The juror might get mad. The juror might get angry. It might actually push the juries. They might feel like they're being watched. They were saying, don't ask any more questions. Just let that man keep going. Now, I did a video where it's like Diddy's obsession. Clearly, they're fighting. In the paper, they said that even if you brought in another juror that was black, it wouldn't be the same as that juror, which made me think, Diddy, why do you want that juror so much? Here's the thing. All the jurors, including the alternates, are all sitting in 3 rows. So the alternates are hearing and seeing everything that the 12 jurors see. There's 6 alternates, 12 jurors. So you can't make the argument, oh, well, you know, they was working really hard and they was all together and now they're bringing in someone new and they're going to have to catch them up. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. All the jurors were sitting there and they were all together. They all got the same show. Again, why is it so important that you keep that juror? Hey, good morning. My mind keeps going back to the nodding, the Diddy feeling like he's on Tinder and he's making a Match.com. Now, I'm not suggesting at all that the juror was feeling Diddy. However, if you buy into the argument that Diddy has been trying to testify through body language without saying a word, then it leads me to believe, yeah, why do you want that juror so bad? Why do you want that juror so bad, right? Listen, anyway, the defense was in a uproar, of course, right? And they put on the record that they don't think that the inconsistency was enough for dismissal, right? So the judge said, or Judge Aaron was like, so you know what I did? And I got to give the Judge Aaron, he put a lot of thought into this. Judge Aaron is a person of color, right? And people of color can often know what it is to have diversity and look at it from a perspective that somebody that is Black American would as well. So it's just an interesting thing. And he really said he took time to look it over, okay? And he put seriously thought, because like Donaldson said, you know, this is a very diverse jury and we need more diversity in the juries. And you do have a right to be judged by your peers. And your peers are also people that experience what you experience in a way that someone as open-minded as they have. Again, you might be white, right? You might not know what it is to walk into a store and immediately start being followed around by store security. Immediately, when you pull out a credit card, they want to see ID. They're checking signatures. You might not know what that feels like, but I can say I know what it feels like a lot, and it's happened to me at various phases, and it's happened to me. But again, the point of the matter is that when you are just like, I might emphasize what it means to be Indian or Latino or Southeast Asian or whatever. And people might tell me, but the actual experiences of growing up as an Indian, a Latina, or Southeast Asian, or even a white woman, I can only imagine. And there's something about lived experience that juries actually need because it does add to the pair. So Judge Aaron was like, wait, I want to be really, really careful about this. One, grounds for mistrial, grounds for this, grounds for that. It's going to affect everything. And there's a lot of eyes on this case. But most of all, he wanted to be fair in the interest of justice, right? And he said, listen, there were clear, he said this. So I took time to think about it. But I kept coming back to the same thing, that one, there were clear inconsistencies. And there was further inconsistencies upon questions, right? In the voir dire, he said A. In the roving room, he made an offhand comment that said B. And when he was casually re-questioned, he didn't know. Juror number 6 didn't know. When he was casually re-questioned, right? There was a third answer, okay? He said, this makes me believe and shows that the juror might lack candor or even shading. Again, two fundamental questions. Where do you live? And with who do you live? We got 3 different answers, right? Now, he did say, maybe we could go and ask him a 4th time, but this goes to the heart of what a juror is. The juror is expected to have candor on all questions because you don't even want people to think, let alone be making an argument that you have hidden agendas. You are not being honest. And it does say something that if you're willing to shade something like that for the juror, again, in real life, this wouldn't be an issue. You just have a conversation. People have miscommunications all the time. But if you're getting into the heart of what it means to be a juror, no, right? And get this. He said for all the defense's motions and all their briefs and papers, right? The defense themselves didn't deny that the question of candor exists. You're saying we should look it over in the interest of diversity, right? And they said that, yes, we understand that like a black juror replaced for a white juror does feed into typical historic underrepresentation, right? And he said, and I want to make it very clear. He was giving like very clear. He said the court takes seriously all things, questions, and issues related to race and diversity, right? But he said this, that said, taking the defense advisement and asking further questions, it's a non-starter, right? Because the answers have already shifted. And now we're trying to invite more shifting, because that's what it is, more shifting, right? The juror has opened the bottle, and a juror cannot put the genie back in the bottle. To the defense's point, and I know the defense is like, oh, why we make that argument? He said to the defense's point, right? The further questioning could have a negative impact on the jury. It could make it seem like it's hostile. We don't believe them. We're watching them. Again, it could have a chilling impact. So even if we asked another question like you're suggesting now, your first argument back in Friday, Diddy's team, that it could have a chilling effect, he said that's a good point. Why, when we already know what it is, do we need to give a 4th round to have more shifting answers? And he said, and also, this is exactly why we have alternate jurors. This is the sole reason of us having alternate jurors. So that when there is any issue, any whiff, anything that we're just like, I don't know about that, we bring the alternate jurors in, right? Listen, they said, I get what Diddy's team is saying. Diddy ain't getting a mistrial off of this, and he's not getting an appeal. He said, I get Diddy's team thing about diversity. I get it. But this jury doesn't raise these concerns of diversity. Usually the juries are all white or all whatever. He said this jury, like Mr. Donaldson argued, right, and argued very well, is one of the most diverse juries that they're ever seen in the Southern District of New York. So even this guy goes, okay, it's still a super, super diverse. And he said, I also have to say this. It is improper to let race factor into a process when we are talking about issues about truth and candor. Again, not implying that you're lied, but there needs to be a certain level of candor, a heightened level of candor that exists when you are, listen, when you are on a jury, all right? He cited Batson v. Kentucky, right? And he said no defendant has a right for a jury that is all your race. I know we can get into that, but Batson was a completely different case. But they said where it applies, right? They also said that race is unrelated to justice. And we cannot let that factor in when there are issues related to candor, which goes to the heart of what a jury member is, right? Now, they said for that reason, juror number 6 is replaced, right, against the defense's objections, and the first alternate will come in, right? He also turned around and said, and let me say also with this, the defense is bringing up things where there is no basis, saying the government is discriminating, the government's doing this, the government, I've checked the record through and through, there is absolutely at every level no basis. They're bringing up the search warrant again. They're bringing up the fact that they're bringing up the search warrant. They're bringing up the fact of oh, you treated us meanly. They're bringing up all these things, and they are trying to play the race card. And I hate that it even has me using the term race card, because I usually find that term so offensive as a Black person. When you talk about discrimination, when you talk about this, when you talk about that, you're not playing the race card. You're telling what reality is. But Diddy, he's playing the race card. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, right? Listen, he said the defense keeps bringing up issues where there is no basis. And they said, and if you do have a basis, if you do see something improper, then you need to put it in writing and literally ask the court to move for that. So he's basically trying to say, it's like you guys are trying to say this deck is stacked against you, but I'm just like, yo, okay, so what's the issue? Let's talk about it. Is something going on? Do I need to get involved? That's what the judge is saying to defense. Do I need to get involved? Is there something going on? And when you say, okay, but wait, what's going on? They're like, oh, well, never mind. We don't want to talk about it. But then every time they can to the media, they're like, this is unfair. The prosecution's racist, this and that. If you feel, and the judge finally put his foot down and said, if you feel so strongly about that, then you need to start putting it in writing and going in front of the court so the court can address and solve the issues. My issue is, I don't think they want to address and solve the issues. I don't think anything. I think they know there's nothing there. I think what they're trying to do is create a media sandstorm to create the implication there's something improper. Because don't forget, what Diddy said? He didn't say he would pardon Diddy if he's innocent. Because if he's innocent, I would assume he would get found guilty. He said he would pardon Diddy if he gets treated unfairly. Now, we can have the argument again on whether Trump is actually going to pardon Diddy. That's a non-starter. But the whole point is also, you guys, I have merch in my merch store. I have journals. I have Yana, Diddy Did It, shirts, t-shirts, sweatshirts. I have drinking bottles. I have coffee cups. Go ahead and support your girl. This is just one thing, but I do finally have merch. Yes, I took time over this weekend and made merch. The links are in, well, actually, if you're on YouTube or just below, you can scroll my merch. But just go into the store. There's a lot of stuff there, okay? And also, let me know what other merch you'd like to see, because I can make more, okay? But I do like that Yana. It's like Yana t-shirts, and in the back, it's like Diddy Did It, and tank tops, sweatshirts, all that stuff. Anyway, but there's merch, okay? Anyway, y'all, the whole point of the matter is getting back to this thing of bases. Diddy it doesn't matter whether at this point whether Trump is going to pardon Diddy or not, because I don't think that Diddy will actually get pardoned by Trump. But that doesn't mean Diddy doesn't think he can get. And all Diddy has to do in his mind, he thinks, and again, he's grasping at straws, but he's desperate, is create the illusion he's being treated unfairly. And if that is, that will be enough to serve up to Trump. But you need to get the narrative in the media. Oh, he's being unfair. I heard the jurors did this. I heard prosecution doing that. That is why the judge shut all that down and said, if you see something, then you need to say something. Because if you don't see anything, then you need to stop all this chatter, because there is an actual legal process to address everything you've said and put it on the record. And you guys are not taking it, which makes me think, well, y'all already know what I think, right? Now, here's the thing. He also said the issues addressing the 2 jurors. Now, when that happened, I was like, what? 2 jurors? What are y'all talking about, right? I said, who? They said, we've addressed 1 juror. The issue with the other juror, you need to address in a separate issue. I said, who is addressing anything in a separate issue? Again, I'm like, who was the second juror? Who was the second juror? They said questions were raised, right? And he said, first of all, when we address these questions, race can absolutely, he said it won't come into play. So just shut it down right now, which leads me to believe that whoever the second juror is, they are a person of color or they're Black. Again, this is very direct. For them to say that race won't come into play, and I doubt Diddy's team is going to complain about getting a white juror kicked off, because I think they actually want that, right? Interesting enough, I really don't think with juror number 6, it was even a race issue. I think they wanted that juror for a reason. But get this, right? They said race won't come into play, okay? Westmoreland and Brian and Mark Agnifilio were huddling after the judge issued that, right? The second juror is in trouble, okay? Now, I thought Friday something happened, but I put my ear to the ground, and it's a little bit different. Whatever the issue is with the second juror, because of maybe what happened with juror number 6, and this is why it is important to have a 0 tolerance thing. Because what happened with juror number 6, I think all the jurors saw. And get this, juror number 7, or whatever they are, let's just call them number 7. I don't know if they are number 7. There was something that happened, like whatever the juror is, I'm just saying 7. I don't know if it's juror number 7. There was something that happened in the courtroom that he immediately, and when I say the courtroom, I mean the robing room, they weren't in front of us, that immediately he bought, or she bought, they bought to the judge's attention, to the court's attention. So whatever the issue is, they are being 100% candor. Do you see how that works, right? There will always be miscommunications, but you expect the juror to have utmost candor. You expect the juror to tell you what's going on without you having to investigate, and you expect the juror to sit there and be completely candid, not honest, but I mean, honesty is candor, but you get what I'm saying. I'm not implying juror number 6 was lying, but you expect the juror to be completely candid and bring what they know concerns to the court and let the court decide if that's an issue. That is what this juror did. So you guys, this is breaking news. Maybe they are clearing that jury out like, even though I will say the next juror is the next juror actually is a Black man. So I think it's going to be, the alternate juror is a Black man, right? That's going to be moved down. So I think it's going to be really, really interesting. First of all, I'm going to have my ear to the ground to see exactly the issue they brought to the court. But that new juror, that second juror that's in trouble, brought the issue to the court and said, hey, do with it what you want. I stand by your decision, but I wanted to bring this to. And again, this is why it is so important to be 100%, have a lot of candor, and also 0 tolerance for nonsense. Because if Judge Aaron had been like, oh, whatever, and listen to like what Diddy's team said, oh, whatever, like it's just, y'all tripping, it's fine, like who cares, Jersey, New York, it doesn't matter where you live. If he had been lenient, there's a chance that when this other thing happened for the other jury, they would have been like, it's not that big a deal. And they would have made a decision on whether they thought it was a big deal or not. They would have made their decision and not brought it to the court, and that could have caused bigger issues or resulted in a mistrial. But instead, Judge Aaron had a 0 tolerance policy for any of nonsense, and he set the tone for the other jurors to be fully aware and fully honest about what is going on. Now, here's the interesting that's going to be, what's Diddy going to do? What's Diddy going to do? Because here's the thing, if this juror gets kicked off, there's going to be another black man. The next alternate to come in, I believe, is a black man, right? Because the other one that took juror number 6 spot, he is a white man. There was white man, and the other juror is black. So how are you going to argue this? How are you going to argue this? Are you now on the side of just kicking people off because you just spent all weekend yelling about no, the sanctity that we need this juror, and now what are you going to? It's not a big deal. Let it go. Y'all tripping. What are you going to argue now that it can work in your favor? This guy gets out of here, and you can have someone that you think will be more lenient. Rose J, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rose J, for the super chat. Also, there's about 6,000 of y'all in here. Can y'all please hit the like button? Just double check the screen. Give me some likes. Y'all know I'm trying to grow. I'm out here fighting the good fight. We are doing what we can. So again, it's going to be interesting. Is Diddy team going to flip, right? Or are they going to do something more interesting, more important? I will say that Shapiro, Westmoreland, and Brian, they were all in a huddle. Diddy's whole team was melting down. This is not good for Diddy. The jury, I did say watch to see the jury walking back in, right? Diddy was passing notes furiously to Mark Agnifilio. I will say it does look like they broke up that little triangle. They didn't just slide someone over. All the jury was, the jury just didn't get one person at it and everybody slid over a seat. It actually moved things along. I will say one juror looked like they came in and had a problem. Just was sitting there looking mad. And I was like, in my head, you better fix your face because the judge is not playing. Pam G, thank you so much for the super chat. Also, you guys, please double tap to like. Listen, you don't need to hit the like button. Just if you're watching on your screen, just double tap to like. I would appreciate that. Anyway, you guys, they broke up that problem triangle. Again, that other juror, Honeybee Therapy, thank you so much for the super chat. That other juror that everybody's talking about, or some people are concerned about, they're sitting right across from the prosecution. And now the prosecution has people in court all the time watching every movement that Diddy makes to the jury and to the back. They are watching that mofo like a hawk. Again, they are watching that mofo like a hawk. It could be nothing. It could be whatever, but they have people all over the courtroom whose job is now just to stare at the jury and also stare and see what Diddy is doing. G Holmes 21, thank you so much for the super chat. Listen, morning everybody. Oh, thank you so much. I am Radine. Listen, at the end of the day, right? Listen, at the end of the day, it is, oh, Maria Morales, thank you so much for the super chat. At the end of the day, it actually is what it is. There's a lot of questions raised. We're going to have to see how that breathes life into the channel. But hey, it is. Oh, also, Lisa McClung said, good morning, Tisa. So glad I woke up in time for live. Keep up the great work. Much love. You guys, thank you so much. I posted a video this morning because I was like trying to get some tea for you guys. I ended up posting a video. I was half in and outside, but anyway, I just wanted to show off my merch. But y'all, what do y'all actually think about this? I think it is a lot. It's going to be interesting to see if if Diddy's team makes an argument that they should actually now kick somebody off the jury, so the alternate, when they just said that it's a big deal and it's going to have a chilling effect. And I will say one thing, the prosecution is not playing with those jurors. Let's also not forget the prosecution is starting. I'm sorry, it's resting this week. Brendan Paul's expected to testify today. You know, turn your notifications on. I'm coming out straight after Brendan Paul. But let's also not forget that the Brendan Paul's testifying. They just got evidence admitted with that secret phone Diddy had with KK. They said Bonna testimony will not be thrown out. And on top of that, they are not moving for a mistrial. The prosecution is trying to bring in evidence from Rob Holiday that Bonna actually was telling the truth. There's so many bad things that happened for Diddy this weekend. And baby, we love to see it. There were so many bad things that happened for Diddy. You guys already know. I truly believe that man is a monster. And I believe anybody that's protecting him is a monster, okay? There has been no sightings of Kanye West. Diddy's defense is launching next week, so it is going to be a hell of a baloo of a time. I will also say too, people saying that they don't see Rico. Baby, y'all don't know what Rico is. I am going to maybe do a live tonight about is it RICO and actually outline what they've proven so far. There's a summary witness that's in trial today. The summary witness is when they tie all the text messages, all the legal background, all that. They tie it into current testimony. Ivy Curtis said, good morning, Tisa. Information about pardons. The presidential pardon can only cover federal offenses, while state pardons are granted by the governor or the state board of pardons. I completely agree with you guys, but right now it's unbeknownst to us whether there is a state investigation in New York, California, or in Miami. Again, this is where Diddy's playground was. It would not surprise me if he gets pardoned. They'll go after him, but you never know. I just don't honestly think, I hope not, that a presidential pardon comes down. I don't think that any administration, let alone Trump's, wants an Ishtar standing next to Diddy. Now, on the way out, if Trump plans to leave office, on the way out, maybe there will be a pardon in the books. I don't know. Trump has done some controversial stuff and pardoned some controversial people. But as of right now, I don't think that Trump could, I don't think that any politician would want that Ishtar. Now, there is something to be made that after he's done jail for 2, 3, maybe 4 years, there might be a pardon forthcoming from either Trump or a new administration coming in. But I think it would probably be a leaving administration. And let's not forget, every administration that leaves after every 4 years, they might find a way to, no matter what it is, to be like, oh, he served enough time, let it go, new evidence. You see what I'm saying? But as of right now, I don't think anybody's administration could actually justify a pardon. And by justify, I mean, like, why would you even want to take that political weight? Why would you even want that? Why would you basically catch the stray for that mofo? Where that's the one thing I can say. Diddy has reunited left, right, center, libertarian, like left side, center, libertarian, MAGA, ultra liberal, anarchist. He's united everyone where everybody's like, yeah, I believe that mofo's guilty. He has united everyone. All right. Listen, let me tell you guys, listen, I'm going to keep you updated. I have to run back into the courtroom because I don't want to miss Brendan Paul's testimony. But I'm telling you right now, and I know people are like, oh, Chief said 90% of the people in the courtroom says they don't. That's not true. That is not true. Listen to the legal atlas. Bernard from Burden of Proof. She feels like the prosecution pulled their case. The people that were prosecutors, the people that were actually lawyers that are in the courtroom and seasoned veterans, right? And also even like YouTubers that know that they are saying that the government is proven RICO. Listen, sex trafficking, you don't need 100 victims. You only need one. Everybody agrees that Cassie was at least one. Jane, the second. With RICO, you only need 2 underlying predicates. Right now, Diddy has obstruction from that secret phone. He has kidnapping, bribery, sex trafficking. Baby, the list goes on and on and on and on. The government has proven their case. And that's the thing with governmental cases. You don't need a million examples. You only need one. For RICO, you only need 2 acts. For sex trafficking, you only need 1. They have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, this would explain why Diddy is fighting so hard to make sure that juror number 6 stayed in there. However, we all know what happened with juror number 6. So that is that, right? Anyway, you guys, listen, I'm not Nostradamus. Nor do I pretend to be. But I do know from sitting in that courtroom, listen, a lot of people, and I don't want to talk about anyone in particular because, you know, everybody out here grinding. This is no disrespect, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular. But I will say that Diddy's, does he have PR on the ground? I don't know, because they are doing a horrible effing job if he does. But there are a lot of narratives being pushed, and I don't think they're coming organically from people sitting in the courtrooms. I think they are talking to people that maybe they don't realize or not are very, very pro-Diddy. You guys know I am very, very, if you want to call it, on the fight of I think that there should be some type of accountability, and I am waiting for that day. But if you get what I'm saying, right? If you get what I'm saying, everybody has their own bias, but I will say that I'm a fierce advocate for survivors of SA, survivors of DV. I'm a fierce advocate for that. Everybody knows that. If you don't know, welcome to my channel. But I am, so I'm always going to say that someone that treated women and men like that, I don't need to see a billion examples, because for every one time they caught you, there's a million times that you got away with it. No, their reign of terror ends now, and people need to be held accountable. And no, it's a new day, and we're not going for that. You see what I'm saying? Listen, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I can stand on 2 feet and say the angle I'm looking at things from. And I'll actually give you the evidence to be like, and this is why I actually think that I'm going to get my way. So I wish the people that are hearing stuff from Diddy's camp and passing along stupid narratives, they go directly in opposite of what's actually happening in the courtroom. Even this dumb narrative that people are trying to say that Miss V to be real, thank you so much for the super chat. Even this dumb narrative that people are trying to say that the prosecution resting early proves their case is weak. Are y'all dumb? Not y'all, but are most people saying that dumb? There is not, in the Southern District of New York, they cut their witness list short because they're so confident. They're like, we can wrap this up. We've proven our case. We don't need to beat a dead horse. We've proven our case. Let Diddy have a round. We want to get to that cross-examination. Again, they end the trial early, not out of embarrassment or out of shame, but because they have you dead to rights. And part of what the prosecution has to do is not waste taxpayer dollars. If we have you dead to rights, why would we keep wasting our time, energy, and taxpayer dollars? We have other criminals to catch. Wrap it up. Let them say their thing, and then we'll let the jury decide. Again, ain't no prosecutor in the world that is cutting their case short early because they think they haven't proven their case. It's ridiculous, and it's a dumb assertion. Hey, Potato Gun Camber said, hi, Tisa, hi, chat. What's up, Potato? How you doing? Exactly. It also respects the juror's time. But that's crazy. That's like saying, oh, you losing your game. So you're going like literally in Super Bowl, be like, never mind. We just go into the locker room. Nobody does that, especially prosecutors that think they're losing. They would have everybody up on that stand. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, you guys, listen, let me get back in the courtroom. Hit that like button on the way out. Don't forget to check out my merch store. There's a lot of cute merch. I think you might like something. If you don't see anything you like, tell me what you need and what you like. And I'll get that in the merch store in the next 24, 48 hours, all right? Anyway, y'all, let me know what you think in the comments. I do know one thing, baby. This was the worst weekend Diddy ever had. And again, smoke and mirrors can only get you so far. And even when you have the best lawyers, yeah, they can make lemonade out of lemon juice. But like I've always said, Diddy, you are rotten zucchini. What you doing with rotten zucchini? Exactly. Throw that shit in the trash. Anyway, y'all, let me know what you think in the comments. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So guns, King Knights, Kanye West, a lot has been happening inside and outside of the Sean Combs federal courthouse as he's facing charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Been quite the day. Want to bring on Law and Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, to answer all of your questions right now. And there are a lot. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. As you can imagine, a lot of questions about Kanye West. He showed up to that courtroom today. We know he is a friend of Sean Diddy Combs. He was even asked reportedly outside of court, is he there to support him? Yes. So let me begin with the first question we have from Danny. There might be a misconception here. So Elizabeth, set the record straight. Was Kanye in the courtroom or was he in the overflow room?
So it was kind of an interesting morning. A lot of rumblings just about whether or not Kanye West was here, whether he was actually here, because there was rumors yesterday that he was here too. But yes, I can confirm that he was here at the courthouse today. Now, as far as being inside the main courtroom, no, he was not inside the main courtroom. I did not see him in there. But at first I was thinking, okay, maybe he might come into the main courtroom because they cleared the floor. They being the marshals cleared the floor. So I thought maybe it was to bring him into the room, but that didn't happen. But I did hear that he was sent to the overflow room, and maybe that wasn't where he wanted to be today. And so what ended up happening was I think he was there for maybe 15, 20 minutes and then ended up leaving. So no, he was not in the main courtroom, but I did hear he was in the overflow room for just a little bit.
Yeah, so we got this question from Olivia E. You know, any jury or court reaction to Kanye being there? So I'm glad you set the record straight because it wasn't entirely clear what was going on. Oh, we had this happen today too. Shopgirl asks, it was reported that Diddy was shaking his head again in court, during cross-examination. Did the judge admonish him once again? And did you observe any of that?
Well, I did, yes. I did observe him kind of nodding along with Mark Agnifilo, even towards the end of Mark Agnifalo's cross to the HSI investigator or HSI agent, special agent, I should say, that I saw Diddy kind of give him an under the table thumbs up that I was able to see from my angle and my point of view. But afterwards, Maureen Comey kind of stands up. This is after the jury is dismissed for a break. And she said that her colleagues in the back of the courtroom who have a better view of Diddy because the prosecution sits in front of him, so they don't get a view of him, obviously because they're in front of him, but that the colleague had told Maureen Comey that Diddy was kind of nodding along with the cross-examination, and the judge was kind of like, he didn't admonish him necessarily. He was like, it's normal reaction for humans to kind of have this reaction, and I can't police every single reaction that the defendant is necessarily having. So it wasn't a stern talking to like it was the first time, but he said that if anything does happen again, he'll do the appropriate measures. But as far as Brian Steele kind of defending the defendant there, Brian Steele was kind of like, he's been nothing but professional. I'm sitting here right beside him every single day, and he's not doing what he was doing before as far as turning to the jury, nodding at them. He tries to make sure he's abiding by the judge's rules, not even looking at the jury when they enter and exit the courtroom today. And so it wasn't a tough talking to this time around, but I'm sure if something else were to happen and the judge notices something, that it might be a different type of talking to after that.
And if you just want to add to that, this is from Mary Baracco. How was Diddy today? How does he appear? How does his demeanor like?
Yeah, well, Diddy today, he was wearing his brown sweater, white undershirt, and khaki pants. As far as his demeanor goes today, I think maybe he was also possibly anticipating that Kanye West would be in the main courtroom, kind of show that level of support between friends. But he seemed kind of as usual, just, taking notes over at the defense table, speaking with his attorneys, nothing out of the normal as far as what we saw today in court. Definitely still participating in his own defense, taking all the testimony in, and then jotting appropriate notes down at the appropriate times too.
You got to explain to me what's going on with these audio tapes. I'm not sure I quite follow them, Elizabeth. We have these tapes of what appear to be Christina Korum speaking with Jonathan Perez. What do these tapes sound like? And by the way, isn't this the first time that we've actually heard the voice of Christina Korum? What is going on in these tapes?
Yeah, I think to me that was kind of the most surprising thing, not only because she had recorded this conversation, but also because I'm like, wow, we've only seen her in photographs. Now we're hearing her actual voice. But Jesse, I do want to take a step back as far as why we were hearing that particular audio recording. And it had to do with Jane, because apparently staffers over at Diddy's home saw that there was this sexually explicit video on an iPad that normally the staff uses. And so there was kind of conversations had amongst the staff about how this was found, what do we do, that type of thing. So when Jonathan Perez was on the stand today, he was explaining that that he didn't know that this conversation was recorded, but before even this recording happened, that he had spoken to Diddy about it personally. And now when Jonathan Perez is on the witness stand, he refers to Diddy as Mr. Combs or Mr. C. So he said that he spoke to Mr. C about this recording and then spoke to Christina Korum about this particular video recording. I should kind of specify. I know there's the audio recording of Christina Korum, but as far as the Jane recording of her with another man, Jonathan Perez said he spoke to both Mr. Combs and Christina Korum about it. So then the conversation is brought back up again weeks after this initial conversation was had. And so we did hear this audio recording from KK and Jonathan Perez. It was dated January 30th of 2023. And I tried to write down as much as I could because finally and thankfully we're able to see the exhibits. So we finally were able to see the transcript. So I was trying to write down as much as I could. But Christina Korum is kind of like, I don't know how to bring this up. Bring that Bosu ball over here and sit on it so that you aren't standing. It was brought to my attention last night. And tell me step by step what happened. An outside person brought it up. Did you talk to anybody about this particular recording of Jane? Now, she didn't say, Jane or anything like that, but did you talk to anybody? So then Jonathan was like, well, I didn't talk to anybody. Christina Korum is like, well, were you in the house? And then Christina Korum said, where were you in the house? Jonathan said, Brandon was there. He was talking about something on the iPad. Christina Korum is like, okay, well, who was all in the house? We can check the cameras in the house. Jonathan is saying, well, I was just trying to saving him as far as Diddy specifically, so that way he could delete it. And then Jonathan said he didn't talk to anybody else about it. He said that Brendan wanted to tell Rob about this, said the advice was to initially just delete this video. But then Jonathan said he didn't want to delete this video in case something were to happen and it be brought back up, that type of thing. And so Diddy initially wanted to launch an investigation. Now, we didn't hear Diddy's voice on this audio recording, nor do we think that he was kind of even around when this recording took place. So really, we were just hearing the voices of Christina Quorum and Jonathan Perez in this particular tape. But Christina conveyed to Jonathan that Diddy wanted to launch this investigation and how it got onto the staff iPad. And so Jonathan believed that this video was recorded on the iPad, but then Christina asked if other people like Brandon might have told other people about this. Jonathan said that Brandon was actually freaking out about this particular explicit video. And Christina Quorum was like, well, was anybody else there? Think, the housekeepers, the chef. And Jonathan said that Chef K might have been around in the theater location when the staffers were kind of talking about this particular explicit video, but that Jonathan didn't relay to Christina Quorum that that Chef K was in the theater. He said he didn't want to make it a big thing. And so there were no follow-up conversations after these particular recordings were recorded, but the conversation was then brought to another person, another staffer, that being Fahim, who is Diddy's driver, as well as kind of, I think he was the head of security, that he brought it up a couple weeks later after Christina Quorum brought it up. And then Jonathan said that he had told Fahim pretty much the exact same story that he told in court, also that was reported on by Christina Quorum too.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear this, and also wondering if she's not going to be called as a witness. Right now, there's no indication that she's going to be, which was a surprise to a lot of us following the case. We have a question here from Blessing Eek. Why was Diddy's son allowed to get to attend court yesterday wearing a Free Combs t-shirt? I thought that was against the court rules. Is that true from what you know?
Yeah, and I saw this shirt myself, and we were all thinking, because I was sitting by another reporter, we were like, how is he allowed to be wearing this inside the courtroom when the jury is present? Now, I don't know if the jurors were able to see what the words were that were actually transcribed on this particular shirt, because it was like a black shirt with red letters that say Free Sean Combs, and then what Christian had over top of it was kind of this mesh top, and so I don't know if the jury was able to see those words, but what I did see was Marshall kind of go up to Christian Combs, look at his shirt, and I thought, okay, well, maybe she's going to tell him, take the shirt off, or you're going to have to change your shirt, change it inside out, similar to how Charlucci was when he was wearing his free puff shirts or free puff sweaters and hats, but that didn't happen. And so he was able to continue wearing this shirt, something that I thought was pretty surprising given just the amount of attention that is on this trial, but also because of what had happened weeks earlier when they had told another person who was wearing a free puff shirt to turn their sweatshirt inside out.
I want to go back to yesterday. We were talking earlier about how Jane apparently hugged both the defense attorney and prosecutor in this case before she left the courtroom. We got a question from Danny. Did Jane stare down Diddy when she got off the stand when she was going out there and giving hugs?
I didn't see that from my point of view. And I think even there was like a split second, because everything kind of happened so fast, where I like look down, then I look up, and all of a sudden I'm seeing Jane hugging Tinny Garagos, and Tinny's kind of just like sitting there a little still in that matter. But I didn't see her stare down Diddy necessarily. From what I saw from most of her testimony, she avoided eye contact with him at all times. That's why it was really surprising to see her hug his defense attorney as she was getting off the witness stand.
By the way, Elizabeth, there was some controversy at the beginning of the day regarding a juror. There was talk about whether or not this juror would even remain on the jury. What did we learn a little bit more about what the confusion was with the juror, what the issue was with the juror? We had a lot of questions, I think, during this week in our chat about it. So what happened with this juror?
Yeah, well, we learned a lot more as far as why this particular juror was kind of being questioned and why the government might possibly want this particular juror off of this case. But the judge was like, well, why don't we bring this juror out? We asked him some questions so that way we can possibly get to the bottom of everything. And so we can ask about possible deceit. And then the defense was like, well, I don't think we're at this point that we need to ask any more questions, because apparently they had already been asking this particular juror questions twice already inside the robing room or the judge's chambers. And so the defense was like, this is harmful. This he didn't have deceitful responses on the questionnaire that he had submitted in order to even be on this particular jury. And the defense was like, I'm hesitant to raise the issue again because I think that we think that the juror might have believed that something was wrong, and we don't want to kind of single out this particular juror. And so they said that they, being the defense, says we're concerned about his residency and we figured it out. And so this is kind of a measure of good faith. And the government is saying, well, this issue is an issue. And they said that multiple things can't all be true at one time. And there's inconsistencies with this juror's statement. And then the judge is kind of like, okay, well, maybe there's just an innocent explanation to all of this, and that there's just no basis, because the judge, after the defense was kind of like, oh, well, the prosecution just wants to dismiss another Black juror. And the judge was kind of like, there is no basis that the government is being biased to try to dismiss this particular juror. And that the situation came up because the juror made a comment to the jury staff. The jury staff brought it to the judge's attention. So they say it's fair that the government would want to raise this particular issue. And so then the defense kind of had like a quick huddle to figure out how they wanted to proceed. And so the defense said that we considered calling this juror back, but they believe that it'll have that negative impact on the juror and just how they're treated amongst the other jury members too. It could impact deliberations going forward, and they feel like the juror would be singled out and there's just no reason to question him further. And then the defense said they even spoke to Diddy about this particular thing, and that Diddy is totally fine with this juror still staying on, possibly to deliberate too, because this isn't an alternate juror. This is one of the main jurors. And so then there was a point the judge asked him, okay, do you waive something? And then Diddy, in his defense chair, is like, I waive. And so Diddy is completely fine with this. Then the judge kind of revealed a little bit more, and it has to do with this particular juror and their residency. And so the judge is like, well, he said he lived in the Bronx, and then the government said, well, the most prudent thing to do is ask this juror more questions. Specifically, does your employer require residency in New York? And then the defense chimed in. They're like, well, this is harassing the juror at this point. It's gone to a far field, and this suggestion would be pretty troubling. And so the government is like, well, I don't know why the defense is so adamant that we just ask this juror another question. And so the judge said, I'll review both sides' arguments and then I'll make a decision later on. So as for now, every single juror is still there. Nobody has been dismissed. And so we did see that particular juror still in the jury box, still paying attention to all the testimony today, just as usual.
Well, Shopgirl says, yes, thanks, Jesse. That juror thing this morning really confused me. So thank you, Elizabeth, for clarifying that. By the way, one more thing about Kanye West. It was reported that, yes, he did go to an overflow room on a different floor, reportedly sat next to Christian Combs, obviously one of Sean Combs' sons, and then left shortly thereafter. How's the jury doing? How are they reacting to today's testimony so far, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think, for the most part, it's maybe, and this might have just been my interpretation, I think maybe it was kind of a slow start this morning. So, for example, there were exhibits that were entered into evidence. There was a bunch of stipulations, and they had heard testimony from Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Andre Lamont. And then, it was kind of like maybe a slow start, but that just might be me, as far as just why are we seeing these particular exhibit photos of baby oil and guns, and what does this all mean, and what does this particularly tie into? And then for the most part, even when Jonathan Perez had taken the witness stand too, I feel like they're still kind of engaged. They're still taking their notes down. They're still listening to all the testimony, but I haven't seen any kind of like overtly emotional or crazy reactions from them today. They're all just kind of sitting in, doing their part and doing their civic duty.
What did you make of the testimony of the special agent and all the weapons and drugs and baby oil and Astroglide that was found at Sean Combs' LA property? I mean, to read it and hear about the arsenal, to hear about armor-piercing rounds, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you take away from it?
Well, I took all my notes down, especially because there were just a lot of exhibits that were shown.
You took all your notes?
Saw an exhibit photo.
No way, Elizabeth. No way.
I did. I did. Yes. And I come into a color coordinated situation now. I'm not sure if y'all can see that, but we're in a system. We're in a system. We saw exhibits of Diddy's home in LA. We saw an angle from the front of the home, from the back of the home. We saw this detailed layout of the property, of the basement that wasn't shown. We saw the layout of the first floor of the home, the security room, and the security room is pretty important, and I'll explain why in just a second. The garage, the master bedroom, the closet. We saw exhibits of the master bedroom, a white bed, messy nightstands, 2 chairs kind of in the front of the bed. We saw inside the drawers of the nightstand, which had 6 manila envelopes with the letter K on it. And I was thinking, okay, what does this K represent? But the K, I think, possibly may translate to ketamine, because we saw that the residue that was inside these particular envelopes did test positive for ketamine. There were things that were like chargers and earrings, cell phones and iPads inside them. Then we saw baggies of drugs. We saw Vaseline inside the iPad. We saw the closet that was opposite of the wall of the master bedroom. There was a safe inside that closet. We saw Diddy's passport, or at least kind of a zoomed out version of Diddy's passport. We saw money and plastic bags. And then there was this one substance that kind of looked like paprika a little bit, but then turns out it was actually MDMA. We saw the exhibit photos of a lot of different baby oil and Astroglide and lingerie that was found in the closet. And this particular special agent, Andre Lemon, he testified that there were 200 bottles of baby oil that were seized from the LA property and 900 bottles of Astroglide that were seized. But I think the big kind of takeaway about this particular witness testifying was just about what was found in the security room. And that was a lot of the guns, a lot of the weapons, all of the guns for the most part, according to the defense, were found in that particular security room. And so there was a bolt action Ruger rifle, a Smith & Wesson rifle, a Glock. There were 3 30-round magazines, a Glock magazine, 2 locks for a pistol holder, a 5.11 bag. And essentially the special agent was like, this is a bag to hold things, more drum magazines, bullets that were found, and this firearm safe. So then when the cross-examination came, and we got a little peek of why the defense kind of really focused on this particular security room, because they were really like, you know, you're aware that Mr. Combs has a security team, right? And the special agent said yes. And then we see that exhibit photo again of the layout of the home where Mark Agnifilo points out this particular security room. And then Mark Agnifilo is like, well, you saw that the bedrooms where children live, correct? There were no ammunition in those bedrooms. The special agent said, correct. Was the security door open? Yes. Was the door locked beforehand? I don't know. Could you see it had a lock? Well, it had a doorknob, but I didn't look at the lock. And then Mark Agnifilo was like, well, you didn't take pictures of the state of the door when law enforcement arrived? And the special agent was like, well, I don't know. And this Mark Agnifilo asked, was the safe open before law enforcement got there? He was like, I don't know. And so really the defense was kind of focusing on just this security room and just kind of how the government was portraying as like there were just guns all around this house where children live, whereas the defense was like, okay, it was confined to this specific room. Nobody took photos before you guys entered and kind of destroyed everything. And that was kind of the most part of the cross-examination for Andre Lemon today, really kind of focusing on the guns, how the guns came about, why they were moved from one room to another, and just implying that there were just guns everywhere as opposed to them being specifically in the security room of Diddy's LA home.
It helps with the racketeering charge. It helps with the jury digesting the idea of him as a leader of a criminal enterprise. I mean, having that much firepower is kind of interesting to talk about. Elizabeth, before I let you go, I have maybe the most important question of all. It's asked by Erica Charlotte. Elizabeth, how many notepads, notebooks have you filled so far?
I think I'm on, oh my goodness, I think I'm on at least 8, or I said 8 book, notebook 8 or 9.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going through a lot.
It's fine, because when Elizabeth writes her tell-all book about covering the Diddy trial, she's going to have all of her notes. Actually, Elizabeth's going to be so big at that point, she's going to have a ghostwriter going through all the notes, so it'll be fine. You'll just do the voiceover for the audiobook. Elizabeth, thank you so much. I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Jesse.
We are entering week 4 of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial, and there is one name that has come up quite a bit. Not only someone who may know quite a few things about the rap mogul, but someone who may be the key to this whole racketeering case. Will Christina Coram, Combs' alleged right-hand woman, testify? And what could she say exactly? Well, we're going to dive into what other witnesses have said about her so far and her alleged role in this whole saga. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, listen up. This is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots or were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, takes just a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or head over to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Christina Coram, Sean Diddy Combs' reported former chief of staff. Now, she might not have testified in his criminal trial as of yet, but she's got to, right? I mean, in a prostitution, sex trafficking, especially a racketeering case like this, where prosecutors allege that Combs operated this criminal enterprise that engaged in a pattern of illegal activities for his benefit, and that he used his company resources and his staff to carry out crimes and cover them up, Coram has to be a central witness who's going to testify for the government, right? Don't you need to explain the inner workings of this operation? Particularly if you charge Combs with racketeering conspiracy, right? This criminal agreement that he criminally agreed to further racketeering activity. He can't do it by himself. The natural question becomes, based on what has been said in court so far about Christina Coram, is she a co-conspirator who's now going to testify against him? Has she been granted protection to do so? And to think about that, his former chief of staff, someone who has been described as his right-hand person, testifying against him, isn't that going to be devastating? That is what we're going to discuss, and how she's already been brought up so many times in this trial so far. It is fascinating because the name Christina Coram has already come up quite a bit since the Combs legal saga began. She has been mentioned in several lawsuits against the rap mogul and even named as a defendant in some of them too. For instance, a woman named Ashley Parham filed a suit claiming she was violently gang raped by comedian Drewski, NFL star Odell Beckham, and violently assaulted with a remote by Sean Combs. And in that lawsuit, as far as Coram, it says, quote, defendant KK told defendant Diddy that she did not think giving plaintiff a Glasgow smile would be advantageous to their potential clients who they could sell plaintiff for sex to. Defendant KK then made a threat to plaintiff that they could ship her off anywhere in the world and that she would never see her family or anyone she knew ever again. There was also an accusation that Combs had forced Christina Coram to use a syringe to insert an IUD into Parham. And apparently, she and Combs argued over it, not over actually doing it, but that it wasn't going to work. Really weird allegation, but a serious allegation nonetheless. And that's not the only lawsuit that she's been named in as a defendant. She was named in another suit that was filed by a series of plaintiffs, and they claim that she, quote, aided Combs in his abuse of men and women and covered up sexual assaults. She was also reportedly mentioned in other lawsuits, like one that was filed by a former employee who claims that Coram would order
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead, say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile,